I don't think that it's reasonable to say that like literally everybody was kung fu fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like lots of people kung fu fighting makes sense, but like everybody was kung fu fighting. Everybody. You know what I mean?
Clearly, the take is that you don't have proof that they were or were not. So the assertion that they were not fighting is disingenuous.
Like it's not so much to say that like I have definitive proof they weren't. I'm just saying that like it's an expensive claim to make. Everybody was kung fu fighting. It just like if he was at a place where like they were practicing and you had like 2 guys or 3 guys going at it in the middle, or like if there was like an actual fight going on, sure. But like everybody was kung fu. It's just a lot. It's a lot to, you know what I mean?
It was the 1970s. There were a lot fewer people back then, so it's not as hard to get literally all individuals kung fu fighting at once.
I'm sure
it doesn't have to be for very long.
Who wrote that song?
I don't know.
It was by Carl Douglas. Do we trust Carl Douglas?
The famed historian Carl Douglas? Yes, we goddamn do.
Okay, well, maybe everybody was kung fu fighting. I don't know.
You weren't even alive then. I wasn't alive then.
Yeah, that is true. Neither one of us were there to verify it. I'm just, like, I wish there was more documentation of what was happening at the time. I just don't understand why. Like, maybe the fact that he was, passionate enough about it to write a song. Maybe that's. Have we started the show? Are we live?
No. Maybe.
I don't think so.
No.
I'm looking at the. We might be. Just hi everybody. We got the producer. The producer says he was alive back there, and everybody was definitely kung fu fighting. Thank you, Morgan, for clearing up the. It's SkepTalk. It's SkepTalk today. Hi, I'm Forrest Valkai. You know me from Forrest Valkai, and I'm joined today by the amazing and the kind and the caring and the genuinely good dancer, Jesse Jerdak. How are you today, sir?
I am so good. It's good to be here. It's good to be talking to one of my best damn friends in the whole world, and I hope that we get to elucidate on several topics that are pertinent to the subject matter of the channel. We'll find out.
Yeah, dude. I've been trying to hype this show up for a little while because I want to make sure that like your expertise, like your story in terms of like coming out of religion and the trauma that it brought upon you and like what your life has become afterwards is inspiring. And I think that a lot of people need to hear it, and especially people who are currently deconstructing, who are dealing with some shit. I think that it's really important for them to get to talk to somebody like you. Plus, I also wanted to take a second to like, shamelessly promote the fact that you and I did this really cool charity project that's about to come out called Roll for Initiative. I don't know if anybody's heard of it. Maybe I've been talking about it on literally every show that I've been on for the past couple of months. We played Tales of the Valiant for like 35 solid hours over the course of a week.
Yeah. And for those of you that don't know, I'm gonna jump in, Forrest, and interrupt you, friend.
Yeah,
because Tales of the Valiant. What is Tales of the Valiant, buddy?
Tales of the Valiant is an RPG system made by our dear friends over at Cold Bold Press. I believe, if I remember, I don't know. I don't want to speak on the history of it too much because I don't know them very as well as you do. But I believe it was made, or it's the beginning of the thing was when Wizards started like charging everybody for literally everything all the time, and Cold Bold Press was like, we could make at least as fun of a game that could be like really accessible for everybody. And not only did they make at least as fun of a game, I've played both Tales of Valiant and D&D, and quite frankly, I kind of enjoyed Tales more. Not only because like, the point of these games, you can make them whatever you want, but like the systems that they set up are important to the dynamics of how the game is actually played. And Kobold's new game, number one, they kind of got away from some of the shitty, problematic language that has historically played D&D, some of which was a product of the time, things that people didn't think about back then, some of things they should have started thinking about and kind of did. And also, like, I remember you talking to me about this, that like people would try to use Tales of the Valiant characters with D&D rules and D&D monsters, and their characters were just gods, and Tales had to come out and Cold Press had to come out and be like, hey, make sure you're using our monsters and our scenarios because they're geared up. Because Tales is really good at making the game fun at an early level, and so like your character is massively overpowered even from a very small level. So you have to use their scenarios and their monsters to match you at that and have something that can withstand you.
Yeah,
and so it's just it's a cool thing.
And for those of you that are familiar with like 5th edition D&D, it plays almost exactly like it. There's some mild linguistic changes, but for the most part, it's very, very similar system. So you're not going to be lost if you're familiar with one or the other. And then you watch our show, and you'll be like, I know exactly what's happening. They're rolling to hit. Oh, they're rolling to persuade. Oh, Forrest is rolling not to bleed out on the ground.
That does happen for a lot of the thing. But yeah, dude, we're not paid by them to promote them. They did sponsor the charity stream, but like, we're not like, this is not a sponsored segment. I just genuinely like the game, and I really appreciate them sponsoring this thing. So we're going to raise a lot of money for Doctors Without Borders, who are currently putting in the hard work to save lives, provide life-saving care for people in the most dangerous parts of the world, like Gaza, Ukraine, Yemen, Sudan, Congo. They're on the ground providing life-saving care, being real fucking heroes. So if you like Doctors Without Borders, and if you like nerdular nerdance, then stay tuned over on my channel for Roll for Initiative, which premieres this June. I believe the second Wednesday in June the 12th, isn't it?
The 16th? Coming right up, buddy. Are you excited?
I believe it is the 12th. I am very excited, and I've got the episode 4 exporting on my computer at this very moment, because it's just we're cranking them out. So anyway, please go watch that when it comes out if you enjoy tabletop gaming. Never before has there been a long play, actual play campaign thing where people who genuinely like each other so much played characters that fucking hated each other so much and made such an awesome game. It's something I'm very proud of, and I hope you check it out. Anyway, that's enough of me shamelessly self-promoting our things. I will continue to do it as the show goes on, but right now, I'm going to jump into some calls. You ready?
I'm so ready. Let's get weird with this.
Radical. Okay, we're going to go first to Brad, pronouns he, him, calling in from Kicking Snakes. Don't do that. Snakes are cool. I don't know why you would kick them. Who is a theist who says that he's currently deconstructing and having a tough time with the idea that this life is all there is. I feel like you and I both have something to say about that. Brad, you are on the line. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. How about you, Forrest?
Never had a bad day.
I wish I could say the same.
It's all about outlook. But like, yeah, man, tell us a little bit about what you're doing and what's going on with you and how your deconstruction journey is going. I think Jesse and I both have some stuff to say about your prompt here, but I'm sure you have a little bit more details you didn't fit into the call stream.
So, to not get into a bunch of long, drawn-out detail, when I was a child, at one point I had just a very big critical realization of, oh my God, we are going to die at one point, and never had much structure on that throughout life. Like, I was taught about, well, people naturally die. This is kind of the process of life, until I was a teenager when I got grabbed by some Baptists and pulled into a Baptist church and became a every Sunday, every Tuesday, a couple other nights a week Christian, and then went through another few-year period of losing that faith, going through some experiences in life. And now I am currently 29, and just, I understand rationally it makes no sense for there to be some grand designer or puppeteer behind the curtains pulling the strings of everything. I don't think anything like that. I just have a hard time with the fact that I understand consciousness is a product of the brain and kind of all of the different connections the brain makes, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that that's all it is. It's not some deeper thing in our body that makes us us, you know what I mean? And I'm trying to figure out how to get past that inkling of every time I try to remind myself, no, this life is all there is. I have that voice in the back of my head telling me, well, what if there's more? And that is what I am trying to get past.
Sure, yeah. Jesse, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'll jump in there, man. Because I deconstructed about 10 years ago, and that for me also was one of the major stumbling points, right? It's when I'm gone, I'm gone. And for everyone, that means a little bit something different. For me, there's comfort in that. If you think about it, there's peace in that. Yeah, it would be great to have the connections that we have with people going forward. But that's just my impetus to live this life to its fullest extent. And sometimes when I was struggling with the idea of just being this finite creature, I realized it was more of a reflection on, like, I'm not happy with my current situation. And I feel like that might be it for a lot of people, where like their life situation through, circumstance, not necessarily any fault of their own, but maybe so, is not where they want to be. So there's this great peace in religion. You were Baptist, I was Pentecostal. They're similar, where this life may kind of suck, but it's going to be okay later. And that for me stole a lot of my impetus to make my life situation better. Because it's like I'm storing it up. I'm putting my acorns in the oak tree for the afterlife, and
yeah, exactly the same kind of thing.
Yeah, buddy. Do you mind if I ask how old you are, Brad?
I'm 29.
29. Okay, so around the same age. That's wild, because that's exactly the age I deconstructed. And you're wrestling with a lot of the same kind of stuff. And so yeah, you've got, and you were kind of indoctrinated is such a harsh word, but you were brought into the fold. How about that? Around 16 years old?
Yeah, I started online chatting with this girl. She ended up being a pastor's daughter when I was like 14, 15. And then from there on, started dating a pastor's daughter. And that really kind of drags you in full force, because then it's meeting the parents and then getting really pulled in by the dad who's the pastor about, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. If you're going to date my daughter, you got to adhere to these rules. This book says this is what is okay and what's not okay. And it's like, well, I really like your daughter, so sure. And then the I feel void I had before that, where I didn't fully have anything to grasp onto, where it was just like, well, what happens after we die at all? Well, they gave me an answer to that. And I think from there on, I just grabbed onto that, and then getting pulled away from that, and the realization that, oh God, that's not really what it is. That's not the truth. That's the hardest part of it.
It is hard, man. And God, I feel for you, because especially for me, when I deconstructed, you go from having this voice in your head that it's not even God. It's like you talking to God just constantly, right? You have this constant dialogue between you and God. You're always like, oh, that was a near miss with that car. Thanks, God. Or, I don't know if I'm going to have a job next week. Come on, God, let's make this happen. And so you have this ongoing dialogue, this ever-present thing that all of a sudden feels pointless and irrelevant, and then it goes away and you feel lonely. So, man, I feel you on this, but I promise it gets better. It gets easier. Some of it is just time, because you've got these habits that have been in place for over a decade now. You're looking at 13 years of being a believer. And some of it will just get better with time. Some of it will get better. I don't know what your life situation is like, but if you're less happy in your current day-to-day, then that'll also make this transition a lot harder for you.
No, absolutely. And I'm thankful for the situation I'm in now. Me and my girlfriend, who have a house together, she's very supportive of no matter what her beliefs are, because me and her do have a very, I think, different core belief of what happens after we die. I'm never going to try to convert her from what she feels, and she's never going to try to convert what she feels onto me. We can talk about what we think might be and banter about things, but there's no, like, you're wrong, I'm right mentality, which has really helped me to grasp with things.
Oh, man, I'm rooting for you two. That was the end of a relationship for me with my ex, but I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. People can do it, and I'm pulling for you guys, man.
I appreciate that. Thank you, man.
Forrest,
if I can also chime in. Yeah, if I can also jump in here. I've been taking a couple of notes. There's a couple of things that jumped out about what you said. And so just some food for thought, some things to think about. You mentioned one of the appeals that the religion was giving you is that this is something that gave you an answer. You kind of had this struggle of like, okay, well, what's going to happen after I die? Is there a thing after I die? How do you grapple with death? How do you deal with it? And then you said religion just gave you that answer. And I wonder, is having an answer like worth it to you? Is that really all that matters? Because like having an answer would be swell, but is that the point, or is it having the right answer? Or is it, actually knowing what's going on? Is it just good enough for you to just say, well, here's an answer, and that's something? And I don't think from what you're calling and talking about, I think it's pretty obvious that you're willing to take that apart. But I would challenge that part of your thinking previously And hopefully that kind of helps you now to say, okay, well, it's not good enough just for having somebody say that they know what's up, because anybody who knows what's up is either lying or trying to sell you something. So just that alone isn't actually as big of a draw as your mind might try to make it sound. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. In the past, so I discovered your guys' channel. It's really funny. I probably discovered your guys' channel about 3 or 4 months ago, and you and Matt were on a Sunday show, and that is how I started kind of getting into this more skeptical mind framework of trying to look at things I believe and deconstruct them and kind of fully understand them. And the reason that's super funny to me is because I've seen Matt years ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago, on a YouTube video when I was still a very heavy believer. And of course you have that mindset when you're a believer of someone like Matt, they're a horrible, evil person, they don't know God, they don't this, and I just dismissed him. And now it's just funny to me now. I look at him, you, Jesse, and everyone else on the Line Network that just is giving me a whole new lease on life to kind of look at things in a I don't want to say correct light, because nothing is 100% correct. That's kind of what being skeptical is you have to look at everything and kind of question it, but more of a, is this right? Okay, no. So why isn't it right? And what should I look at that might be right? And then I'm going to analyze that and go, is this right? And if that's not right, kind of just keep moving on until I find the truth, not what I feel in my heart or this I think is right, but what is correct. And then if that gets proven to not be correct, I move on to the next thing and I start looking again.
I love the fact that you avoided the word correct in what you're saying there, because like, you know, all we're saying, the one unifying thing across all the hosts on this channel is that, like, we don't think there's a God, and we pretty much all think that religion is a destructive, harmful thing for both individuals and societies. And so, like, that's really all there is. I can say with confidence that, like, all of the hosts also agree on lots and lots of other things as well, but I don't want to put any words in their mouth. What I can say is that, like, a lot of our audience doesn't agree with everything that we say. You know, that we get from the most skeptic crowd out there. We get plenty of hateful comments and upset fans whenever we defend trans people, whenever we speak out against genocide, whenever we, you know, talk about social political issues in the world today. So, like, I like the fact that you didn't say that we have the correct way of thinking, because all we're offering is our way of thinking on a lot of things. And it wouldn't be skeptical of you to say, okay, well, these guys make sense, so I'm going to absorb everything they say. It's just like, hopefully our arguments are compelling, and the ones that you don't like, you should challenge, and you should call and talk to us about. And also remember the fact that we are professional arguers. It's a lot of our job is to get here on camera and talk to people all day. So, like, be prepared for us to come up with a bunch of stuff and then go home and think about it. And don't think that just because we said a thing means anything. It just like, I think you're doing it right, dude. And I wanted to ask, throw in another thing, because you're still in the process of deconstruction here, and because you still are holding on to this idea of an afterlife a little bit, and you're having a hard time thinking about, you know, this life being all there is. I have a couple of things. First one is, even if there was for sure an afterlife, if we knew that there was such a thing, would that be an excuse to detract from this life or to enjoy this life less?
I don't think it should be, but I feel like, unfortunately, some people would allow it to be that for them, and that would be the negative. Oh, yeah. The big negative to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I know, I'm not going to name any names, but, like, there's someone who's, you know, in my life that was talking about her very Christian father, and she's an atheist, and she straight up asked him, like, what would you do if you knew there was no afterlife? And he was very honest, surprisingly, and was like, oh, I would have treated you better. I would have spent a lot more time with my family, but I know I'm going to get an eternity with you in heaven, so it doesn't really matter right now. I'm busy. I've got to go to work, and I don't. If I, you know, smack you around a little bit as a child, it's fine. I'll make up for it with eternity later on. So yeah, I don't think that that's acceptable, and I'm glad you don't either. That like you're saying, like, even if there is an afterlife, existing in this life is still pretty fucking cool. When I go to an amusement park, I don't refuse to enjoy a ride that I'm on because I know I'm going to get on another ride after it. I'm going to enjoy the ride no matter what. And so, like, that I think that, you know, what Jesse was saying is so important, that like losing that idea of an afterlife really helps you enjoy the moment today. But even while you're still taking it apart, I think that it's worth your time to mindfully enjoy the life that you have right now. And maybe that will even help you kind of come to terms with the fact that you don't need this afterlife idea, because this life is special and beautiful enough. And when you hit that wall of, well, what's it going to be like to not exist? I have a hard time with that sometimes. I struggle with the concept that, like, when I die, the second I close my eyes for the last time, that exact moment and eternity are the same thing. It's not like I'm going to be lying there with my eyes closed, missing out on everything around me, having FOMO. The second I'm dead, all of that has already happened to me. I have no concept of any of it. And to get past that kind of like mental wall, because that logically doesn't make any sense in terms of my experience, I just like to remember the fact that I wasn't born yet for like 13 billion years. There was a lot of time where I wasn't here and shit was happening. And so, like, how did the 1500s feel for you, Brad? That's exactly how the year 3000 will feel for you. And it's just, it's not that crazy. It might be scary and it might be a little sad, but it's not outrageous when you put it in there. And so just I hope thinking about it that way will kind of help rationalize it in your head. As you continue to enjoy your life today, you'll get used to doing that a little bit more and more, being more mindful and really trying to soak up every single moment you have and be grateful and excited for every single moment that you have, spreading your love to everybody around you and trying to make their lives a little bit better, so you know you've made a lasting impression and you know that other people are happy. And just smiling more when you can. And then later on, you might just wake up one day and realize suddenly that you haven't worried about an afterlife in a long time, and you didn't even notice. You just were able to put that weight down for a second, and now you feel so much more free. I hope that's what happens for you, Brad.
Thank you. I really appreciate both of you guys' takes on it. That's definitely something I think that can help me out. Now, can I ask Forrest specifically a more off-the-wall science question, but something that I recently discovered, and I want your opinion on it. Even though I know you're an evolutionary biologist, not necessarily a space person, but I feel like you're more educated than me, and you would have an opinion. I know that there is no, like I said, God or being to the beginning of the universe or anything like that. I recently discovered something called the cyclical universe theory, where the fact that the end of the universe and the beginning of the universe, the states that they are in are so similar that a lot of scientists think that is what happens, is basically the universe dies and then births another universe. Have you heard of that? And is that something that is viable?
I just Googled it, and it looks like it's talking about the Big Crunch, and like, so this is a serious question for cosmology and astrophysics, which is not what I do. However, I have read some stuff about it, and so like I can speak a little bit about it. As far as I understand, we live in a flat universe, and there are three models. What this means is there is an open universe, a closed universe, and a flat universe, and it's talking about the shape of space-time. It's talking about how much energy there is. There's the negative energy and then positive energy, and a bunch of stuff that's above my pay grade to explain as a biologist. In an open universe, the universe expands rapidly forever at the exact same rate, blah, blah, blah. And it's just crazy. In a closed universe, the universe expands for a while, runs out of energy in that direction, negative energy takes over, it collapses back in on itself in a big crunch. And that's where this idea that maybe the Big Bang happens again, and then crunches, then bang, and then crunch, and then bang, and then crunch. As far as like people like Lawrence Krauss, who was a cosmologist for a long time in the public eye, I read some of his books on this, was talking about we seem to live in a flat universe where the total energy of the universe is zero, exact amount of positive and negative out there. And so the universe will continue to expand, kind of slow down as it goes, and it gets to a point where you have a heat death, where there is no more the energy across the universe, the vibrations of things, the heat across the universe is completely even. there is no meaning to the word temperature anymore because the entire universe is the same temperature. It is expanded to the point where everything has radiated out into nothing, and the final protons decay, and everything just kind of isn't meaningful anymore, which means there would be no big crunch. And in that energy state where there is what could potentially theoretically be called, I guess, maybe nothing, maybe that's an unstable enough thing that you could have a bang out of it. I don't fucking know. But we do have some actual physicists on this channel. So I would recommend looking into, I believe, Dr. Aron Adair. I'm pretty sure is a doctor, and I'm pretty sure he's a PhD physicist. I'm 99% sure that's true. Although I'll be honest with you, I have not met the guy, so I'm not 100%. But yeah, I would ask that. Check that out, and check out a book called "The Universe from Nothing," which is Krauss's book. Krauss, like many other science peoples, are someone that don't love the guy, but like he knows his shit, and so here's the shit, and you can read it.
The Universe from Nothing is what you said it's called?
Yes, A Universe from Nothing, and Amargan just pinged me over here. Yes, Adair is a physicist, and he's on next Monday on SkepTalk, which, by the way, I need to read the other shows because I was supposed to do that earlier. Yeah, I hope that helps you, Brad. We're going to move on to, the lines are absolutely full, and we got to take some more calls, but I really appreciate you calling in.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
thank you guys so much for talking to me. You have a wonderful evening.
You too, buddy.
You as well. Take care. Bye-bye. What a nice dude.
Cool
we've got a
guy.
bunch of shows on this channel. Yeah, we've got a bunch of shows on this channel, and you watching this should really check them out. Coming up tomorrow, we've got Chewed Gum with Alyssa and Aiden. On Wednesday, we've got The Hang Up with Matt and David. On Thursday, we got the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Aiden and Josie. Then on Sunday, we've got the Sunday Show with Seth Andrews and Paulogia. Then the After Dark Sunday Show with Matt and Aron. And then SkepTalk a week from today with John Gleason and Aron Adair, the physicist that I was just talking about. We've also got this show called Live on the Line, where Jimmy Snow will just call us, the hosts, randomly while we're just trying to live and be people, and will demand questions of us, answers from us of questions that he has about things, and then makes content out of that. It's a nightmare, and you can tune into it. If you become a patron, join our Patreon, you get to listen to it. If you become a channel member, you also get to listen to it, but you have to wait like a week after it comes out. It's a whole thing. So subscribe to our Patreon if you want to listen to that. As for me, this is my last show on this or any other atheist network for a couple of months, because I'm about to be doing tours in South America and doing a convention in California and stuff. And the only way you'll be able to watch me is by watching Roll for Initiative and the other videos I'm putting out on my channel. But I'm putting out like way more Roll for Initiative. I'm putting out one video a month of my own, and like there will be an initiative every week. Go subscribe and watch Roll for Initiative. It's a really cool time. If you like interesting people and fun games and also raising money for cool people like Doctors Without Borders, check that out. We've got several other people, including John, pronouns he, him, calling in from Interesting Lizards. I think they're interesting too.
Reptile theme with the states this day.
Yeah, no, you know what? He's not calling in from there. He's calling in from Itchy Lungfish. That's a bunch of Sarcopterygians with eczema, who is an almost awake Jehovah's Witness. Love that terminology. With questions about evolution and still thinking about beginnings and the afterlife. John, you are on the line.
Hi, John.
Hi, Forrest. Hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Yeah,
so, what are your questions? Like, what's going on?
All right, yeah. Just saying that I've been listening to you and to Matt and to Jimmy and to a lot of people.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Right. Thank you for educating a lot of people. Just to give a brief summary. So just to give a brief summary, I'm now an XJW, Jehovah's Witness. This is also my second time calling. The first time I spoke to Matt and Derek.
Yeah, I see the last time you called, you're questioning. Yeah.
Right, yeah. and I'm also gay. I'm out when I moved to here in the States. So, and it's been a struggle. I actually had an existential crisis like 2 years ago, and that's when I started to. I had an epiphany. Like I was watching this video about religion is trash and it's a lie, and it was so painful to watch that for the next 6 months in that period, I was just depressed and in total gloom because I was starting to realize that, yeah, everything is definitely a lie and it's not true at all. And that's when I started to embrace the thought that there is actually no God. And it was also difficult because I just came out to my family as gay. And yeah, right now I'm mostly kind of out, but not to my extended family, not even to a lot of people I have known in the past. I mean, during my childhood and teenage. So
yeah. Well,
it's still a struggle right now,
story.
But
this is a very, very common story that we hear, and I hope that gives you some comfort. Is that, like, you know, what you're going through right now is deeply traumatic. There's no reason for you to feel like this is average. You know, it's fucking awful, and I'm very sorry you're going through it. I hope that it gives you a little bit of comfort to know that, like, a lot of the people that we get calls from who have already deconstructed, a lot of the people that are in the chat right now, I bet, have dealt with things like what you're talking about, if not specifically dealing with being gay and like any kind of like oppression from their religious family, from their religious friends, from their church, from their community, whatever like that. The feeling of being out of place, the feeling of that existential crisis, the feeling of wishing that you had an answer for something that shouldn't fucking need one. All of that is very much, I wouldn't say ubiquitous, but like widespread amongst the community here on this channel. I hope you don't feel alone, as I'm sure you do within your religion and within your community. I hope you don't feel alone here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also dawned to me that whatever emotional issues I have right now is basically, or stems from the environment that I grew up. Because even, I mean, back when I was still young, I've always felt different, and I've always kept to myself. So I'm kind of extroverted when I'm at school, but within the family or in the church or in the kingdom hall, that's what we call it. And at the same time, I always question a lot of things in the past, like the common questions like, if God knows everything, like the past, present, and future, then why is it these things are happening? I mean, we should have known. And I was just constantly getting shut down, like, you don't need to ask that kind of question because it's God. So, and I grew up in a country which is really religious, like predominantly Christian, Catholic, I'd say. So I've adjusted so much. I think better when I moved to Australia, and it's also different here in the States, I'd say. But definitely, the culture and norms here is really different. Kind of more of accepting, and there's a lot of channels where you can create social connections and deal with your emotions. But right now, my main issue is like talking out to my mom. I'm so close to my mom, and she knows I'm gay. But one time she was crying so bad, like begging me to come back to the Kingdom Hall. And I know that she's, one thing that I find really difficult is because I know that my mom is deeply, deeply rooted within the Jehovah's Witness doctrine, and she's not young anymore, and I don't, I just can't imagine deconstructing her this age.
Yeah.
It
It might not be worth your time. How old are you?
I'm 36.
You're 26, you said?
36.
36, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, Jesse, I see you wanting to say something. Go for it. I was going to ask you next. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I was about to ask you if you have some similar experiences to this.
I do, buddy. Yeah, John. The tricky thing is, like, I'm in a similar boat. My parents are still in the church, and they're getting up there in years. I'm a wee bit older than you, but we're kind of in a similar space where I'm not a believer any longer, and I also feel very injured by my life in the church growing up. It was part of a very rigid, almost cult-like environment. And my parents, they're open to hearing my perspective, but they don't want me to address my journey with them. And I've come to the realization.
Excuse me.
Now.
Sorry, Jesse. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. John, do you have like a TV or something going on in the background? There's a lot of chatter that I'm hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Sure.
No problem.
Thank you so much. That's so much better. All right, go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah. So I had to realize that helping my parents move towards deconstruction just wasn't viable for several reasons. Chiefly among them is that, as you well know, it's a painful journey, and my parents are not going to be alive a lot longer. And whether they are deconstructed or not, the end result is going to be the same for them. We all kind of just cease existing. So I have had to elect to let them enjoy their twilight years, which is hard because I want everybody to feel the same way that I do, that we should be good to each other and love each other regardless of their religious affiliations, and a lot of the ways that my parents believe aren't super compatible with that. It's very tricky because I want to be respectful of their religion, but their religion makes them disrespectful of other people's, and that's hard. That's tricky, right? Are your parents are they older?
Sorry.
Are your parents older? Are they
again? No, not really old. Like 60s, in the 60s.
Okay. But a lot of their culture is
built
old. Around
it's old.
The temple. What do they call it?
Yeah.
We probably have a little bit of a delay. So a lot of their friend circle, their social circle, their support structure is based around the church organization. And I'm all for people deconstructing later in life, but it sounds like Mom isn't necessarily open to that. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
What's
going on
with the loud beeping in the background?
I'm getting some beeping in the background too.
Yeah. John, do you have us on speakerphone or something?
No, I'm on my headset.
Oh, please take us off the headset. Yeah, we're getting some weird feedback. Sounds like you're in an elevator.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Is it better?
Yes, that is much better.
So I guess let's see. Where were we? Anyway, I think a useful tool, because your mom is not that old. My parents are in their 80s. Is to be the most authentic person that you can be, and let her see that you can be happy. Let her see that you can have purpose and meaning. That's one of the things I wanted to say to Brad earlier. Gosh darn it, I forgot to say that to Brad. But there's a lot of purpose to be
Brad,
found.
he doesn't get to hear it.
Fuck you, Brad. Call back later. The church provides purpose for a lot of people, especially like the very insular ones, like the Johos and the Mormon Church and the more rigid structural churches. They provide purpose, and sometimes when you deconstruct, you lose that sense of purpose. And if she sees you moving with purpose, I think that'll give her the courage to ask some questions, hopefully. And if not, she's your mom. It sounds like she loves you. It sounds like she accepts you. I love that she accepts you for your sexual health. That's awesome. I appreciate that about her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if she's definitely accepting, but I just came out and the family never really talked about it.
Okay. Forrest, do you have anything to say about it?
Yeah. The couple of things that I would say is, number one, don't try to deconvert your mom. I just wouldn't do it, especially not at this stage. You coming out is going to be upsetting for her because she's in a religion that tells her that that's wrong. You deconstructing is going to be upsetting to her because now she's got to grapple with the concerns about your eternal soul and all these different things. There just isn't a really good situation here for her, and being compassionate about that is really important. And it's also really important to just ask yourself, like, what actually is the end goal of trying to talk about that stuff with her and deconstruct with her, and what are you willing to risk for that? Lots of people deconstruct in their age, and I think, as Jesse said, seeing you live a happy and fulfilling life might be a big part of that for her. But what you're risking by pushing it is your relationship with her. And that's, I don't think that would be worth it. If you're concerned about this enough to call and ask about it, I don't think you also would see that as worth it. The best possible case scenario is you have to now go through a very deeply tumultuous experience with her while you're also dealing with the deeply tumultuous experience with yourself. And that could be extra difficult. So for you at this point in your life, I would focus on you. I would focus on your deconstruction, on your mental health, on your sexual health, and your fulfillment of your well-being and coming into who you are. I think that's all things that you can be working on right now for yourself. And for her, I think the conversation doesn't need to be a debate about religion or a debate about sexuality or a debate about, I think the conversation needs to be, I love you so much that even though you believe some things that are hurtful to me and that are compelling you to ostracize me, I still love you and I want to be a part of your life and I want you to be a part of mine. And I hope that you will love me enough to allow me to make my own choices and maybe make my own mistakes because I'm a grown-up and that's what it's all about, to be a grown-up. And so, at this point in my life, I'm following what my heart's telling me, just as you are, and we can see eye to eye on that. And maybe down the line, who knows? Maybe I'll turn around and come back. Maybe you'll turn around and go my way. And I think, as crazy as that sounds to you, it sounds as crazy as to me to come back to you. So just let's have a relationship built on that love and that respect. Because if you can't respect me and you can't allow me to be myself, then I can't allow you to be a part of my life making me feel like shit. And just setting down that boundary and establishing that law of love between the two of you, I think is the most important thing that you could do, both for you and for her. And I think it's a great guide to kind of put that relationship forward from here on out. That's what I would recommend it.
I truly appreciate all the words and the thoughts from Derek and from you, Forrest. Yeah, because my dad is an atheist, but because we grew up not having a tight relationship with him, so we don't actually talk much. So I'm more attached to my mom, and right, and it's also right now, my older brother, is kind of starting to go with my mom to the Kingdom Hall, and it's like I have this kind of thought to talk to him about what is going. I mean, the expectations, but at the same time, I don't want to cross the boundary, because when I came out and when I had my existential crisis, I was so precise, telling them that I want my boundaries from now on. You respect mine, and I will respect yours. So I'm also in a like in the tug of war, like should I talk to my brother or not? Because he's not really fully immersed yet. So, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it's helpful because it's different. Because I was baptized, my sister was baptized, my mom was baptized, but my older brother has never been baptized. So I just thought it's easier to talk to him about if he's really gonna push it and what to expect. Especially that here in the States, like Jehovah's Witness is viewed as like a cult, which really shook my core when I learned about it.
Yeah, man, I think you're on the right track, and I think as long as you have that, as long as you're focusing on making sure that you are happy and safe and fulfilling, you being true to yourself and fulfilling your destiny of being whatever the hell you are and whatever the hell you want to be. I think that's the most important thing for you. And as long as you're focusing on building a relationship that's based on love and trust and mutual respect with your parent, I think you'll be just fine. And if things go sour, I think as long as you have those things as your foundation, I think anything that goes sour will be on her end, not your end. And you can deal with that as it comes. You talked about in your prompt, you said you had some questions about the beginning and the afterlife. Is that something you want to try to dig into a little bit, or do you want to move on to the next thing?
Yeah. Okay. So, again, I want to thank you both for all the thoughts. I just have a question. As I was saying, I still have this 15% of my some religious remnants in my core, and I know that you're a biologist, right, Forrest? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Right. And I've always listened to Matt, and that I'm not sure again if I've interpreted it correctly, but do you have the same thought about afterlife? Like, I know that you guys are skeptics and that you don't believe at the moment because there is absolutely no evidence of God's existence. But it's just a question for me, are you open to the idea? What if, I mean, how do I construct
Yeah, totally.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm like, that's the thing about being a skeptic. If you are a hard line atheist and you say there is no such thing as a God, there could never be such thing as God, nothing that you say could ever convince me otherwise, you're not a skeptic. The concept of you can't change my mind is the exact opposite of skepticism. So yeah, if you could prove to me right now, if you could provide me sufficient evidence that there is such a thing as a God, I would believe it. And I would no longer be an atheist, and I would be sitting right here exactly as I talk about any other scientific truth, the same way that I talk about evolution, the same way I talk about climate change, the same way I talk about the earth, the same way I talk about whatever. I would be talking about how God is real, and here's the evidence for it. I would still say he's a dick, but like that, I wouldn't worship this God, because any God that's in charge of a universe like this is clearly a fucking psychopath. But like, I would believe it was real. And the same thing with an afterlife. I don't like the idea of an afterlife very much, but there are some pleasant concepts surrounding it, and there's some things that sound pretty interesting. And if I had a reason to believe it, I would be talking about it. If there was even some evidence, I'd be talking about it. There's plenty of times on the show where I talk about things that have like kind of spurious evidence, but like, here's what it is. And like, I'm down for that. But as it stands, not only is there no evidence for it, there's plenty of reason to believe that it isn't a thing. And so I just don't really care to sit here and rack my brain about it too hard unless somebody has a good, compelling thing to say.
Right. I actually I'm not really, I mean, because Jehovah's Witness concept of afterlife is kind of different from Christians.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have like literal hell, or you suffer in eternal hell. So but there's basically when you die, then you're just kind of sleeping until the second, the Armageddon, like the final
Yep.
battle, which in which if you still not in Jehovah's side, then you will be killed for eternity. So there's absolutely not a concept of eternal hell, which I'm not grappling about it, but maybe just, it's different when you grew up like having this kind of thought of living after you die. So just that it comes and go, but I'd say that I'm able to handle it better, a lot better than 2 years ago, because it was really hard for me, and and I always listen to you about evolution, about how life begins, and I'm kind of racing back, and I'm more encouraged to read more about the beginnings of time, even if we still don't really know how life began, right? Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah. So, like, the thing is, we don't have all the answers about where the universe came from or how life got started. We have a lot of answers. A lot more today than we did 50 years ago, and we knew a lot more 50 years ago than we did 100 years ago. Like, we're learning more and more. But pretend we didn't. Say we didn't know anything about it at all. Even if we don't know anything, there's no good reason to say, well, I don't know, therefore magic. Kind of put in a supernatural. There's just no reason to do such a thing. And also, like, you have to kind of grapple with the implications of that. If, like you said, when you die, you're actually just in this weird sleepy state for a long time, then that must mean that your mind is somehow disconnected from your body, because we know what happens to a body after you die. We've watched, there's body farms. You can go see how they rot and how they decay, and within minutes, your brain's fallen apart, and like so that must mean that your mind is somehow disjointed from your body. And what is that all about? How does that work? And where's your evidence for such a thing? My grandma had Alzheimer's just before she died, and parts of her mind went over the course of a couple of years. So, like, was she dying in chunks? Did her mind go to this other afterlife in pieces, or did it go all at once and it was just like sequestered in different parts of her brain? Or like what actually was happening there? If that is the case, and like you're not on Jehovah's side when the Armageddon comes and then you're killed, okay, so then there is such a thing as actual death then. And like when you talk about afterlife, you don't actually mean eternal life. You mean sometimes eternal life for some people, but there is such a thing as annihilation. And like, why not just apply that kind of thinking to death now? It's the exact same thing. And also, what kind of God would do that? Like the concept of like, I'm going to go kill you either physically or spiritually because you didn't worship me or believe about me? Like, what's that all about? I don't have any children, but like if I did and they didn't know I existed, I wouldn't punish them for that. That'd be fucking weird. So like just what you're describing here is just, it's not only does there no evidence for it, but like the implications for it, if there was evidence, are gross. And I think that if you really grapple with the reality of what's being offered and kind of get out of the flowery packaging that's been presented to you in, you might not only not believe it, but not want to believe it either. It sounds god awful.
That's something you just touched on a thing that was actually very instrumental in my deconstruction process, and it's that with your grandmother suffering from Alzheimer's. I'm so sorry about that, by the way. That's an excruciating process.
It's good. It's terrible.
It's nightmarish. But when I was in the church, I was like, well, why is there this biological component to our personality, to our spirit, to our soul? How come all of a sudden, we can, if somebody has a traumatic brain injury, it changes the core of their being. If the internal soul is just always there, how come I can, as a former kickboxer, I used to be a lot. I feel like I was a lot sharper before I started that, and
I used to know math.
I used to be so good. I could do subtraction and addition, and now I'm only at half capacity there. But it's that was a question that really bothered me as I watched people age and change, and all of a sudden, this person that is supposed to be eternal is acting different. this person that is supposed to be eternal, even though their body lives on, is a shell of their former being. And that, to me, was one of the questions that really kicked me right over the edge.
Yeah, it's powerful to think about, because like I think, you know, one of the things I talk about a lot, and it really, if anybody has ever taken an entry level psych or neuroscience course, you will have heard about Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage was like the first, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was like this amazing case study that kind of got us started in the field of neuroscience, where it was this dude in the old West back in the 1800s who was a railroad worker, and he was doing blasting through a mountain. He was using dynamite to blast away through a mountain, and there was an accident while he was in there, and this dynamite went off, and it blasted an iron rod straight through his skull, and this rod was red hot, and so it cauterized on its way out, and it just obliterated his frontal lobe, and then the guy like was able to walk out of there because it just absolutely cauterized everything. And he went to the doctor, and the doctor was like, shake it off, go back to work. And because, you know, it's America. This dude suddenly, who doesn't have a frontal lobe anymore, this dude who is known for being hardworking and sober and responsible and compassionate, all of a sudden is sexually predatory and mean and cruel and like, you know, lazy and like all these things. And it got the doctors thinking like, there's something about this part of the brain that this guy no longer has that must be controlling those, you know, animalistic instincts and making a person, you know, giving them the personality that they actually have. And so like, if we know so much about the brain, and if you can listen to, like, there's a guy named Dr. Ben Ryan. He's a neuroscientist from Stanford University. Now he's in New York. You can find him, Dr. Brian, Brein, Dr. Brain, on most platforms. He's a good friend of mine, and he can do all these cool lessons where he's like, this part of the brain does this, this part of the brain does this, this part of the brain does this. Okay, so then is your soul in different places? Is the part of your soul that needs food chilling here in your medulla oblongata, and the part of your brain that feels afraid is chilling out here in your limbic system, and the part of your brain that has love is over here in your cerebral cortex? Is, you know, what's going on with what about the part of your brain that like cares about your body, your somatosensory cortex up here that feels things? Is that your soul or not? Because if your soul is disjointed from your body, how is it interacting with it so much? Is the soul feeling pain when you pinch yourself? If so, why and how? Is it like a little control box thing, kind of like inside, or like what's going on? You know, like there's a million different things to think about here. And when you look at it from a scientific perspective, a purely naturalistic perspective where there is no soul, there are some questions. But when you incorporate the concept of a soul in there, there's a lot more fucking questions. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that's incorrect. It just means that you have your work cut out for you in a way that I don't think you wanted. So like, these are just things to think about. I don't know. But with that, John, we're going to move on. Our lines are completely full, and I want to give more space for Theists to call in. But I really hope that everything that we've talked about today helps you in some way.
Sure, definitely. And I'll continue to binge watch all the shows related to atheism, especially your community. And I have been watching YouTube shows for like few months now, and you guys really helped me so much to further explore about a lot about the reality, not like living in the religious realm. And thank you so much. I appreciate your thoughts, Derek and Forrest. I'm such a big fan of yours.
Well, thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. And I really appreciate you tuning in. I really appreciate you watching these shows. I hope they help. And I hope you call back again sometime soon with an update telling us how your deconstruction's going. And I look forward to the call when you call in and say, hey, here's why I'm done with religion. I think that would be awesome.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, John.
Take care, John. Bye-bye.
Cool guy.
John's a super nice dude. I really hope things go well for him. like I said a second ago, lines are completely full, but I just hung up with John, which means there is one spot open. Theists, feel free to call in. We already have a few atheists on the line, but we are primarily a theist-centered show. If you are an atheist and you're having some struggles with your deconstruction, or you have some trauma that you're trying to get over, Jesse's good at that, so feel free to call in as well. But I'm always have lines open for theists as much as we can. Because that's what we're here to do. We want to answer your questions. We want to hear about what you believe and why. And to the amount of people that I get, at least in my comment sections, telling me that Jesus is very real and that I need to believe in him and fear him and all these things, and that they can prove it to me, and that they can absolutely destroy atheism and all this stuff. There's one line open.
Well, I'm low hanging fruit, man. I'm not a double master's Forrest Valkai, man. I'm easier to argue with. You could probably convert me still.
I hear. In all fairness, I won't be a double master's Forrest Valkai either until next spring. But that number on the bottom of the screen there is 720-619-2288. Or if you're an international caller, or if you just don't want to pick up use the phone thing, you can use the web link in the description to call in as well. Theists, give us a shout. Tell us what you think and why. We have a couple more theist callers on the line that I'm going to get to here in just a second. Before I do, I want to remind everybody that this is SkepTalk, and as a part of SkepTalk, we read your super chats. So if you have a question for us that you don't want to call in about, something, or a comment, or just some little thing that you want to throw out there, we read super chats that are over $5 at the end of the show. So feel free to send those in, and Jesse and I will be addressing those after we end all of the calls. We were just chatting over here. We're all... Both Jesse, myself, and our producer are all pretty much good to go as long as we have theist callers. And so we're going to go through all our theist callers. We have a couple of atheist callers this year waiting as well. Make sure to get to them as well. And we'll just go until we're done, because it's the most important thing about this channel, is to serve as a hub for deconstruction for you guys. And we want to be here for you. And also, again, this is my last fucking show for a couple of months. I want to squeeze everything out of it that I can.
Shout out to Dungeon Dad in chat, by the way, Forrest Valkai. He's the reason Michigan exists. God damn.
Yes, I was Josiah. I've never met you, but I've heard very great things from Jesse. He says you're just a radically awesome dude, and any friend of Jesse's a friend of mine. He's telling the truth. I just got back from a paleo dig, and exactly 1 year ago, I was on the same dig in the same place doing the same thing. And I had like this long ass 4-hour drive across Oklahoma, and I was listening to Dungeon Dad's videos. I just had my phone playing his videos over the stereo, and I was listening to his Monster of the Week and stuff like that. And I was just kind of thinking about, like, okay, well, how could I implement that? And how could I do that and all this stuff? And I texted Jesse with a really cool character idea that I got. Then I was listening to his videos and getting all these ideas. And I was bored on this long drive, and ended up calling Jesse, and I was like, "Hey, you want to do something really stupid? Let's get a bunch of our friends, a bunch of influencers from all around the country, and fly them all to Denver, and build a big ass studio, and rent a bunch of 4K movie cameras, and just spend tens of thousands of dollars that nobody has, and let's play a dope ass game and raise money for charity. What do you think?" And Jesse was like, "Fuck it. I like suffering. Let's do it." And it was all because of me listening to Dungeon Dad's videos. So thank you so much for Dungeon Dad, and for just being you. You seem like a really nice guy, and you are credited in the credits of the thing that we're putting out. And it's I don't know if I told you this, but it is crazy to think about the fact that I just got back from that same paleo dig, and I'm now exporting this series. I called you exactly a year ago, like, "Hey, do you want to fucking do something really dumb?" And now exactly a year later, we're about to release it. And that feels crazy. That
was the most world-weary yes I've ever given anybody. I was like, "Oh, this is going to be so much more work. Let's do it."
Oh my gosh. I can't tell, like, everybody watching this, like, it's, maybe you'll understand a little bit when you see it. I don't know, but it is difficult to express just how much time and dedication and energy and love went into this. Like the legitimately hundreds of hours that have been dedicated by Jesse and I individually to make this project happen are absurd. And the sheer amount of money, like I wasn't joking about, like, tens of thousands of dollars we have sunk into this to make this work. And it's all for an amazing cause. Doctors Without Borders are such fucking amazing heroes that we are so proud to support. So like, please support them. You can use, you can head over. We put the link in the chat. There's a Calasia, just put it in there again. You can watch the trailer. We've got the Tiltify going on. And every single one of the episodes is going to be 14 episodes coming out. Every single one of them will also be a charity thing that you can, a fundraiser you can donate right there on the video. It's a hell of a game, and it was so much fun to make. And it was also, here's a fun fact, my first serious actual TTRPG game that I've ever actually played. I used to play when I was a kid, but it was like fucking around with family and friends and goofing about. And then we did the one charity stream that was like a couple hours long. This was the first actual serious legitimate campaign I've ever played. And you get to see that if you watch this, and it's
you did such a good job, y'all. I'm so proud of Forrest.
Well, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I was definitely the weirdest at the table. And also I want to mention Calasia 789 bought me this. I don't know if you've seen it, but just speaking to you, our dear mod, this came in the mail. This fucking monstrosity. And I've had it here next to me this whole time, and it just lives in here, and I scared my niece with it. It's great, y'all. I was on a show with Eric, the Skeptics and Scoundrels, and we talked about the Tooth Bunny, and Calasia 789 bought me this fucking nightmare of a mask, and I love it. So thank you so much for that. It really means a lot to me. And somebody else sent me the entire box set of Bunicula as well, which I will be giving to some of my younger nieces. Fucking Tooth Bunny. Anyway, those are all the things. We got more shows coming up. Super chats over $5. Jesse and I will read them at the end of the show. And we're going to move on to the next thing, if you're ready for it.
Yeah.
We've got Max, pronouns he, him, calling in from elongated. Nope, that's not right. I did that same thing last time. He's calling in from isometric lobsters.
Oh.
Yeah, really just interestingly angled crustaceans. What? And he says he would like to provide empirical evidence for his religious belief. Max, you are on the line.
Please do.
Hi, Forrest. Hi, Jesse. Salam alaikum to you both. And I would like to provide some concrete, indisputable, statistical evidence why believing in a God is better than not believing in one. So I have developed this syllogism, as they call it, as to why it's true.
Sure.
So my first part of the syllogism is based on empirical evidence. A study by Arthur C. Brooks called Religious Faith and Charitable Giving. People who are religious, on average, donate $2,200 compared to only $640 by people who are secular to charity. And furthermore, they devote 12 times per year to volunteer for causes, whereas secular people only devote 6. That is my first piece of evidence why believing in God is better for society.
I already reject your premise. If you want to keep going and go through the rest of them, we can, and then we can go into our issues with them one by one later, or we can start here and work on this one first.
Let's go one by one. This way, it's easier for you to understand.
Sure. So immediately, I have an issue because you're saying religious people donate more and they volunteer more, and therefore it's better to believe in a God. What you're describing is just behavioral control. So if you have a group of people that are this religion and they're saying, hey, it's a good thing to donate, everybody donate, and you get some great social benefit out of it, neato. That has nothing to do with whether or not the belief is true. And as you just pointed out, secular people don't not donate. They may donate less. I don't know how true that is, but we'll assume that what you're saying is completely true. But there are other ways to do that without indoctrinating somebody into an untrue belief. So, like, for example, Jesse and I have been sitting here shamelessly promoting this massive charity project we're working on. we donate lots of time and money, and have historically done so even before either one of us had any kind of a platform. And so we're people that are charitable and do charitable things. And with the kind of, I think that with education, especially, people become more charitable as you learn about the world around you. With that kind of charity could be a cultural thing, not a religious thing, very easily. To say that religion is a good thing because there's more charity is ignoring all of the awful things that religion brings. And it also ignores the fact that some of those charities are awful too. So like if you were to talk about like people donating to, I'm sorry if I'm stepping on your toes, Jesse, but like when you talk about donating to something, you're not saying where you're donating. And if it's like Chick-fil-A donating to organizations that provide conversion therapy, I don't consider that a charitable thing. You're donating to an organization that is carrying out torture on LGBT people. And you can call it donation, you can call it volunteering. Doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. And a secular person would never donate to an organization like that. So, Jesse,
that was exactly my point, because like when I used to work in the church, I used to be a very active member. I was a music and youth pastor for decades, and we did a lot for charity. But the charities, and I don't know, I haven't read the study that you listed, Max. So I may be speaking out of ignorance here, but I can tell you from my own personal experience that the charities that we were supporting were very stilted towards furthering our agenda. And while they were legally charities, I don't really firmly believe that they actually benefited mankind in any sort of meaningful way. It just made people more susceptible to being indoctrinated by my religion. Now, I'm not. By the way, thanks for saying peace be with you. Peace be with you too, man. I appreciate that. My religion, our charities that we supported were just for making more of us. And I don't know. I would love to read the study at length. I haven't had the opportunity to yet, but I will be, because like Forrest said, that is a quality of religiosity, right? But here's this is a horrible comparison, and I'm sorry, and you deserve better than this. If I get a tapeworm, I'm going to lose weight. And that could be seen as a beneficial quality of being infested with a parasite, but in the grand scheme of things, having parasites isn't a great thing. So I don't like this to attribute the beneficial nature of religion to one thing that may or may not be a beneficial attribute. And I apologize for comparing religion to parasitic infection. That was poorly done.
Oh, I'm not offended.
No, I thought it was great.
It's okay.
I thought it was great. Yeah, that's our concerns with your first premise. If you want to address those things, you can, or if you want to move on to your second premise, it's up to you.
I think I will move on because, to be honest, I also have not really looked too much into which specific causes this goes towards, but that is just my first premise. But I also have more, the second being that also to a study by Pew Research, babies born to Muslims will begin to outnumber Christian births by 2035, and people with no religion will face a birth dearth. And a dearth, for people who don't know, is like a lack or inadequate supply of. So, not being religious hurts your demographic, hurts your population, and especially in the context of us facing off against China. They're about to invade Taiwan, of Russia, who are trying to step on our toes in Ukraine. It's important that we have, and the general crisis of not enough soldiers in the army, in American army. It's a big issue that it endangers our national security.
So again, I have issues. If the argument is that Muslims have more babies than atheists, okay, what's going to happen to those babies? Well, if they're young men, they're going to be indoctrinated into a terrible religion that teaches them really awful things and causes them to treat other people in awful ways. Or maybe they're one of the people that kind of doesn't take their religion super duper seriously, and they're otherwise good people who just believe something that's really ridiculous and will defend a faith that's pretty fucking awful. Or if they're women, they're going to get all of that, and then also maybe genital mutilation, and also will have to live their lives wrapped in a cloth bag, and also will be more subjugated than their husbands, and depending on where they're born, might not be able to go to school or drive. So, sure, you're going to have more babies, but is the quality of life going to be good for those babies? also, there's the fact that like the whole we need to have enough babies to fight other countries babies thing. It's Nazi type rhetoric. It's weird. And like I get where you're coming from in terms of like these other countries are trying to do war on us and we need to make sure we can compete. But like deliberate population control for the interest of future cultural domination is some fascist bullshit that I don't think anybody should support, and especially coming from an Abrahamic religion has a particularly gross slant to it. And then third and most importantly, it still doesn't make it true. Just because a religion tells you to be a good person, just because a religion makes you have more children, just because a religion means something to you, just because a religion treats a disease, or helps you get out of a disease, not if it's like a medicine, but like if a religion like treats you, helps you with addiction, or helps you with suicidal ideation, or makes your life more meaningful or better, or builds a better relationship, there is no amount of social or personal benefit to a religion that makes it true. It's either true or it's not true. And you called in saying you had empirical evidence for your religious belief being true. And so far, the first two things you've given us is it makes the world a way that I like. And that simply isn't good enough. Jesse, do you have a follow-up on that?
You know, I bet that Max isn't. I don't want to speak for you, Max, but I bet you that those principles are not something you actually stand behind, right? Like making babies just for the purpose of getting shot up by countries and wars that probably don't need to happen in the first place. I don't believe, Max, that you actually stand behind that. I don't, man. I don't, because I don't think anybody does. That is a.
Jesse, I beg to differ. I think that if we see the way that Russia, for example, just invades another country with the aim to take over their land and peoples, it's I do believe that Americans, we stand up for freedom, we stand for liberty, we stand for, we defend the free people of the world. And
but as long as it's economically beneficial for us, yeah.
I mean, depending on which country you come from, we certainly don't stand up for freedom or liberty or the good peoples of the world. I mean, there are lots of people that we have our boot thoroughly on their neck. And man,
we do as long as they use their freedom in a way that we approve of.
Right.
Are you?
If they democratically elect
the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
No, of course not. I'm just saying that if there's another country that democratically elects a socialist leader, America becomes pretty anti-democracy pretty fucking fast. And so, like, yeah, no, we support freedom and stuff as long as that freedom is economically beneficial for us and it's the right kind of freedom that supports the corporatocracy that supplies America. As evidenced by like pretty much the entire history of South America over the last 2 centuries. I mean,
I agree. We did a lot of terrible things to, the Southern and Central America. However, nowadays things are different. We're more free markets, and the American people, they don't really tolerate that, I feel, anymore. But to your point about, fascistic views, I completely stand against that. Every country should be able to free trade, and if we're not proactive in defending our allies, like Europe, like Taiwan, then these really brutal regimes like the Chinese communists who oppress the Uyghurs in Central Asia, the Russian fascists who oppress the Ukrainians in Donbass, that gives them a free rein to do whatever they want, and it's in our best interest.
But I just want to point out the fact that like you're talking about America supporting these things and defending our allies. We are currently funding the genocide in Gaza. So like, it's not about freedom. It's about geopolitical power and economic power. That's what it's really about. And, you talk about the Uyghurs in China. I also agree that's evil. What are we doing about it again? Because right now it seems like it's absolutely nothing. And you talk about,
You're right.
all these things that are out there. Like, yes, there's a lot of horrible shit going on. And yes, America is responsible for a lot of horrible shit. And it seems like the name of the game remains do horrible shit as long as it makes you money. And then manufacture consent for that horrible shit by taking money away from your own citizens and telling them that it's somebody else's fault and that anybody who speaks out against it is part of the problem. That's what we've been doing for a very long time. It's what we will continue to do as long as we, are living in a country like this. So I don't know how we got on this topic exactly or where it's taken us, but no, America is not the land of the free, and whoever tells you that is your enemy.
What do you think, Jesse? I disagree with this completely, but I want to hear your stance on this.
Also, I want to point out, you mentioned that countries should be able to trade and all these things. Do you think that their countries should be able to trade freely between each other?
Yes, of course. I think everyone should have.
So then
trade.
you're also So then you're also against the fact that, like, for example, China just made like electric vehicles that are way better than anything we have here in the U.S. And so we put like a 100% tariff on them. So if you want to buy a $10,000 electric car from China, you now have to pay. Right. That's not free trade. And that's not freedom. And that's just protectionism. And that's the opposite of that.
Just because my government does it, it doesn't mean that, we as people have to morally agree to it. Sometimes we don't have a choice because it's, bureaucrats in Washington.
Right,
but my point
But your statement was that America stands up for freedom. Your statement was that America stands up for freedom and defends freedom and liberty and all this stuff when they just don't.
We are protecting Europe from Russian aggression.
Okay, we're protecting Ukraine a little bit while also funding a genocide right down the road in Palestine. So, like, cool, we're a little bit on the right side on one side, and we're very much on the wrong side on the other part. Like, I can't. It's like if somebody's lighting a bunch of babies on fire, but he fed a puppy once, and you're like, yeah, but he feeds puppies. He stands up for puppies. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not saying that we have to be completely perfect. I do say, however, that you can't be, like, literally, not exaggerating, funding a genocide and then try to get credit for supporting a country that's currently undergoing an invasion, but only a little bit and not nearly as much as you're funding the we've given tens of billions of dollars to Israel to drop bombs on refugee camps. We've given them tens of billions of dollars. We can't turn around and say, yeah, but like, we helped a little bit in Ukraine when the situation in Ukraine has never been more dire. We could be helping a lot more, and we're not, because we're more interested in supporting the murder of brown people.
It still doesn't change the fact that we are experiencing a decline because not enough people are enlisting, not enough people are donating to charity. We have big homeless crisis, migrant crisis.
Yes.
Tens of millions of babies are murdered each year.
I'm not enlisting because I refuse to sign over my life and my rights to a government that has consistently demonstrated that they're more interested in oil than they are in basic human dignity. So, like,
do you think Ukrainians
I'm not enlisting and
deserve freedom?
And as far as everything else is concerned that you're talking about, I do donate a lot to charity, and I do actively push other people to support charity. And I also backed the Oscar Wilde critique of charity, that it's disgusting that we have to have charities, that we live in a society that is so broken and capitalistic and fascistic that you have a homelessness crisis and a hunger crisis. Like, those shouldn't be problems, and those problems especially shouldn't require the help of other people who are themselves struggling. Lower and middle class people should not be having to skip meals and risk their rent payments to make sure that other people can afford basic human necessities, when our government is willing to pay billions and billions of dollars to give people tax breaks on private jets and yachts and bomb brown people on the other side of the world. It's fucking dumb. Our priorities are out of whack and our country is failing. So hell no, I'm not going to fucking sign up to enlist to go get my ass blown off so some rich billionaire can buy a third fucking mansion. It's not my problem. And I don't support this country in those endeavors. So why would I sign up for that? I'm going to fight like hell to make this country and this world better in a way that makes sense to me and my intellectual endeavors and my understanding about what's going on, rather than sign up for people who have consistently demonstrated that they don't give a fuck about me unless I'm making them money.
Well, and we shouldn't have.
I am, once I am old enough and trained enough, I will go to Ukraine.
Jesse was saying something.
Sorry, Max, I'll let you go in just a second, buddy. It's just we shouldn't even have a homelessness problem. We have so much money going out to fund things like, we could take the money that we've given Israel to blow up brown kids over the past 6 months and stop homelessness in America today. Like it could just be over. There would be no more homeless Americans. And you talk about, raising a next generation of fighters. Ground wars are a thing of the 1800s. If we actually give a shit about our military, we're not going to send 18-year-olds with M16s over to countries that don't know what they're doing, that are just drunk on nationalism, and they're just going to shoot all the brown people they see. If we are trying to have a surgical, effective, intelligent military, we're not going to use children to do it. We're going to... Sorry, I'm sorry. I sounded very aggressive. I'm passionate about this, Max. Please go ahead, buddy.
You should be. No, you should be, and that's what fucking gets me, is like, how the fuck are we talking about this as if our nationalistic pride is at issue here? I don't like the fact that I, as a 31-year-old dude with some sort of stake in this world, have to watch two fucking dinosaurs looking more crusty than your sister's bed sheets stand up there and talk to me about, like, what they think the world should look like. I don't think that people who don't know how to change their TV input from HDMI to component should be making tech decisions. I don't think that people should be making economic decisions if half of their job is manipulating the stock market and the other half of their job is investing in it. We live in a corrupt and fucked up country, and hell no, I'm not going to support it. But I am going to support the people who live here. That's why I do shows like this. I don't believe in an afterlife. I'm soaking up a little precious moments of time that I could be spending hanging out with my wife, hanging out with Jesse, playing video games, fucking off, and instead I dedicate days and weeks and months of my life to earning more education and coming on shows like this to try to make the world a better place. I don't get where you're coming from here, dude, to say that we need to be enlisting in the military and that we need to be donating more to charity when we fucking are. None of this makes your religion true. None of this makes your religion compelling. It's weird, dude. I've been talking about this a lot, man. I just, go ahead. Go ahead.
Forrest, I understand Forrest, where you're coming from. And,
Yeah.
Of course, for me as a deist, I don't think any of religions are true. I think they're all made up, except for maybe some ancient one 4,000 years ago. However, the religions is what enables us to move forward as a society, what enables us to mobilize resources. I don't want to use this, and I think that, obviously we should not be spending money on useless stuff, but, but being realistic about, what we can and cannot do. It's, religion is a useful engine to improve our society, because, I think objectively you will agree with me that America is better than Russia, that America is better than China, that, as flawed as our Constitution is, it's the Bill of Rights that keeps us somewhat free. And
is America better than Russia and China? In what ways is America better than Russia and China? What percentage of the population of Russia and China is currently in prison?
Wait, are you for real? Like, are you seriously saying that Russia is better than America? It's not.
No,
Russians
I'm asking
have
you.
No freedom.
I'm asking you, what is the incarceration rate in Russia and China?
I think it's less relevant than freedom of speech laws, than Second Amendment rights, than Fourth Amendment rights.
How many rights, like Second Amendment rights and Fourth Amendment rights, do you think that prisoners get?
In Russia? None.
No, here in America.
But prisoners are in prison for committing a crime. I'm talking about the general society. And,
are they?
In Russia, if you go...
So here's a question for you.
Okay, allow me...
America...
Yeah. Okay.
No, hold on. America is about 4% of the world population. 4% of the population of the planet are Americans. However, America makes up about 20% of the total prison population of the planet. So almost a quarter of all prisoners on the earth are in America. Do you really think we have that many criminals here? Or do you think that we have an authoritarian police state here?
So allow me to respond.
We hide behind a beautiful flag and say, well, at least we're not Russia.
First of all, yes, sure, we maybe overjail people, especially minorities, for like bullshit crimes like possessing some weed. However, in Russia, if you go outside with even a blank piece of paper, you're going to be arrested and put into jail for, discrediting the army, and you have like no political freedoms at all.
And right now in America, if you set up an encampment at a college, at a university campus that you pay tuition for, you will also be taken to jail.
So those are different things. You can go to Times Square, you can go to the front of the White House or the Capitol with, any sort of banner you want, and the police is not going to come up to you and say, "Come with us," and then put you in
Really?
a jail cell.
You should tell that to the Black Lives Matter protesters a few years ago when you had people like steamrolled and beaten by police because they were out exercising their First Amendment rights.
Look, I don't understand why we're having a debate.
I'm not saying that Russia and China are better. I'm not saying that Russia and China are better. I'm saying the parallels that you're drawing are straight out of a fucking nationalist textbook to say America's so great, we're so star-spangled awesome because we have freedom. Well, guess what? Damn near every other country in the world has freedom too, at least on par that we have. And there are plenty of other countries that are more free than us, that have other freedoms that we don't enjoy. And at the end of the day, we remain a fascist police state with military bases all around the world to hold a gun to the head of all sorts of other countries, and we still terrorize our citizens as long as they're protesting shit we don't want them to protest. Like, at the end of the day, it's not much better. We have 20% of the world's prison population locked up here, most of them black and brown people. And also we have that cool little caveat. We have that little caveat in that amendment that says that slavery is illegal except as punishment for a crime. And so we lock people up like crazy, and we have privatized corporate prisons that have contracts with the states that they're in to make sure that they maintain a certain level of population. So the state has a financial and legal incentive to keep their prisons as full as possible, where lots of our consumer products are made. And you can go to the grocery store, and all sorts of shampoos and little doodads that you buy and clothing that you buy are made by literal modern day slaves here in this country because they were black and nearby an issue. I don't get it. Like, yes, sure. Yeah, cool. We have some freedom. We're not the most free country in the world, and we're certainly not the fucking bastion of liberty that you're painting us as. Jesse, your mic is muted.
Yeah, I know. I did it on purpose, kind of. I'm because I'm over here like yelling. Because yes, you just described institutionalized slavery. We are a ghost of the illusion of freedom that we project to the world and we project to our citizens. But we have institutionalized slavery. We have prisons that are owned by private corporations that, again, like you said, they have contracts with the state. You're going to keep this many people locked up, and so these people aren't going to get fair trials. They're going to get arrested for erroneous bullshit, usually based off of racial and cultural markers. And all of a sudden, yeah, I'm at Walmart. I've got Pert Plus, and it's shampoo and conditioner. This episode of The Line is brought to you by Pert Plus. Snap into a sling gun. It's fucking bullshit that we have not abolished slavery. We have just made it corporate. Sorry, Forrest, I interrupt.
No, you're right. That's the whole thing. That is the whole damn thing. So, like, you can't sit here and say that we're so damn free when we have the largest prison population in the world by a mile, and we also have this insanely ridiculous military. That we outcompete like the top. Like, we're number one military in the world, and we beat the next like 12 countries in line by like combined. And all of that military equipment, a lot of it's fucking made by the slaves that we keep in prison. It's nutty, dude. We are not this free country that you're pretending, and there's no damn way that I'm gonna sign up to get my nuts blown off in the Middle East so that I can go oppress another fucking poor village that's just trying to get water because there's some oil nearby. I'm not doing it.
Okay, let me deconstruct that. I have a perfect explanation and the response to your point. No one's saying America's the best. Compared to European countries, we're definitely lacking in many things except for guns. But, compared to other countries that, are enemies, that is like geopolitical enemies, like Russia, like China, these are totalitarian regimes that completely exploit their people. Do you know how, like, the average salary in Russia is like $200? And it's a complete, serfdom and exploitation of the people.
Did you know that there's not a single state in the U.S. where you can afford a single room apartment on a minimum wage salary of 40 hours a week, we also exploit our people. That's how we became a global superpower.
We do it to a lesser extent. We do it to a lesser extent.
No, we don't.
You know, the Russians.
This country was built. This country was built on the enslavement of one race and the genocide of another race. That's how we got to where we are today. We exploit the hell out of people, and that's historical. Talking about today as well, we exploit the hell out of people. It's a capitalist hellscape out here, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Everything you accuse other countries of, we do the same.
People. But compared to the rest of the world, we're still come out on top. And it's important that, well, I don't want to go into the shitty details because you're right. You know, America has done some shitty stuff. But America, unlike our adversaries, you know, we do have the Constitution that's respected. We do have the Bill of Rights that, you know, people fight for. People go doing these like First Amendment audits and all this other stuff. You know, if you think about it, like a world where America doesn't exist, it's like Third Reich. It's like, you know, people literally being genocided and like ethnically cleansed. Like, yes,
you mean
we are
like
not
the one right
good,
now in Gaza that America is funding?
It's a different issue because Israel is our ally. Like, we cannot like abandon them like that.
No,
but
exactly. You're saying, well, the world without America, there'd be genocide and ethnic cleansing. America is also funding genocide and ethnic cleansing because somebody that we like is doing it. So we're allowing it and we're actually giving them the supplies. So yeah, the world without America would be the world that America creates. That's what you're saying.
I think like we got away from the main point, which is that religion is good because it encourages more participation in the affairs of the state. And, you know, that is my point, that, you know, if more people like join the army, if more people donated to charity, like the sources I provided indicate that, like statistically, you know, I know you personally, you probably donate a lot to charity, but statistically, most people who are secular don't, compared to being like a religious person. And
right,
you know,
as we already established, the charities that religious people donate to tend to be religious charities that do a lot more harm than good. So I don't know where you're getting those numbers from. I don't know if they're true, but even assuming they are true, you haven't given me sufficient information to believe that they're useful.
Okay, that's a fair point, but also about my second point, more people who are more religious, they're more likely to have kids, they're more likely to have children contribute to the demographical of the country.
And then they will abuse those kids by bringing them up in their religion and taking away their basic human dignity because their religion says to. So the points you've made so far is people who are religious donate more to charity. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that necessarily is a good thing, considering the kind of charities they donate to. You said that people who are religious will join the army and fight more. I don't care. That's awful. I don't support that anyway. You said that they'll have more to do with their government. I think secular people have a lot to do with politics. That's part of being secular, in my opinion. And then you also said that they'll have more children, which isn't also necessarily a good thing, because that doesn't mean they're going to treat those children well, and it doesn't mean those children are going to be good people. And also, we're living in a climate crisis. We shouldn't be having as many children as we can right now. I'm not having any kids for several reasons, and not the least of which being that I wouldn't want to bring anybody into this world, and we have too much shit going on anyway. If everybody lived like we do here in America, we need 2 other planets worth of supplies. So, like, nothing you've said so far is reasonable, maybe even true, and also none of it does anything to prove your religion.
I mean, having kids
first of all,
not
the data I provided is true.
I'm going to just keep going real quick, buddy, because I've got 2 kids of my own, and I am terrified of the world that we are leaving.
I'm going to go ahead and mute that, because that's obnoxious. Go ahead.
That was a loud one. Yeah, I've got 2 kids, and I am leaving them a shit world. And having kids should not be the goal. Fixing our fucking country, fixing our fucking planet, fixing the way we view other countries should be the goal. Because right now, my son is going to be a draftable age soon, and I am scared shitless. I don't think joining the military, should be the goal. I don't think it's a marker of quality of the individual. And I honestly, at this point, knowing how America is involving itself in a genocide and the way we interfere in global politics in the global South, I don't think it's ethical to join right now. I would strongly discourage anyone from joining America's military at this point. So your points, man, you said irrefutable, and I was willing to hear, but I'm going to need to hear something else, buddy.
I'm going to unmute you now. There was a lot of noise, so I muted you for a second. You are now unmuted.
Okay. Sorry, it was there's a thunderstorm in my area. But are you saying that Ukraine should not defend itself against Russia, that we shouldn't support them? You know,
what exactly have we said? Hold on. What exactly have we said that sounded even close to that?
That we shouldn't have this like military, that we shouldn't be encouraging people to join the military, that, you know,
I said that we shouldn't have, I didn't actually say this, but what I was implying is that we should not have the largest military in the world by a massive margin, to the point where we are giving billions, hundreds of billions of dollars to making more bombs and spreading more war and terror when we can't even feed our own citizens. That's the kind of thing I was getting to. I was talking about how much we spend on the military and how we use our military. At no point did I say that Ukraine should not have a right to defend itself, or that we should not aid another country that is being attacked. And, like, I actually said the opposite of that. So this is just a weird red herring you're going at.
No, it's a weird red herring you're going for, because like we're going to be spending money on stuff anyways, and you're saying like forgive me if like it's like offensive, but you're kind of sounding like a Republican. Like, oh, let's help our people first before we help the world. Helping Ukraine helps us in the first place, and having a strong military.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say let's help our people first before we help the world. I said let's help people instead of committing and funding war, or specifically war crimes.
How do you think that funding Ukraine is not helping us? Like, is not helping the people?
Of course it is. That's why I haven't said anything negative about the war in Ukraine yet. I have said that we need to be helping people in general before we fund war crimes and terrorism. That's what I've been saying. Consistently this whole time, I've been saying that we use our military power irresponsibly and badly in order to benefit ourselves economically and politically, not to actually be humanitarian. We should be acting in a more humanitarian way, not funding genocide and overthrowing democratically elected governments that we don't like.
Well, that only happened in the 70s. But what I'm trying to say...
You said that, only happened when?
In the 70s and 80s.
It's happening right now. We are currently funding the genocide in Gaza. We are paying tens of billions of dollars, giving to Israel to give them bombs and weapons to drop on people in Gaza. They just had another massacre a couple of days ago where they bombed another refugee camp. And we're paying for it.
Okay, but it's not
we are currently paying for that.
I
know, so you're just going to avoid it.
So let's move to something... No.
Yes, you can't argue that successfully, so let's move on to something else.
I would say that's 2 points successfully refuted.
Yeah, good gravy, dude. We're going to move on, Max. This sucks, man.
Actually, you're intellectually assaulting me.
Intellectually assaulting you? I'm providing evidence against the claims you're making and explaining why it doesn't make sense. No, I'm addressing what you're saying, dude. Nothing that you said is compelling. I have reasons to believe the opposite of what you're presenting to me. And I'm giving those reasons to you.
I have the studies. What do you have? Respectfully.
Again, I can't see those studies. I can't verify those studies. But even the information that you're giving me from the studies is lacking context. Context that is very necessary to make the kinds of points you're making. And no matter, even if everything you said was true, even if religious people did donate more to good charities, even if having more children was beneficial, even if military service was ethically or morally justifiable, even if everything I said about it was wrong, it wouldn't do a single thing to back up your claims that religion is good or true. Because there's not a single one of those benefits you can't get without
everything that I said was true, if everything that I said was true about like it helping the having a stronger military,
because what I just said before you started talking because even if what you said was true, there wouldn't be a single one of those benefits that you couldn't get without religion. You could get them from cultural shifts and proper education. Yes, it's more effective to brainwash people into bullshit to get them to mindlessly do what you want them to do. But that is a dangerous and slippery slope that we should avoid. It results in the kind of nationalism that you've been spewing for the past 37 minutes.
America is the freest and the greatest country on earth because we are so we have these convictions that the First Amendment, the Second Amendment.
It is neither the freest nor the greatest country on earth, and all you've done here is show that you are more blinded by nationalism than you are by religion, and that's fucking scary to think about, dude.
I'm an immigrant myself.
And with that, we're gonna move on because Max, we've given you 40 minutes of our time, and quite frankly, I'm done telling you the same thing over and over. I don't. It's not worth our time, dude. Call back when you have something serious to say.
Bro needs to like check out Sweden sometime. Sweden's fucking awesome, and like they're freer.
It's bad, dude, and like it kills me. Read some Noam Chomsky, and I'm not saying that like if you read this book or it's this person who says something that I say, then you'll agree with me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like read a different book. Just get outside of your echo chamber for 2 fucking seconds and look at how life actually is for all the rest of us. Because if you go to a middle school history class, yeah, you're going to believe America's the greatest country in the world. But if you actually go out and look at America and look at the effects of America on the rest of the planet, there is no way you could seriously try to defend that statement. Just no way.
I thought we could reach him, man.
Oh man, just it's a bad time. It's a real bad time. With that, we actually have a couple other calls waiting here. However, I believe since we just ended the call with Max, that means there's now one line open. If a theist wants to call in, we filled in another one. We have a couple of atheist callers waiting on the line. Again, sorry you guys are going to be waiting for a little while because we prioritize theist callers, but we do have one line open right now for a theist to call in and give us your reason that you believe in God and why we should too. And the fact of the matter is, even if you think that Jesse and I are beyond hope, even if you think there's no way you can reach us, you could reach a lot of other people. There are thousands of people that watch this show. Tens of thousands of people are going to see this program. If you believe in a God and you care about saving people's souls, you could reach tens of thousands of people with your message, and maybe you could save a few. You just got to call in and let us know what you think. With that, we've got, hold on a second. There we go. We've got Alexander, pronouns he, him, calling in from Titillating Xylophones. What? Who's a theist who says that if the material world is all there is, then where do supernatural accounts and testimonials come from? We're going to address it. Alexander, you are on the line. How are you doing today?
Hey, how's it going? First time talking to you. Anyways, I was gonna, it's a completely different subject to switch on after hearing. I'm gonna be honest. I was upset over hearing his points right before on the topic that you guys were talking about, simply because I think he was stuck on the worldview of America. Like on the 19th century, right, golden century of America, like the Revolution or George Washington days, where like, yeah, America now is, the best country, but it's certainly not is right now. Like there's been certainly talk like about how it's a declining society and all of that, and I can certainly attest to the way you look at it.
Even
right?
then, even in the old days, even if we look back at like, the founding fathers and they were these great men who came up with this brand new idea of a free country. First of all, it wasn't just their idea. They stole a lot of it from Native Americans. And second of all, as I mentioned, this country was built on the enslavement of one people and the genocide of another. So and also all those founding fathers, many of them were slave owners themselves. Thomas Jefferson kept a black girl chained up in his basement to use as a sex toy. Like he was a fucking slaver and a rapist and a monster. And yeah, he wrote a really cool document about how everybody should be free and be allowed to say free things and have freedom of speech and freedom to defend themselves and protection from the police and all these wonderful things while continuously raping one of his slaves. So I'm not really sold on the idea that America was ever the greatest place in the world.
One more question on that, though, before I jump into my subject. Do you think it was, to an extent, at least way better than right now, or except over the personal evils, that some people or like the founding fathers did,
very no.
Ask First Nations people, man. There were people here that would strongly attest to the monstrous nature of our forefathers, the people that were slaughtered, killed, raped, displaced, and had their histories and entire lives erased. There were sovereign nations here. There were dozens of sovereign nations with trade routes, with politics, with distinct cultures, fashion, entertainment, culture that existed, and we are built on their bones.
Exactly. Like that's the thing. Like America, you can look at any point in America and talk about how great it is, but that statement always has an asterisk at the end, and it's always America was great for wealthy white men. Wealthy, cisgendered, heterosexual white men have always had a great time in America. It's been a blast for healthy, able-bodied, cisgendered, heterosexual, wealthy white men. It's always been wonderful. But for literally everybody else, America has been a nightmare since its inception, and it remains one today.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that is the case. Well, jumping into my subject, I would just like to get a answer or a thing that you would think that the reason for all these, like, let's say, ex-atheists who, dabbles into the occult and swears by themselves, right? And all these testimonials, once you go into the rabbit hole of them, that say, man, I am literally hearing steps all around me, poltergeist activity, and then you go into the exorcist, priest who they swear on everything, right? That you can put like hypothetically, let's say you can put a lie detector test on them, and they pass, right? That they say, man, I saw these people crawling up the walls, floating up 6 feet in the air, but we don't disclose that because of the professionalism over their on the church, right? What would you say to that? Like, what would be an explanation of, like, well, maybe they're just lying because it's a 50-50. Maybe it's either a lie or, what would you say?
Jesse, do you want to go first? I feel like I rambled for most of that last call, so I'll let you start us off if you want.
Sure, I'll jump in.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry for jumping onto this because I know you guys must be heated. I was heated too on the last call.
No, you're fine.
Not heated, but
I'm sweating. This is crazy.
Upset,
No, I'm heated.
You're just fine.
No, yeah. Thanks for engaging with the content, dude. You're good, Alexander. Thanks, man. The one thing that you mentioned, there's lots, and Forrest will have sharper and more concise things to say, but you did mention lie detector tests, and those are fallible for a lot of reasons. One, they're just fallible on their face. There's no such thing as a purely effective lie detector test. Two, those priests could be mistaken, and that the fact that a priest can report something that he believes to be true doesn't necessarily make it a true statement. I'm very curious when you mentioned ex-atheists. I've listened to a lot of ex-atheists, and man, I got to tell you, a lot of the reasons they're ex-atheists lead me to believe that they were never really interrogating the cause of their belief in the first place, because they're usually the most tired arguments for the faith of anyone. Forrest, your turn. Say nice, cool words.
Oh, you're fine. I think starting out with the fact that lie detectors aren't actually lie detectors is probably a good thing to do. Lie detectors detect how nervous you are. That's what they're good for. That's why they're not admissible in court in a lot of places, because you can get anybody. There was actually a study done a little while ago. I couldn't remember it. You can Google it if you'd like. But they would strap people into a lie detector, and they would ask them basic questions about what's your name, what's your date of birth, they get the baseline, blah, blah, blah. And then they'd be like, all right, now we're going to ask some really serious personal questions. These are pretty embarrassing. You need to be ready, okay? And they'd be like, when was the last time you robbed a bank? Or some just silly ass thing like that. and amping the people up by telling them this is going to be a big scary, caused them to read out as if they were telling a lie, even when it was stupid shit like, have you ever flown to Mars before? And they're like, no, but it looked like they actually had, and they were lying, you know? But that's neither here nor there. The more important thing is that, like, even if lie detectors were accurate, you could very easily convince yourself that something is true when it isn't. Like, if you know, there's people, if people have a religious experience and they really truly believe it, whether or not it's true, whether or not it actually happened, is going to be irrelevant for a test like that. If they sincerely believe it with all their heart, all you can tell is whether or not they're telling the truth, not whether they ever did actually happen. In order to understand whether or not that thing actually happened, you would need like an actual study, some peer-reviewed empirical study in a laboratory setting. And every single time we've tried to get like a near-death experience or a supernatural event under those conditions, it doesn't happen. And also, when we do have people who have supernatural experiences, it tends to corroborate with the supernatural beliefs of their culture. So when a Christian has a supernatural experience, it just so happens to be a lot of Christian stuff that they see, the angels and the holy light and the end of the tunnel and the blah, blah, blah. And when a Hindu has a supernatural experience, they see a blue person with lots of arms. Amazing. It's very weird how there's these different ghosts in different parts of the world. And then when you talk about like the actual explanations for these things, because that's what you have on here. You said, where do supernatural accounts come from? The thing to remember that relates to all this is that like drugs exist, hallucinations exist, schizophrenia exists. The most ridiculous, over-the-top, crazy, multi-billion-dollar, multinational conspiracy theory about how governments around the world coordinated to come and slip you some LSD and play tones in your ears through a hidden speaker to make you believe you were seeing this thing just for whatever reason. The craziest, stupidest thing that is based in stuff that actually exists is more reasonable and more likely than like maybe there's magic, because we have no actual evidence of magic and no reason to believe that that's real. So there's a couple of things from my perspective. What do you think about all that Jesse and I have said?
Well, I think that was pretty compelling, right? Like explanation and stuff, but the lie detector test was just one method, right? It's not like an all, in all, like, just lie detector test, everything's true. But I'm like, I've been recently very curious. Well, not recently, but I'm very like skeptical, or I'm a believer, but I've been very like curious, like very, very curious. And so I look at these videos, and I totally understand that probably 90% out there is just BS, because they supernatural is content, right? Supernatural makes a lot of content, and people could use it as like just lies, right? And just BS you and stuff like that. But there could be this side that it's like plaguing me, right? And if I were to be an atheist, right? Like, man, what if like these things, right? Like all these devices, right? That Ghost Supernatural or Ghost Adventures like use, right? Like, and then they say the most accurate things after like an explanation over the background, over the stories of themselves of the ghosts and whatever, and like immediately when they say it, this happens, or they hear a sound and it keeps happening, and then the next time they go to that place, it keeps happening, or like Ouija boards, or like things knocking over the table, like and then just one more thing, and then like the Exorcist, like by and all, like on their truth, saying like, I'm not lying, I did see people levitate or stuff like that, and then they say like compellingly they check if it's a mental illness, because mental illness does exist, obviously, and people could be crazy, but once they take that away, right? Okay, like there's not going to be a mental illness of people floating in the air, like just stuff like that. Like if I was to, like, what would you be an explanation about that? Like what do you think about all that? That's it.
I grew up in the church, Alexander, and I talk about it a lot because it's part of how I am and who I am. I witnessed a couple of exorcisms. They're not the same as a Catholic exorcism, so you maybe, depending on what your belief structure is, maybe mine were not valid. One of the earliest ones I witnessed, I was about 13 years old. There was a young man in our church that the elders had been convinced was possessed. And so they conducted a Pentecostal-style exorcism, which is terrifying for a young person. There was lots of screaming, mainly by the church elders and by the old ladies of the church. And then at the end of it, they declared this person free of the demon that had been plaguing them. And about 2 years later, he sexually assaulted one of my best friends. Apparently, the demon was not thoroughly exorcised because the demon wasn't there. The demon was this young man's mental struggles that he'd been struggling with, and it wasn't cured by the church because the church can't cure that kind of thing. There are reports, right, of things that are inexplicable, but there's not hard documentation of these inexplicable things. So you get these secondhand retellings of, yes, the priest saw this person do this. Yes, the priest saw this person do this. Most of them have naturalistic explanations, even if you believe them to be true. So it's difficult to say that this is concrete evidence of any.
Yeah, when I hear like, accounts of this certain demon possessed woman or guy crawling up the wall, it's like, all right, where's the explanation of that, like, naturally, you know? But it's like, for me, it's like, is it true or not? It's 50-50. It's an account, lie or truth. And if it's truth, and if I was there, like, okay, let me ask you this. What if you were there and you would see that? People, like, crawling up the wall, levitating. Voices, the person opening their mouth, and without even talking, you just hear this loud voice all around you, right? And it's like supernatural. Like, what would you infer? Like,
Forrest?
So I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I was inviting. We just opened up one more line to the person in the chat who accused me of cis hate. Please call in. But I'm pretty sure I heard you. You were saying, like, someone has a supernatural experience that they can't explain, hearing a voice, something like that. What would be my explanation? Is that what you said?
Yeah, crawling up the wall. Like, if you were there and yeah, like crawling up the wall and stuff like that. Like, if you were to see that.
Yeah. So I can give you an example of something that actually did just happen to me. Like I said, I just went on a paleo dig. Excuse me. I just went on a paleo dig. And the group that I went with is led by this awesome dude by the name of Kent Smith. Dr. Smith is with the Oklahoma State University. He's a good friend of mine and also my advisor for my current degree program. And he himself is Native American. And he leads this program called Native Explorers, where he goes out, where he takes Native American people and gives them exposure to science and medicine. So we go out and do a paleo dig, and we do all these explorations into Native culture. I'm there because I'm, biomed and paleontology student, so I'm there anyway. And a part of this is like exploring Native American culture and going to like historic sites and like talking to tribal elders and stuff. So really, really, really cool thing. Giving them some promotion here. On the last day of this thing, I'm hanging out with these Native kids, and they wanted to explore. When I say kids, I mean like 20-something year old. Like, these are undergrad people. They're like 21 to 25 year olds. And they wanted to explore the woods nearby our camp. And so it's dark. It's a full moon. It's the middle of the night. And me and a bunch of students, we go out into the woods, and we're touring around, and we're like looking at the mushrooms and the spiders and the cool stuff. And we find this big clearing, like perfectly clear cut. I guess it was like a picnic area. I don't know, but like it was clearly mowed. And it's this perfectly circular clearing, big full moon right above us. We're out in the middle of nowhere. And all of a sudden, all of us, myself included, strong smell of tobacco hits us. And tobacco, for anybody who knows, is really important for a lot of Native American ceremony and ritual. It's a very sacred thing. And we had just used it the other day to like, sprinkle over like massacre sites and things like that. And all of us smell this tobacco smell, myself included. And the kids, I keep calling them kids. They're fucking students. The students around me, the 25-year-old students around me that I call kids because I'm a very old man, are all like, oh, fuck, this is a magical experience. This is something that could mean something. This is, an ancestral thing. This is something supernatural. And so that's an experience that I had. And if you ask me, I don't have an explanation for it. I don't know. It was dark as fuck. I didn't see anything around me. But what's more likely? Is it more likely that somebody crushed up some cigarettes nearby because it is, a historical Native American site? Somebody had put tobacco out there before, that somebody at a house down the way, there's a lot of ranches and farmland around there. Maybe you had a party and there was smoke going on there. Maybe there was a plant growing around nearby that smelled kind of like tobacco and we were just mistaken. Maybe somebody had some cologne on that had tobacco undertone, and one of us smelled it. I know I smelled it and I said something about it. Maybe they didn't actually smell it, or they smelled something different, and maybe they didn't actually know what tobacco smoke was, but me saying that planted the idea in their head, and then they ran with it, and we all confirmed it. There's a million different experiments and story and evidences showing that, like, a supernatural event, quote, quote, becomes more and more and more supernatural the more people talk about it in a group. And also freaky things, that whole light as a feather, stiff as a board shit. It works when you have those idiosyncratic movements of a bunch of people all doing the same thing at once. So what's more likely? Is it that we were under a misapprehension and there was a logical, naturalistic explanation for what we all smelled? Or ghosts are real and magic smells exist, and somehow or another a molecule of tobacco smell was created out of nothing, or my nerve endings were tricked into believing that molecules of tobacco smell were created out of nothing, and that something manipulated my olfactory bulbs to tell my brain that there was something there somehow. I don't know what that would even look like. And like all this crazy supernatural stuff that we have no evidence for. Is that more likely, or is it more likely that something totally reasonable happened, or I made a mistake? So, like, here I am, not knowing what exactly happened. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't want to just... No, that's good explanation and all that, and I don't want to go into much, but I just really wanted to call and just kind of leave it at that, and just, just suggest the audience chat or yourselves too, just kind of like dig deep into that kind of thought, because in my mind, it's like, absolutely, there could be so many explanations where we may not even like see it, but if you look into it, there it is. But I do believe that what I've been seeing, or like in the whole general sense of like, oh man, like there's no possible way that could have happened, but it did. In my personal belief, I think that it would be then in the realm of supernaturalism or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to call to have that in, have the chat think about that maybe later on and stuff like that. And
I promise you we have. But like, that's the thing that you need to grapple with, man, is that like when you talk about these supernatural events, either the laws of nature were temporarily suspended in a way that you personally found compelling, or you made a mistake. And I want you just to, if you're asking us to grapple with maybe these things are real, we have. I hope you grapple with the idea that like maybe you are fallible and that actually these things didn't happen. Jesse, what do you say?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
There's just no, if it happens again and again, it's like, well, I mean, what are the odds? If it happens again and again and again, and accurate,
it's awesome. What I would like to say is, like, people interrogating their beliefs doesn't scare me at all. I love that. I just want to be correct. I'm not trying to prove a point. I'm trying to say that I am doing my absolute best to believe and practice and understand and teach the most accurate thing. So I have no fear of people looking into supernatural phenomena and exploring that, because I think that if they explore it genuinely and sincerely, they'll probably come to the same conclusions that I have. And if not, I want them to teach me what I'm doing wrong.
Okay. So to close it off, I assume that you two don't believe in that stuff, or don't believe in the possibility.
I wanted to for a long time.
Come on, Forrest. The world is a mystery, man. we're here. How did we get here? Everything seems in order. I mean, oh, one more thing, Forrest. One more thing, because I do. You're an evolutionist, right? And I hear a lot of anti-evolutionists, that are scientists too, state the analogy of the possibility of like evolution or the life coming into existence or whatever. It's like I'm sure you've heard of it. It's where it's like a Boeing 47 being
747 out of a twister. Yeah. You have a tornado through a junkyard making an airplane.
Right. Is that how accurate of an analogy is that? Or
an extremely not accurate analogy. So yeah, there are scientists who are also creationists. They're bad scientists. There's a reason why they are in the extreme minority among scientists. And that doesn't mean that they're necessarily completely, absolutely wrong. Certainly doesn't. There have been the history of science is that one crazy person with a crazy idea actually turned out to be right. But the thing that made them right and that made us believe they were right was evidence. And there is no evidence for creationism, nor is there any good evidence against evolution. And so what creationists try to do is they try to poke holes in evolution and say, well, you can't prove that this thing evolved and you can't prove that that thing evolved, which, number one, isn't building support for creationism, which is how science works. It's not just debunking one claim, it's supporting your own claim. X equals 0 is not the same thing as Y equals 1. But also, even if it was something that we didn't know, which most of the time it's shit that we do know, even if it was something we didn't know, all that means is that we need to find out. Because we definitely, absolutely know that evolution is real. Not only do we have a tremendous amount of evidence for it, we can see it happen. We watch it. It's a predictive theory. Okay. Not only is it something that we can go out and see with our own eyes, but like the whole, like the oil and natural gas industry, the whole fossil fuel industry, and also the entire agricultural industry and the entire medical industry are rooted in our understanding of evolution and the age of the earth. And like, if those things aren't true, those industries would be collapsed. Like they wouldn't work the way that they do. So like, it's just not reasonable for somebody to say something as ridiculous as that, to say, oh, well, it's like, a tornado in a junkyard making an airplane. It's as silly as saying, if humans came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? It demonstrates that you've never actually seriously learned anything at all about what evolution is or how it works. And that's not a problem if you aren't a biologist. If you don't study that stuff, I don't know shit about computers because I'm not a computer guy. It's just not my job. And so if somebody came up to me and said some weird shit about a graphics card, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But then I don't stake my worldview on that. But if you're a fucking biologist or claim to be interested in science and you don't get the basics of evolution, I don't know how to help you beyond teaching you.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for
that.
Hold on there. Jesse has a thing, and then I have questions for you.
Once upon a time, on I think it was on this very channel on the line. Like and subscribe, everybody. Hit that like button. Smash the like button. Forrest, you said that evolution is it the most well-supported scientific theory that we have? All of them. Gravity, like fucking relativity. it's just we have more evidence of evolution than we do anything. Am I overspeaking there?
No, it's so it is a big claim, and like I would say it is absolutely, like, if not the most, one of the top most robust claims in science.
Okay. Oh, is that like a thing?
And
just that same, or wait, I'm confused.
I'm sorry. What was your question? What did you say? I didn't hear you quite right.
I'm lost. No, I thought there was a statement said to me, or oh, you're just saying it as like a statement, right? Like,
yeah, Jesse's just kind of reiterating that, like, if there's a scientist out there that's saying that evolution isn't justifiable or he doesn't believe in it or whatever like that, they are making a very expensive claim, because evolution is not just some wild idea. It is the most well-supported, if not one of the most well-supported, theories in all of science, period. It's something that, again, as I said a minute ago, we have an extreme, ridiculous amount of evidence and verification for. It is the central theory of all of biology. All of biology is contingent on evolution. Nothing in biology makes sense without evolution. Nothing in medicine, nothing in agriculture makes sense without evolution. And also on top of that, it's something that like we can go out and see with our own eyes. Like so it's something that has been demonstrated both in the laboratory and out in the field. So for someone to not accept it, it just means to me that they are either ignorant of the evidence for it, which again, you don't have to know that stuff if you're not interested in it. That's not a huge deal. Just be prepared to be, talked to if you say some shit about it. Or it means that they're deliberately going out of their way to misunderstand something, which in the case of creationist scientists, people like, the Stephen Myers and Michael Behe's of the world, that is the case. They are ignoring the vast amount of evidence around them and deliberately giving bad arguments with their title up in front of their face to say, I'm a science guy, I know this and this and this. And then you're going to go on and say, this thing's so complex that it couldn't have evolved, despite the fact that it's been demonstrated to have evolved and step-by-step process has been demonstrated several times. And like, but I don't get it, therefore it's magic. Or you can't randomly change computer codes and computer codes can't generate themselves. Therefore, you can't randomly change DNA and DNA can't generate themselves, despite the fact that literally all of those claims are demonstrably false, which are the calling cards of those two people. It's just not how science works. And also, can't stress this enough, even if you could completely destroy evolution, you could debunk it in its entirety, and we have zero clue how biodiversity comes about, you haven't done a single thing to back up your claims of creationism. Because X equals 0 is not the same as Y equals 1, and ignorance is not the same thing as evidence. So you need to demonstrate that life is created, that there is a creator, that creator can create life, that creator did create life, how they created life. There's a million questions that you haven't answered, even if you don't have evolution.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd suggest, right, the chat to, oh, sorry, you going to ask something?
I was going to ask you, like, is evolution something that you accept and understand, or do you have questions about it? I study and teach it for a living. I would be happy to talk to you about it.
Yeah, I accept it, but I accept it, but it's like, what do you think with this analogy? Like, let's say, is it possible, like, let's say there's a coder, right? And the coder chooses to, in all the organisms, or not organisms, but like, programs to choose to, put a lot of like same type of codes, right? Variations in all its programs. And let's say, right, like God, right, in 1,000 years, or not 1,000 years, but like billions and billions of years, right? We look at it and be like, oh, but all these other organisms derive from each other's codes, right? But essentially, that's how the coder programmed it to. Could that be a possibility?
Sure, but there's no evidence for that, and there's strong evidence against it.
Right.
So, like, if there is such a thing, they've done a really good job of making it look like there isn't such a thing, and then hiding any reason to believe that they exist. So, there's no reason to believe in that any more than there is to believe in, a unicorn flying around the backside of Mars. Sure, I guess anything's possible. Why not? But, like, unless you have an actual reason to believe in such a thing, you shouldn't believe in such a thing. And at the end of the day, what you're actually comparing here, it's not just like, hey, maybe this thing is real. It's either like all of the evidence that we have for the history of biology is true, or there was this guy and he did some stuff. It's just some guy. And like, that's not really an accurate comparison. Jesse, what's up?
That's the second time. You've become very interesting to me, Alexander, because that's the second time you've hit us with a hypothetical just out of nowhere. The first one was, what if you saw a ghost come out of a guy that's supposed to be possessed? And then the answer is, I would change that I believe in ghosts. And then this most recent one was, what if in 50,000 years we find out that there's a guy that did start? We would change our belief structures, but like until we see the thing, we have. I mean, those are not. Those are strange thought experiments because they just seem to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, no. I just like to play around with the what if. But
yeah, well, and that's I think Jesse just made a phenomenal point that I would love to hear you grapple with a little bit. Is that the reason why we are atheists is because we haven't had a reason to believe in God yet. We don't have any convincing evidence of anything supernatural. And if we had evidence of something supernatural, we would change our minds. You are calling in as a theist. What would make you change your mind? And why, if you don't have the evidence that we have, do you believe what you believe? First question first, though. What would change your mind about theism?
Oh, what would change my mind about theism? Honestly, I've never have been asked that. But you kind of put me on the spot here. I don't know. I mean, I guess if the world was if the universe was not ordered, but then how would we know if that's the way it was supposed to be ordered? There could be I've heard there could be a million other types of the universe to be ordered, and it wouldn't have necessarily have been intended that way to be ordered. And then you could be like, oh well, therefore there's a God, but that's just random.
If the universe wasn't the way that it is, you and I wouldn't be here talking about it. So it just so happens that the universe is this way, and we evolved in it.
Right. I don't know how. I don't know for your question.
Well, I think that's something you should really think about, because an unfalsifiable claim isn't worth believing in. And if there's no way, if the only way to demonstrate to you,
I got it. Sorry, I got it.
Okay, yeah. Please. Yes.
I guess if there wasn't any type of religious book, or if there was a religious book, I'm a personal Christian, but it's because of out of all the religious books, I tend to believe that that's the most reliable. And I know there's a lot of loopholes and missing things about it, but I feel like if you go into the rabbit hole of investigation, you could interconnect those and make it into a really coherent and valid belief or knowing of it. But if there wasn't any, if there wasn't a Bible, I wouldn't. I literally would not be a theist.
Okay, so let's dig into that.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's dig into that. You're saying that if the Bible or any religious scripture didn't exist, you wouldn't have a reason to believe in a God. Is that a fair summary of what you just said?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so if the Bible didn't exist, then the next one in line, I'm assuming, would be the Quran, because it's more or less the same story. Would you then be a Muslim?
I would not, because I have actually searched that up, and I mean, I do believe that a lot of it was destroyed, and then I would be like, well, man wanted just to choose to a single man wanted just to do it his own way, except the biblical way, that is just a lot of other people and authors, and that weren't
Okay, so then let's dig into that then. So it sounds like you're saying that all other religions, I know I only explored one, so I'm asking you here. It sounds like what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that all the other religions on offer, you have a good reason to believe aren't true. And the Bible is the only one that you are convinced is true. Is that what I'm hearing properly?
Yes, because it check marks all the,
Okay, so then I'm just going to talk about the Bible then, because you and I already agree on every other religion. We are you are as much of you are also an atheist for every other religion. We just believe in one less God than you. And what I'm trying to convince you of here is that if you were to apply the same level of scrutiny that you do to every other religion, and the same level of antagonism as you do to every other religion to yours, I think you'd be on our side, because at the end of the day, you mentioned a second ago that you understand the Bible has some problems with it, but you think with proper interpretation, you can get something out of it. If there was a God, and this God is the God that the Bible talks about, why would that be necessary for them? Why would they give you a book that condones slavery, that condones the objectification and fucking me, dude, subjugation of women, why would they give you a book that tells you to commit genocide? Why would they give you a book that needs to be so interpreted because it's so historically and scientifically inaccurate? Why not give you something that is reliable and truthful and accurate and compelling across the generations? Why wouldn't a God do that?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you know this. I should know this, but the slavery part. Is it the same exact kind of treatment slavery how it was in the 1900s?
Sometimes worse.
Sometimes worse. Yeah. So there's different types of slavery in the Bible. There's some for Hebrew slaves and non-Hebrew slaves. So for the non-Hebrew slaves, it's the same kind of chattel slavery that we had here in the U.S. It's the exact same kind of thing. Slaves are property, are yours to own and control and pass down to your children as property. It tells you to take slaves as prisoners of war or to buy them from the heathens around you. It tells you how hard to beat them. It says the only problem is if you beat them so hard that they die within 2 days. That's the only issue. So I guess that's a little bit better than American slavery, I guess, because I don't think there were such regulations here in the U.S., but you're still owning human beings as farming equipment and passing them down to your offspring. For Hebrew slaves, however, you have to set them free. It's more of an indentured servitude thing, and you have to let them go after, I believe, 14 years, unless it has a special caveat in there. It says that if they are married and have children when they come into slavery, they can take their spouse and children with them when they leave. However, if they marry and have children as a slave, then their spouse and children remain your slaves as property, just like the other slaves, and they can go free. And if they want to stay with their family, then they must remain a slave forever. And they have a whole ceremony in there where you drive a spike through their ear and like nail them to your door frame and shit. And you have like that's so there's very clear rules for slavery in the Bible. And Jesus in the New Testament, yes, it explains that you are allowed to beat them. And God never says anything negative about slavery. Jesus never says anything negative about slavery. There's some shit in there where Paul, I think, says that people should strive for freedom. But Jesus Christ said, slaves obey your masters, especially your Christian masters. So
Alexander,
it's
did God change his mind about slavery? Did he change his mind? Did he used to be down with the slavery, and then he's like now he's less cool with it?
I don't know, but I just thought of the idea that I really wish that would be not a part of the Bible, like because maybe
too.
in the yeah. I think that it would be much more like people would be much more respectful and like believing and want to believe or worship or whatever. But if it was up to me, I would rewrite that more about. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe
there's some good stuff in the Bible. There really is. There's some stuff in there about. I love the idea. I think it was Jesus who said to do this. I can't remember if it was in the old like Jewish laws in the Old Testament, or if it was Jesus who said. I think it was Jesus who said that if you're like a farmer, that you should leave like I think it was like a third of your crops and not harvest them, so that any poor person passing by can take some free food. I think that's a dope idea. In a city like in the kind of industrialized farming we have today, maybe not, but like. I think that's great. That kind of community-focused thing is awesome. But then, like, the very beginning of the Bible, where God punishes Eve by making her subservient to men and making birth painful for all women forever. All women will have painful childbirth and will be subservient to men. Fuck that, That kind of sucks.
Yeah, there's a lot of I wish it wouldn't have been this way, but I mean, and then there's a lot of like, well, I see that if God is an all-knowing, all good, moral, but then it gets twisted because like I hate to be like, well, I mean, he chooses the moral rules for a reason, whether it be even if you're not guilty of it, but because we're inherently, in the fallen estates of because of Adam and Eve. But then it goes. I've been thinking a bit too. Like, another thing would be like, well, why didn't we get a chance in the Garden of Eden if Adam was the only one to fall? And then I kind of think about, well, maybe because we would have already fallen. I mean, we already kind of had the nature of like, well, I'm curious if I choose my way instead of God's, and so God already knew that our DNA is like Adam's, so like we already sinful in nature, and we would have already done that. So I guess, but anyways, I kind of just sidetracked on that idea. But
no, you're fine. Like that's the thing, man. Is that like we are sitting here extremely critical of the Bible and extremely critical of the God of the Bible. I don't think that this God exists, but if this God exists and he is the exact kind of God that Christians like yourself believe in, then he's a monster. Like the God of the Bible is stupid and ignorant and arrogant and hateful and cruel and egotistical and jealous. Like the God of the Bible is not a good person.
There is a 50-50 on it, and I totally understand. I totally understand. Like, okay, let's play around with it a little bit. Like, I totally understand your hatred or like, man, that's messed up. I mean, the Old Testament, yeah, like how could you do that? But it kind of confuses me too, because on the other half, wouldn't you say that like the nature or character of God was displayed on Jesus Christ? Like, it would be like, that's a lot more better. Like he went to the cross even though he was innocent and all of that, right? And let's say hypothetically he gave you life to it. There's no other way that you would have gone in life other by you being created and enjoying life and enjoying the beauty of life, like everything in it.
That is not better at all. No, it's not a 50-50. That's not better at all. Saying that Jesus went to the cross and suffered and died so that we could blah, blah, blah. Like, all that's doing, number one, that what you've described is human sacrifice. And I'm not a type of person who likes human sacrifice. Whether it works or not, I don't think it's a good thing. Second of all, it's still stupid because it's saying that the creator of the universe couldn't just forgive people, couldn't just love us, had to make a weird-ass loophole in the rules that he himself made in order to find some conditional love for people that as long as you believe in him, then he'll let you live in heaven with him, which also, heaven sounds fucking awful anyway, but like, and at its very best, like if I give it every benefit of every doubt, what you're doing is signing people into a contract before they're even born. You're committing people to a contract before they're even born and saying, you're already in it. I've already given the sacrifice. I've already gone on the cross. Therefore, thousands of years from now, you are bound by this new contract that I have set up, and you have to behave this way, and hell awaits you if you don't. It's not a good thing, no matter how you slice it. Jesse, it looked like you had something to say, and you are muted. You're still muted. No, it's not better at all. I can't. It's just terrible. And I want to hear what you have to say, and I can't, and none of us can. And the show is falling apart, and views are dropping, and people are screaming at their screens right now. They hate us.
Me?
People hate us. No, not you. It's because of Jesse and his damn microphone, which we still can't hear. Jesse's microphone is failing us right now. The audio equipment is. He doesn't because he's a terrible man who isn't ready to communicate. And even if he was, I'm not ready to listen because I only know like 4 words in sign language. The show is crashing right now. Yes, there it is.
Yes, there we go. Okay.
Whatever you push, don't push it again.
I don't know what I had myself muted within. It doesn't matter what I did. So Jesus didn't have to die. He didn't have to do all that arbitrary bullshit. He didn't have to do it. And the fact that his dad or him, depending on whatever you believe about what Jesus is or was, didn't have to make the rule that anybody had to die for the original sin of a lady eating. I'm going to say it's a mango because mangoes are pretty damn good. People always say it's an apple, and I feel like those people are thinking small time. Mangoes are the shit, and they're better than apples. Take that, Johnny Appleseed, you piece of shit. No, I mean, this is I also don't believe in Johnny Appleseed. That's not true. Anyway, Jesus didn't have to endure that. That shouldn't be a model. That level of sacrifice and torture shouldn't be something that we browbeat our children with. Growing up in the church, I felt so shitty about that I was so bad as a little boy who did his best to live a chaste life as a 7-year-old, felt like he was going to hell because he deserved it, and it's because all had fallen short of the glory of God, and we teach children this ad nauseum, and it is abusive. It's an abusive system that God could fix if he wanted to. He's all powerful, he's all knowing, he's all seeing, he's omnipresent, omnipotent. He could right this wrong right now. And if you believe he is omnipotent, he could go back in time and be like, hey, Eve, don't eat the mango. Johnny Appleseed is a piece of shit, and there's going to be a talk show in 4,000 years that will disprove that you should not have eaten this. It's such a stupid thing. As a parent, you don't just trick your kids by putting them in front of the hot stove. You say, no, that'll hurt you. You don't just let them burn themselves and the rest of mankind for the rest of eternity. Sorry. Yep.
No, that's, yeah.
Oh, like you're saying, I'm sorry, I don't want to misunderstand you. Yeah, like God shouldn't have put a tree to have the possibility of them, or you're saying they should have got.
Not only that, like the whole thing, Alexander, is fucking weird. Like just think about it like for a second. Like you're God, right? You're the most intelligent person or creature that
I'm an
is
equal
possible.
God. I've already sinned though. I'm not perfect though. Morality wise, I would have done something.
You may have sinned, Alexander, but I promise you, if your God is real, his sins far outnumber your own. But what I'm saying is, like, if this God is real, if this God is real, and this say the whole creation story is accurate, whichever one you want, because just Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are completely different creation stories, but it doesn't matter. One of them is real, and you've got, you make this garden, this perfect world, and you make humans to live in this perfect garden. Adam and Eve literally don't know what right and wrong is. They do not understand what it means to do something wrong. They have no concept of that. And so you put a tree in the middle of the thing and say, don't eat this, it's wrong. And they go, I don't know what that word means. And they try it. And then you, who, by the way, you're all knowing, so you already knew this was going to happen and you did it anyway, then are not only going to punish them for something they didn't know was wrong, you're going to punish every other person forever because these people did something they didn't understand. You can't throw a hand grenade into a nursery and then punish the babies for pulling the pin because they don't know what it is. And you especially can't punish those babies' children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren because that's insane. So, and especially when you knew what was going to happen. It's like me getting in my car and I see the gas gauge says that there's 10 miles left. And then I try to drive 100 miles. And when I run out of gas at 10 miles, I punish the car and my neighbor's car and their neighbor's car. And I'm like, fuck all cars because my car did the thing that I knew it was going to do. That's a dumb thing that he didn't have to do. He didn't have to set it up that way. He knew it was going to go badly. And then he punished everybody anyway. It's a stupid thing. Jesse, what are you saying?
Forrest, hold on a goddamn second. Because what if you murder a whole school of kids with your evil evolutionist acts that you do, but I decide that I will die for you so you don't have to deal with the consequences of murdering all of these children. How cool is that? Sure. How legal is that? I can do that in a just system, right? I'll die for you so you can get away with murdering all these kids.
You know what? You actually could take the punishment for me, Jesse. If you really loved me, you could take the punishment for me, but you cannot take away my moral responsibility. You cannot lift the burden of morality from me. That is something that you cannot do. And that is something that Christianity promises. It doesn't matter how terrible of a person you are, as long as you believe what we tell you to believe, you are saved. And it doesn't matter how good of a person you are, if you're not in the book club, you're going to the lake of fire. That's not a moral system. Alexander, what do you think about the things we're saying?
I think you sound very compelling, you too. But I believe it's in a system of like very like not in the overly, how can I say this, like without losing my freaking words right here as I'm trying to like set it out the way I would want it to. I believe it's like a very humanistic morale way of looking at things, and I totally understand how bizarre it is though, like then looking at it in the perspective of how God did it. But in the way that you guys were saying, like, well, what if God did a really run through, like, hey man, if you do this, if you do that, like you're literally gonna suffer because first of all, I think that we don't understand the severity and level of a being that God hypothetically could be. If he is that serious about sin because he isn't like over the top, mind blowingly good being, that if you, let's say he doesn't put the apple in it, but he tells you not to do some sort of thing in the Garden of Eden, but you being an a agent of you know whatever you would like to do, you may do something that is not of God. I don't think God, as a perfect moral being, would just let that slide. And hypothetically, like let's just say, right? So I think we were inevitably gonna fall short, and I think it was an inevitable knowing of God, knowing that He was gonna have to rescue us, right? Like let's just say, like if you don't believe it, but like let's just you know run through that idea.
Yeah, so,
And the whole idea
let's
about
run through that idea. Let's run through that. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like I don't want you to move on to the next thing before we address that. Like, let's run through that idea for sure. Do you believe in a literal hell, Alexander?
In a literal hell, yes, but not eternal.
Okay,
Why not?
But some sort of punishment.
Well, hold on. The hell is eternal,
believe,
though. Right?
Yeah,
in the Bible.
There's actually, yeah, but there's a lot of recently I've been seeing the word context of whatever. I don't have it on top of my head, but when it says forever, there's some parts in the Bible that says forever in the Old Testament, but refers to a period of time. And so I do believe that it's a void, completely utter, you know, whether it be fire, but not eternal though. So I think like you just get destroyed. You know, you cease to exist. You don't get the eternal life that, you know, grants you.
Whatever it is, because I would contest that based on my reading and interpretation, and also what most other Christians who call in say. But like, we'll run with that for a second. Either way, it sounds undesirable. It sounds like something that not only would I not want, but if God is a loving creator, that He would not want for me either. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, but here's the issue. Does God know everything? Is God all-knowing? He understands everything past, present, and future.
Yes.
Yeah, and you alluded to that. I just wanted to double check. That would mean that He already knows which people are going to end up in hell. He knows the conditions in which they'll be born. He knows what they're going to believe and why they're going to believe it. He could change their minds very easily. He could do it in a way that wouldn't violate their free will. But instead, He made them in order for them to be annihilated in this way. Why?
Well, that's the whole source of free agency. It's inevitable, but He gave us the ultimate. It's like today. It's like today we think.
You could prove.
It's like today. Hang on. it's today. Today we have a perfectly knowing legal system, right? But people still choose to do the wrong things, even though they absolutely know that, we were, you know what I mean? Like, it's inevitable.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You could absolutely know that God exists and still choose not to worship him. I wouldn't. If I absolutely knew God existed, I would be a theist, and I would still be an anti-theist as well. And so,
you
like,
worship him, you said?
No, if I knew for sure, absolutely 100% that God was real, I would still be on this show saying he's a dick. I would say that he's real, but I would also say that he's a monster and he does not deserve worship.
Because of your choice, right?
Yes, exactly. Because my moral evaluation of a God that runs a world like this one, where 25,000 people, 10,000 of them being children, starve to death every single day and does nothing about it, that right there is enough to tell me that I don't like this God. And especially the God of the Bible, who has these ridiculously stupid and convoluted rules that all revolve around his own ego rather than actually being a good person. I'm not interested in this God. And frankly, like I said a second ago, his sins far outweigh my own, so I don't accept his judgment. Fuck him. But that's if, and I would say that even if he was true, even if I knew that he was real. So Satan knows for sure that God is real. Satan was made by the guy and met the dude and still rebelled against him. So God could absolutely prove that he exists to the whole world, and we would still have the free will to decide whether or not we want to stick around and worship him. And I would still make the choice not to. And instead, he plays the world's worst game of hide and seek and then blames us for not being convinced on bad evidence that he exists and not worshiping him for giving us a world full of rape, murder, genocide, and robbery and all sorts of other bullshit that he has every ability to change and chooses not to.
Yeah, so I would say then, I assume that you would totally be open to liking the God, right? If you were to intervene on every bad scenario that happens in the world, right? Like,
he would have to do something first. So for the duration in the history of mankind, he would have to recursively go back and interfere with every monstrous thing that he has sat on his thumbs while he watched and allowed it to happen, to even begin to become worthy of any degree of respect. Because I don't know if you've ever watched somebody starve to death, but it's horrific. It's nightmarish. It will keep you. I honestly, people that say that, well, God's morality is higher than ours, I challenge them, because there is plenty of footage of people starving to death, and it's nightmarish. And the fact that this happens 20,000 times a day, every day, I reject the premise that God's morality is any higher than my own. I reject that God's morality is higher than Adolf Hitler's, because he has watched this happen with the ability to intervene for the duration of mankind's existence. Alexander, I think you are a good guy. You're doing something that I did a lot before I deconstructed, and it is that there are parts of Christianity that don't jive well with a thinking person's ability to understand morality. And so what you start doing is you start saying, well, that part of the Bible, I don't like it. I'd rewrite it if I could, but it's in there, so I'm going to ignore it. This part of the Bible, it's clearly bad. This is kind of our misinterpretation. I'd like to call you back to Deuteronomy 4:2, where Moses says, "Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it." In other words, we are not allowed, if we believe the Bible to be true, we are not allowed to take things and cherry pick them. If you either believe this shit or you don't, and you don't. You already don't. You already don't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, about that starving thing, I had to wrestle with that a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I do totally understand. It's a horrific thing, and I know it happens. But in my mind, it's what if there is a complete, I think it even mentions it in the Bible. I think Paul says it, that what if we can wrap our minds around this, that in the afterlife it will be infinitely multiplied, and wow, this is what I suffered in earth, but if I come to know who God is and the like, the happiness and bliss, whatever that I've come to, man, this far outweighs what I had to suffer, right? And I think Paul says it. So there's some
What if you
things that,
don't?
like, God,
What if there's not that,
but
though? And you spent all this time defending the premise. This is the third hypothetical what if. What if? Awesome. Cool. What if it doesn't?
what if it's not real? That if what I just said.
What
Yeah.
if what you just said is just something you just postulated? Because so far you hit me with, what if you saw a ghost come out of a guy that was possessed? What if you, I forgot what the second one is. Now our third one is, what if at the end of time God finds a way to make it all worth it? Maybe. What if? What if doesn't mean anything, bud?
No. I mean, it's. I'm not even saying what if. It's like saying what. Let's say it is real. Like, let's say it is like that. That if you were to have a horrible life here, right, and you were to die, and you go into the pearly gates, and immediately you were like, the first second you were like, whoa, this is completely out of my mind. I had no idea this existed. It completely flies by my head. But you're in a new realm of existence that you could understand that now because you're in the presence of God. Then I guess that would be like, man, thanks God.
That'd be
like,
sweet.
Alexander,
I have no reason to believe that's going to happen.
That's exactly what I'm going to say. Yeah, like, Alexander, you're presenting us this hypothetical of, like, maybe there is a plan that makes child rape okay. Maybe there's a plan that makes mass starvation and genocide okay. Maybe there's this big plan out there that makes it not really matter that 10,000 children starve to death every day.
That's where justice comes to. I'm not saying that God is not just too. So what if justice, total justice, comes through to the one that didn't want to change his ways and understood his, he just wanted to do something.
All of this you're saying, I want you to just for a second try to put yourself in our shoes and just hear how monstrous what you're saying is. Because I think what I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here. Forgive me if this sounds condescending. I really don't mean it to be. What it sounds like is going on in your head is, if this is real, and if the God that I believe in is truly as worthy of worship as I believe, then surely all of this awful shit is justifiable, and that there's a bigger thing that I can trust in, and when I die, I will be justified, and I'm living and banking on that hope. And what we're hearing on our side is, it's okay when a child dies moments after they're born in agony, and the mother lives her life in just heartbroken agony and dies in misery in a war-torn country, and all this horrible shit happens when priests rape children. It's great, because that's all part of the plan, and God has a meaning for it, and in the end, it's all going to work out the exact way he wants to. These are all good things that are happening, because it's all part of the plan of this guy that has this big idea about what the world, and it doesn't even matter in the end, because they're all going to go to some theme park anyway, where they're going to be very happy. And so honestly, those children being raped and murdered, fuck it. It's no big deal. That's what I'm hearing. And what I need you to try to do is, number one, hear it that way for yourself for a second. And second of all, you're asking us, what if it's true? You don't know that it is. And none of us know that it is. We're living in a world without the evidence of that. What we do know for sure, though, what you and me and Jesse and everybody else in the room can absolutely agree on, is that this life is real and it matters. And so what are you going to do with your time? Are you going to bank on the hope that maybe somewhere outside of the universe there's this magical place where you can go and it's all going to be great, and hopefully you'll get there and you won't know for sure until you're dead? Or are you going to do your best to try to make this life right now as good as you possibly can for everybody around you, and say fuck you to anybody who tries to make it worse? What's honestly the most moral and the most logical thing for you to do in this moment, Alexander?
Both. I mean, I'm all for the absolute trying to be your best, and I, like, on the other call, I really applaud you, because it really sounds like you two guys are like for like the people, like And I absolutely, kudos to that. Like, absolutely, I do know that this life matters, like we're living it. We want to do it the most positive way that we can, like you said, I hate all that, governmental stuff that they're doing, it's not good, but yeah, I know I do want to do it the best, right? But, I don't have an answer for the thing that you're like, well, it says that you're trying to justify the kids that are being raped and like murdered and stuff like that. I don't have like, oh, it's okay. I don't have an answer to say, man, that's okay. I don't want to frame it that way. I don't want to frame it to be like, well, that's okay. But what I am going to frame it is that, like, inevitably I can't do anything about it, but I do know for sure that those kids will be in a infinitely better state, right, than this earth or whatever.
You don't know that for sure, and you don't know that for sure. And also, you said that you're not trying to frame it that way, but that is how it is. That is what you're saying. Let me try to like go there logically, and maybe I'm missing something. Do you believe
good moral people?
Do you believe that God has a plan and that everything that's happening is in accordance to his plan?
Yes, but I do believe that there's an intervention by, obviously, spiritual forces. I mean, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against influences spiritually.
Do you believe that God is inevitably and ultimately in control of those spiritual interventions, as he is in control of everything else in the universe?
He is, but he is a allowing God over our free agency.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just I'm not trying to box you into a corner here. I get what you're saying. I just want to make sure I'm clarifying. Do you believe you said you believe that God has a plan and that he is ultimately in control of all things and he's allowing certain things to happen? Is there anything that is happening or has ever happened or could ever happen that God can't account for, that goes against his plan, that would stop his plan from being a thing?
Like events. I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding. I'm kind of slow brain right now with that question. Like,
you're fine. You're fine. Let me rephrase. You mentioned earlier that God knows everything, past, present, and future. He's all knowing, right?
Right.
So if God absolutely knows everything and he has a plan, that must mean that literally everything, including the bad thing that he allows, are all part of his plan. Is that right? That's what I'm hearing?
No.
Okay.
He
so
could have
then
a plan
you're saying that,
but yeah, things could not go according to his plan. Like, he has a plan, but yeah.
How? He knows everything. He already knows what's going to happen. He knows the future. So if something happens that isn't in accordance to his plan, then he must have planned for it to happen in not accordance to his plan, because he already knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, that comes to the that comes to the like, let's say, for people that he knew people were not going to believe, and he still made them, but he made them over the fact that he is wanting to give life. I mean, you weren't going to be able to experience it. So
he knows that bad things are going to happen. He knows that things that he doesn't like are going to happen. He knows the whole story front to back already, and he's making it happen that way on purpose, including the things that he's only allowing to happen, not actually doing deliberately, because he knows the outcome of those things as well. He knows the entire history of the entire universe front to back, and he has planned it out that way. Is that not a true statement?
I guess in general, I'd say so, but I'm not really comfortable in that.
If he's all knowing, there's no way around that. Like that is the logical conclusion of him knowing everything.
Yeah.
And do you believe that God's plan is ultimately good, and that the means or the ends of his plan justify the means?
I don't want to sound, I mean, Yes, yes.
So then what you are saying, and again, I'm not putting words in your mouth. If God knows everything and it's all part of the plan, and you believe that the plan is good and everything that happens in the plan is good because the end of the plan is good, then you are saying that every rape, every murder, every genocide, every earthquake, every volcano, every horrible thing that happens in the world is a good thing because it's part of God's plan. And I don't think that you actually sincerely think that way. I think that you are required by the faith that you have boxed yourself into to defend that.
Well, no, I mean, we're not robots, though. Like,
position. It doesn't matter,
philosophically
Alexander.
inevitable. It's philosophically inevitable.
matter.
I mean, he was going to make a
Doesn't
plan. He's
matter.
going to make a plan
Alexander.
for all of us are pure, perfect beings.
Alexander.
That's impossible.
Alexander,
We have our own agent.
it doesn't matter. No matter what you say
It does
next, I'm
matter.
sorry. No, it does. I'm sorry. If
I mean,
he is all-knowing and all-powerful, then he could have made any universe he wanted to, and he chose to make this one, and he made it this way on
but
purpose.
what about us? What about us? How would you expect him to make you? A robot?
It's I've got. We've been on the call for over an hour. We got other calls to go to.
Exactly.
I encourage.
That's where it gets tricky.
I encourage you to call back and talk to me again. I'm not going to be here for a couple of months, but like, do call back and talk to other people because at the end of the day, is it logically possible for me? The last time I sinned, was it logically possible for me to have not sinned and still had free will? For me to have just chosen the other option?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. No.
Right. Like, it's, yeah. I could have made a different choice, and everybody else could have made different choices. It's incredibly unlikely, but it's very logically possible that he could have made a universe where nobody ever sinned. And you don't even have to go to the edge of probability. He could have just chosen to say, I love my children. I love my wife. There's not a single thing she could do that would make me want to torture her or kill her or annihilate her or anything. I love her. I wouldn't do that. And this is God saying to his children, I love you sometimes, as long as you do the right thing and believe the right thing. And also, some of you are going to die horribly, and some of you are going to get raped. But like, hey, man, I got a bigger plan than you, so it's all worth it. And here you are having to defend it. Alexander, I think that you're better than your God. And I think that you are more moral than your faith. And I think that you are being boxed into a belief that is completely undefensible. And I hope you call back and talk to us about it more, because I think that you are better than this.
Yeah, no, honestly, I applaud you, man. I applaud you so much because I'm going to give you, Forrest, and Jesse a 5-star, a 6-star review on like hospitality, because I can't say the same when I called on the other time with Matt. You know how you can get
Matt's a grumpy guy. But Matt's also been doing this for about 1,000 years, and he's heard every argument 15,000 times, and he's just kind of over it. But that's the cool thing about this channel. We had a lot of hosts with a lot of different styles, and my style is a little bit more friendly than his.
No, and I applaud you, man, for being a good dude, and you too, Jesse. And I love this discussion, whether we agree to disagree, but it's all out of good educational,
Most
love.
Most
Thanks,
definitely.
Alexander.
Alexander, I hope you have an awesome rest of your night,
appreciate it.
dude.
All right, man. Y'all have a good day or night.
Take care. Bye-bye. Jesse, do you have anything? I feel I talked a lot the last 20 minutes of that. I feel
you were hitting all the hard points. I just I see a lot of me in Alexander there, where you're just it's hard to interrogate these things when you're raised in them, and one of the things that was really impactful for me is that he's making his own Bible, and he doesn't realize it yet. He's taken what he knows, and you had a great point. I think he's a better person than the God that he professes to believe in, and I really hope he does call back.
me too. And like, honestly, I think something that was really important, I really want to praise Alexander, is that like he was very honest the whole time. Like there were a few times where like he said one thing and then kind of backtracked a little bit, but like that's just the nature of having a conversation about faith. But like, honestly, I don't think he was trying to be deceitful. I don't think he was trying to waste time. I don't think he was a troll. I don't think that was a very, very, very good conversation. And I really appreciate it. And I hope conversations like that, I feel, really help other theists who are listening, especially people who are on the fence, who have a lot of the same ideas as Alexander and need to hear a serious conversation rather than, a screaming match. The calls we get on the show sometimes where I'll get real heated and call somebody an asshole and hang up on them and say a bunch of shit. Like, those have their place for sure, and they're fun. But like calls like that, I really, really appreciate somebody who's willing to put in the time to actually have an honest conversation. And I hope he does call back, and I hope that he calls back and is willing to chip away just a little bit more at the morality of his God, as he already is doing. I love what you said. He's making his own Bible. I love that. With that, we've got a few calls left. We've got a couple of atheists and we have one theist. We also have 2 lines open right now for theists who want to call in. But these might be our last calls of the night. We're going to go on to. We're actually going to take an atheist call first. I know we usually prioritize theists, but this person's been waiting for a very long time, and I want them to talk to you. And I'm going to go bust a hot waz really quickly. And so I'm going to let you talk to this person for 2 seconds while I do that. This is Aiden, pronouns he, him, calling in from Prickly Anus, who is asking what advice we would give him as a young person. He's 17 years old. Venturing beyond the ideology of his upbringing. I think you would be the best person to talk to about this first. I might have some ideas afterwards. I've got my headpiece in. I can still hear you.
Cool.
I'm just going to step out of the room for 2 seconds. Aiden, you were on the line.
What's up, Aiden?
Hey, everybody.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing excellent. How are you doing?
Good. Forrest gave you a heck of an intro there. Let's talk shit about him while he's out of the room. He doesn't have his mic with him. Screw that guy in his beautiful shock of crimson hair. You had questions about kind of interrogating and questioning the belief structures that you grew up with. Does that sum it up all right?
Yeah. So I actually had something written down to like sort of explain where I'm at, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, please do.
All right, awesome. So, hey, everybody, I'm 17, and I have a rather complicated relationship with religion. I grew up Protestant, but when I was 14, I became disillusioned with it and wanted something else, so I went with Roman Catholicism because it's older, and I thought that might be a more accurate, version of Christianity. But I wasn't satisfied with that either, and my views changed forever when I began listening to thinkers like Chris Hitchens and Stephen Fry and Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and Michael Shermer and other people like that. And they've showed me that there are different ways of using critical thinking skills to look at this super tough issue. So I was just kind of wondering what advice you'd give me as someone that has taken a tough step of looking behind my fundamentalist upbringing and just want to figure things out for myself.
Yeah, I mean, you've taken big, brave steps already, Aiden. I'm going to say that you are smarter and braver than I was at 17 because I didn't begin questioning these things until I was in my late 20s. So kudos to you for one, buddy, because your ability to ethically and genuinely be introspective about these things are huge. And I did a similar thing where I kind of winked at Catholicism for a little bit towards the end of my deconstruction journey as well. So that's kind of a fun coincidence. Don't stop reading. Don't stop questioning because like I said, the truth has nothing to fear from questions. That's one of my favorite things about this journey that I'm still on. I'm still open to finding if God's real, I want to know. I'm still not going to like him, but I like Forrest was saying earlier, like he's still kind of an asshole, but if he's real, I want to know. Forrest is back now, and Forrest, we said nothing about your beautiful hair.
Yeah. I also don't have red hair, so I don't know what's going on with that.
It's super red.
It's just not. And like, what's cool is that like you can. I realize what the problem is. The problem is that I'm sitting under these lights, and I've got this light in front of me, and so I've been adjusting the compensation. This is what my camera wants my shit to look like, and I'm having to adjust for that and bring it
like
down
Raggedy
quite
Andy.
a bit. It's a bad time, but like, yeah, what I was saying about all this, I think that, like Jesse said, I think that you're on a great path of just questioning, and what I think is really important for you to keep in mind is that is a story that we hear so often on this channel from people who are deconstructing or have deconstructed. So many people tell us, I was looking for reasons to believe in God, and I started looking around, and I just couldn't find anything. And I jumped from religion to religion faster and faster and faster until finally they all fell apart. I was this kind of Christian, and then I was that kind of Christian, and then I was very quickly that kind of Christian, and then the next week I was like a pantheist, and then the next week I was like this kind of deist, and then the next week it was done, and I was an atheist. The final death throes of my religious belief just finally fell apart. And it's because when you actually start asking serious questions, like the ones I heard you mention, Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris and other people like that. When you start asking serious questions, not only about whether or not there's any reason to believe in this stuff, but if there is a God, what kind of God is it? It just becomes like logically and morally indefensible very quickly. So as far as like my advice for what you should do next, you're already on a great path. The thing you need to be very careful of is the other super common thing that happens to a lot of new atheists, where they fall into a bunch of conspiracy theories and shit. Because people who are raised in dogmatic thinking suddenly realize that they questioned the creator of the entire universe, and he ceased to exist. And then those people, a lot of times, will go, okay, well, maybe if I ask any question about anything, that means that it'll fall apart too. And then they become anti-vaxxers and flat earthers and anti-Semitic, all sorts of shit. It's bad. So get good, not just at like thinking critically about religion, but get good at thinking critically about everything and practice skepticism. Because skepticism and questioning and things like that, it doesn't mean just not believing anything. It means just asking good questions and moving forward when there's good evidence, and only believing something when you have a reason to. And a lot of people miss that when they're coming out of atheism. That would be my advice to you.
Gotcha. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So yeah, that reminds me. Last night I watched the episode with Matt, and there was this caller that called in, and he was saying how he doesn't even believe in gravity, and I'm like, oh my god, like, because like this stuff, to me, it was shocking to hear, like, wow, this is like actually up for debate. Like, people think that this is not right, and like same guy with evolution. I mean, evolution's awesome. Like, why wouldn't you want to believe in that? So yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying. So just as far as I hear you saying, it's just a matter of be careful not to confuse skepticism with doubting things that are like proven.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just like so I have a shirt, my favorite shirt. It says "Question Everything." You can buy one at valkailabs.com. And I love that shit, but I hate that like now that phrase has been co-opted by conspiracy theorists, and question everything means that vaccines cause autism and shit, because like I said, people think that if I can ask a question, then that means there is no answer, or the answer is insufficient. And like, if something's true, then I should just know it. And so like, yeah, just be careful of that kind of thinking, and make sure that when you are using your skepticism, you're using it appropriately, and that you're actually asking good questions, not biased questions, and that you're willing to accept good evidence, not apocryphal bullshit evidence. And you're 17, and that's something that you'll get better at as you get older. I strongly encourage taking, it sounds like you're probably right about the end of your college career, or your high school career. When you get into college, take a course in like general psych, take a course in logical thinking, take a course in maybe philosophy, maybe, I don't know. My philosophy course wasn't great at that, but some philosophy courses could be. And and kind of practice those things. Make sure you know what logical fallacies are and how to identify them, and know especially that thinking that you are beyond fallacious reasoning because you understand logical fallacies is a fallacy, and that you too can be duped, and you need to be careful of that. And be willing to double check yourself and things like that. So that's all. Those are the things that you need to be doing while you're moving forward, because it sounds like you're already well on the path of deconstruction. You can listen to people like us and call in shows like people like this. But like, the biggest thing right now is just make sure that you're moving forward in a safe and responsible way, so you don't fly off the handle into some dumb shit. Because it's real easy to fly off the handle into some dumb shit, and I don't want to see that happen to you, Aiden.
Thanks. Hey, do you have time for one more quick question?
We do.
Awesome. So my backup question was, as I mentioned, I was raised Protestant, and so since I was a kid, the fear of hell was always kind of put in my head. And so even now, I'm 17, 10 years later, whatever, and I now understand that there's not enough evidence to believe in God, let alone heaven or hell. But I still have this fear in me of hell because it was put into me as a kid. So do you have any advice about how I can get rid of that?
I'll touch on that a little bit. Is that okay, buddy?
Yes.
So fear of hell, it's tough because you don't want to. It's easy to fall into a trap of feeling betrayed and angry because you were betrayed, and you have some justifiable anger here, because the people that were supposed to look out for you told you about a thing that isn't real, that is not only scary, it's the scariest concept that the ancient world could come up with, right? Torture for all of eternity. That's literally some bored Bronze Age guys tried to come up with the scariest thing to threaten people into following their Bronze Age sex manual. So the fear will last a little while, especially because you're young. And it's normal to be afraid of things. Very few people are just fearless at 17. I'm sure not fearless at or however old I am. So the fear will subside. What I would suggest, and I think this was very helpful for me, is to investigate what hell actually is, according to theologians, to historians, to people that can provide context outside of the Bible itself. Because when you realize that Gehenna is a place in Israel, or isn't Greece? I don't remember where it's at. It's in the instance. It's over there. It's near the Mediterranean. That a lot of these concepts of hell are not internally consistent with what the Bible says and with what the dogma says. I feel like education and knowledge kind of defeats fear, and so we're kind of told to fear hell and don't read about demons and don't read about devils and don't read about what hell actually is, because all you need to do is trust that if you do what God tells you to, then you don't have to worry about it. But now that you are, I feel, rightfully questioning the existence of a God, read about what hell actually is, because the Bible's not consistent as to what it is, and so you don't probably. Also, there's a lot of different hells, right? You're not afraid of Forrest does this stuff all the time. You're not afraid of Hindu hell or Muslim hell. You're afraid of Jesus hell, and you're afraid of one more hell than I am, and that's okay. You're, like I said, the people that were supposed to take care of you kind of didn't protect you from this abusive dogma. So now, also one more pitfall that it's easy to do, just because I know I've been ranting for a little bit, Forrest. I'll shut up in a second.
Please.
I touch on this a lot as a former theist and as a former believer that was heavily invested in the church. It's easy to get a little snide and a little angry at the doctrine that you were exposed to, but it's ultimately what you want is to help people arrive at the truth. And it has been my experience. I went through a hell of an angry atheist phase, and I didn't do the world a lot of good. I was just being like, fuck you, you're all abusers. But that doesn't open people's minds and hearts. Did you do that too, Forrest?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. but like we've had some sweet freaking dudes calling in today. Alexander and I think Max. I don't think we would get a beer together, but the guy that called before Max was pretty cool. And if I was still in angry atheist mode, those conversations would have gone very different. So be wary that you're allowed to be angry at religion, but it's probably not productive to be angry at religious people as a whole. And that's all I got to say. Forrest, sorry.
No, I think that's an incredibly important distinction to make. It's one that I try to make from time to time, because like people call in and say, "Oh, you're attacking Christians." No, I'm not. I'm attacking Christianity. I'm attacking Islam. I'm attacking, the Jehovah's Witness religion, whatever the fuck you'd call that. I am not attacking religious people, because religious people, although they are often abusive in their beliefs, the only reason they have those beliefs is because they were themselves abused. They were taught these awful things, usually by people that they trust. And usually those people that abused them only did so because they were abused by the people that they trust. It's a terrible situation. And if we stopped teaching religion to little baby kids, and we started teaching religion at the age of 25, religion would be dead in 2 generations. It would be over, because the only reason it works is because of that level of abuse and indoctrination at young ages. That the terror of teaching kids that they're not only going to hell, but that they deserve it. That they're so broken and wicked and evil and sinful and disgusting just by the nature of being born. The best possible thing that could happen, the divine will of the most moral being in the universe, is that they be tortured for all eternity. And the only reason that they should ever be spared that is by being subservient and servile and worshiping this monster in the sky that created them. That is abusive. It's terrible. And the fact that we teach it to kids is disgusting. And the fact that you're dealing with it right now is tragic. And I'm genuinely sorry. And you have every right to be pissed off about it. But I think Jesse made a phenomenal point, is that make sure you're pissed off at the right thing, because I'm pissed off still. And I take it out on this show where I try to help other people. I'm not going out there and, attacking individual Christians or individual Muslims and telling them that they are bad because they believe the thing. I say their beliefs are bad. Except for sometimes when they are bad because of the things that they believe. But that's rare. Anyway,
Yeah,
what do you have any final thoughts?
Well, first of all, thank you both for your time. I appreciate it, and also want to keep it rather brief compared to the other callers. I just want to say thank you guys both for your time this evening, and
thank you. You waited on hold for a fucking long time, and I really appreciate you being so cool. I love what this person just put in the chat. It was be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. I like that a lot. Also, Aiden, there's a really cool organization out there called Recovering from Religion that helps with things like this. They have call-in lines you can call into and talk to counselors and people like that. A guy by the name of Dr. Daryl Ray, who's also a host on this show, he's a geologist, I believe, started that organization. And it has a tremendous amount of resources, groups and shit that you can attend, even virtually, I believe, to help you with these, the trauma of religion, and help you deconstruct these fears of hell and things like that.
Aiden, I just dropped a little link in chat. I haven't read it a lot, but it's just like a cultural perspective on hell, and it kind of goes into what some of the contradictions of the concepts of hell are. And I think learning about these conflicting ideas of what hell is and what hell isn't is going to be helpful, because once you realize how preposterous the notion is, it becomes less terrifying.
Directly underneath that.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I was going to say directly underneath that is a link to recoveringfromreligion.org as well. So, Aiden, check those out.
Thank you both for your time. Have a great evening.
You too, buddy. Proud of you, man.
Bye-bye. Be well.
What a good awesome freaking guy. Wow. 17 years old, man.
Aiden's going to do good. I'm going
to be working for Aiden one of these days.
Also, to the person in chat, their message was deleted by a mod because they posted in all caps because that's the way it was written. To the person in chat who dropped the title of my master's thesis, go to bed. You're done. You're done for the evening. That was, how dare you? How dare I got chills seeing that shit. Oh my glob.
I'm not a good friend. I don't know what the hell your master's thesis is called.
I'm glad. It's a paper. It's been published, so you can. But like, don't nobody read that shit. The potential for using cervids as proxies for paleoecological reconstruction through stable isotope analysis and implications for out of Africa 1. That's the title of the thesis for my first master's. Fuck that, dude. Good.
You're so That's deer critters, right? Cervids?
Cervids are, even-toed ungulates, deers. No, sorry, no, they're not even-toed ungulates. Those are bovids as well. Those are artiodactyls or even-toed ungulates. Cervids are deers. Artiodactyls are even-toed ungulates. Deers among them. Bovids are also among them. But I wasn't studying bovids because everybody knows what you can do with stable isotopes from bovids. Stable isotopes from cervids were the interesting thing. And guess what? 3 years later, I found, sometimes with oxygen you can do stuff. And that's pretty cool. It's oxygen 18, everybody. Stable isotope of oxygen. Pretty okay at being predictive of rainfall in cervid enamel. There
amazing.
You go.
That's actually super important. It's easy to get lost in like how complex that sounds, but it's very cool that you did that, buddy. Proud of you.
It's a tiny piece of the puzzle is the thing, and that's the thing. Is like all we know now because of my research. All we know is that you can you can use some fossils from some species that contain some isotopes to know some things somewhat reliably, and yet we didn't know that before, and now we do. It's a very tiny little bit of information that now people have.
You contributed. I seldom contribute.
I'm not doing a thesis for this master's. I'm not contributing with this second one, and I just because I'm done. I'm done with it. My contributions at this point will be like being a 15th author on a paper because I found one more fossil that went in the pile. I'm not doing anything else. We've got one more theist on the line and then 2 more atheists, and then I think lines are closed now. So to the people who hemmed and hawed and wanted to talk about their transphobic bullshit in the chat about how I'm being a cis hater by pointing out the society has been systemically structured for the benefit of cis people, you missed it, and now I'm going to be gone for 2 months, and you blew it, bruh. Whoop. Didn't throw up though. We've got Anish. I believe the name is Anish. I believe that's the right pronunciation. Pronouns he, him, calling in from Dubai, all the way from Dubai. Who even knows what time it is there? Who says that he can prove God's existence. Anish, please tell me if I said your name right, and also you are on the line. Anish, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, buddy.
There you go. Hey.
Yeah, it's early in the morning here. It's 6:30 actually.
Oh wow! Thank you so much for getting up so early to call us. You said you can prove God's existence. Okay. Which God are we talking about?
I'm a Muslim actually, so I have an argument for the existence of God. If we keep the problem of evil aside, I will go to that argument. Is it okay?
Okay, we probably will go back to the problem of evil later, but if that's not where you want to go rhetorically at this moment, I'll hear you out.
But I think problem of evil is just an emotional objection, or maybe to the character of God. It doesn't deal with the existence of God, right?
Okay, fair enough. You're right. Okay. That would be an issue of what kind of God is it if it exists. I think that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Let's talk about whether or not God exists.
Okay. Are you aware of this argument called Argument from Limits from the book written by Josh Rasmussen?
Okay.
Yeah, the argument goes like this. Yeah, The argument goes like this: anything that has limit is dependent on something to define that limit. Okay, anything that has any particular arbitrary limit is dependent on something, a prior event or prior whatever cause or something to define that limit. Out of all the
Okay. If I thought about that for a long time, maybe I'd come up with something. As it stands right now, it sounds all right. I'll just go with it. So, okay, let's assume that's true. Oh, are you there? Anish, can you hear us? Anish going once. Anish going twice.
What I'm saying is,
there you are. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Sorry. Yeah, we could not hear you for a long time. And now we can't hear you again. And the call dropped. Fuck. Anish, if you can hear us, please call back on a more reliable line. Or I guess you can't, because call lines are closed today. Call back again sometime, because we could not hear a word after that. I'm sorry.
I was getting Kalam vibes off of that. It's kind of, I wasn't quite sure.
Yeah. I wanted to hear what he had to say, and the dude was waiting for over an hour. I wish I could have heard it.
Sorry, Anish.
Poops.
Oops.
Well, then we're gonna go to Mario. Pronouns they them. Calling in from Tight Xenomorph.
Ooh,
what?
This xenomorph isn't baggy at all.
Who wants to talk about natural religion? Apparently talked to me before, and I said to call back. I don't remember, but like so refresh my memory, Mario. You were on the line.
Hey, I don't exactly remember what we talked about last time, but I have autism, and I have to say it every time I talk to someone because just of how I talk and stuff.
That's fine.
And you were on with Paulogia, yeah. So like I'm an atheist. How's the audio?
It's okay.
All right. Last time it was like really popping. Anyway, let's see. We don't have to call it natural religion. That's just what William James called it 100 years ago. What I'm talking about is like a systematic way to develop a naturalistic worldview, such that while you're like you achieve self-actualization while you're forming the worldview. It's all like integrated with each other. We can like, this is something a lot of us are kind of doing already. Like you, for example, I kind of wanted to talk to you because you know biology so well that you like can see the meaning in it. You know how people call in and they want to quibble about a thing in biology with you, but you like already know what they're talking about, and they're like you said a few minutes ago, biology doesn't make sense if you don't accept evolution. Biology doesn't make sense to them because they don't accept evolution. And they people call in because they're afraid that if they don't believe in God, their lives won't have any meaning. But meanwhile, you're here explaining to them all the meaning biology has. You know, see what I'm saying?
Not really.
Okay.
Jesse, are you smelling what they're stepping in? Are you?
I'm trying real hard, Mario. I'm so sorry, friend.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding where you're going with this. It sounds like what you're saying is that everybody derives meaning from like their understanding of the world, and my meaning that I derive comes from my scientific knowledge. But someone else who doesn't have that experience or that background won't have the same reason to believe the things that I do, and wouldn't grasp it the way that I present it. Is that what you're saying, or am I missing it?
That's part of it. What I'm saying is, when a theist calls in, what I'm seeing from them is like a fear that if they don't believe in God, their lives won't have any meaning. But
Okay.
but
yeah.
like you know this, right? Like biology kind of like also answers why questions, not just how questions, you know?
So to speak. Sure. Yeah, and that is very common. Like a very common argument I get is like, if I don't have XYZ thing from God, this edict, then why am I alive? What's the meaning to my life? What blah blah. Yeah, I get those things quite a bit, so I understand that. And that's a part of this show. Are you defending that, or are you saying that I need to think about that?
So
more? What's the point of what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that, like, you can like calm their fears by, by like telling them they don't have to be afraid to lose their meaning because there's so much meaning in the natural world.
Absolutely. I mean, so meaning, like this is something that I get into quite a bit especially when I talk to religious people who derive meaning from their religious, faith. I did an interview with Donald James Parker over my channel a little while ago, and one of his biggest issues was I pointed out that I'm a nihilist, and he was like, "How can you say that and that doesn't bother you at all?" And it's like, I think because he believes that I think that there's my assertion that there is no inherent meaning to anything means that everything is just whatever, and that I can just do whatever I want or whatever like that. Like, I find great freedom in there not being any meaning, because it means that I can derive my own meaning from things, and I can look for meaning in my own life, and that is borderline existentialism. Only I take it a step further than an existentialist would. Also not a philosopher, and I see J. Mike, he's probably banging his head against a wall right now, wanting to say exactly what kind of philosophy would fill in the gaps of what I'm talking about. Fuck you, J. Mike. But the whole point is, like, yes, you're right. When people, when religious people see that lack of meaning that comes from losing their dogmatic doctrine that tells them your life means this, it can be scary. But that just means that they need to find something better to live for, something more worth their time. And I have my ideas and my options. Jesse has some that are similar, but like, yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that I actually wanted to say to one of the earlier callers, and this just kind of harkens back to that, is that when I was deconstructing, I felt a loss of purpose. And, we have a genetic predisposition towards beneficial altruism. It helped our ancestors stay alive because they're hanging out. But I found that when I lost religiosity, I found purpose in my ability to positively impact the lives of others. That became, and it started small with me, just my family, right? Trying to make their little lives better, and their lives are worse if I'm not trying to do that. So that became a purpose for me, and then I realized I could do that for the world at large. And that's kind of where a lot of, I feel like purpose can come from, maybe not should, but can come from for people that are deconstructing, is that, we have not necessarily a prerogative, but we have an option to make everyone's life a little better. And that's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great source of purpose for a person to have. What religion does to people is make them think that like they get all their meaning from their religion, but like it blinds them to the meaning that comes from what they do every day.
Yeah.
They don't have to give up all of those things to give up their, faith, right?
You exist in
We
this
need,
universe, and you are not the only conscious agent in the room, and that in itself bears with it responsibility that can become a meaning for your life. Like you can just try to be a good person and leave this place just a little bit better than you found it. Like that enough is just fine. You know what I mean?
yes. So, like, my main point is that people are religious because of fear. Mostly, it's like subconscious, like primal drives that are very, powerful in humans that we don't spend a lot of time thinking about.
That what is derived from that?
Basically, like any organized religion, like we're afraid of death,
yeah.
so religion tells us, we don't have.
That is something I've heard before, and that's paraphrase, but yeah, long and short, yes. But now we live in an age of enlightenment, when we don't need that anymore. It's just not necessary. So here we are now, where we can actually see the consequences of our actions, and we know where shit comes from, and we can have a serious conversation about death, and take the time to grieve ourselves and come to terms with that part of reality, and not be so afraid. When I think about death, I'm afraid of what it's going to do to my wife. I'm afraid of how she's going to get along without me and how she's going to feel. I really hope that if I had a choice, that we get to die at the exact same times, that neither one of us grieves the other. I want us to go to live on an island and get fat and roll around on the beach and just die immediately, simultaneously. That sounds great. But the reality is that's probably not going to happen, and one of us is going to have to be very sad. And that's part of the deal. The pain that I will feel then is the opposite side of the love that I feel now, and it's the price that I pay for feeling the love that I feel now, and that's a fucking high price. But I know what I feel now is worth it. That's the kind of thing that I worry about and I feel scared for when I think about death. Me not existing, I'm not arrogant enough to care too much about that. It's just selfish, not wanting to not be here and some FOMO. But as we talked about earlier, I'm not gonna even know I'm dead because I'll be dead. So like, fuck, it's fine. Just I don't know, man. I think that there's lots of meaning to be derived without a god, and I hope to be able to help people find some of that. Is that all you're saying?
Well, the one additional thing is when people are afraid, like existentially, it's like their nose is like against the wall, like that's how close they are to it, and it freaks them out. So we have to figure out a way to get them to take a step back, because that's why it's scary to them, because they're so up close. If they take a step back, it won't be as scary to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's purpose to be found in helping other people not be as afraid of not being around anymore too. Because especially when somebody begins deconstructing, or maybe they're not willing to deconstruct, but they're just afraid of death. There's meaning in helping people find peace with that. Forrest had a great point, that the main thing that from a self-centered perspective is just that you don't want to miss out on anything, and you don't want to know what it'll be like to not know to be around, and you won't know because it's less than being asleep. It's but I think that helping people recognize that life is precious, it is powerful, and that will if you can put the onus on them to help other people, sometimes that'll pull them out of that fear. Like, not only are you going to stop existing, but you got to help me help other people stop being afraid of not existing. I don't know. That's just kind of how I think. Sometimes if you put somebody to work, they get less afraid of things.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Anyway, Mario, I appreciate you calling back and hashing this out a little bit more. I think it's really important that people hear these things because, like, you're absolutely right. One of the biggest reasons why people stay in religion is because they can't imagine a life without purpose or a life without an afterlife. And having a conversation about those things and making sure that people understand that you have the power to create these meanings for yourself and to derive some purpose for yourself, and that you're gonna fuck it up and you're gonna do things wrong and you're gonna hurt people and you're gonna blow it, and you just need to try and be better every day and learn from yourself and learn from others and try to make the world a little bit less shitty. And at the end of the day, nothing matters anyway, so give yourself a fucking break. I feel like those kinds of things are kind of lacking a lot of the times from the atheist space, and maybe that's something that can help a lot more religious people find their way out. Jesse, did you have something to wrap us up with?
No, I think you said it nicely and concisely, buddy.
All right, Mario, thank you so much for calling in, and thank you for waiting so long before we were able to get to you, man. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I think you just told a bunch of people exactly what they needed to hear.
I hope so. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. We've got one call left, and then Jesse and I will be trapped here until we are done reading Super Chats. Now, I'll be honest with you. I have an insane amount of work to do. Immediately after this, I need to go record a video, which usually takes me like 4 or 5 hours. I haven't eaten in a long time. I'm very tired, and I'm about to go to Ecuador in a few days. I've got like us a couple days, and so I am stressed and overworked. So if you want to add to that and make me just trap me here and keep me here forever, now is your chance to make my life a living hell and drop your super chats. Remember, we read super chats over $5. Jesse and I will sit here and stay until we are done with the super chats. Now is your chance to punish me and to punish Jesse and to punish our producer, Amargan. Just crank them out. If you have something you want us to see, something you want us to say, something you want us to read, fucking yes,
I'll read shit in a funny voice.
You. Yeah, I challenge you to make as many terrible super chats as possible. We've got one call left, and it is Brendan, who's been waiting for 3.5 hours to ask me a question. Brendan is calling in from Xeroderma. Dry skin on the thumbs. You don't want it. Brendan's an atheist who has questions about amino acids and abiogenesis, says he's recently deconstructed. Brendan, you are on the line.
Hey, it's great to finally be on here with y'all. Hopefully I don't keep y'all here in purgatory for too long.
No, I don't mind at all. You've been waiting for a long time, and I really appreciate that. I hope you moisturize your thumbs. Congratulations on deconstructing, first of all.
It really did start genuinely with just like research into evolution and stuff like that, much of which was due in part to your playlist, like The Light of Evolution and just your Reacteria series, stuff like that. Just researching the science of it, realizing the things I thought were true were not, and just you're an amazing educator, an amazing biologist.
Well, thank you. That really means a lot to me. Thank you very much. So what questions do you have?
On that note, I feel like this is like a question that like pops into my head a lot, because like obviously evolution is true. This actually might be more of a abiogenesis question. I don't want to conflate them, but this is something I haven't really seen a great answer for. Obviously, that doesn't mean that the alternative creationism or whatever is true, but I had a question about protein evolution, because I know you touched on this in one of your Reacteria videos, because somebody was saying it's just impossible, and you pulled up like a Google Scholarly result where it showed there were a bunch of articles on it, but you didn't really delve into it. Like obviously there's multiple hypotheses of how self-replication began and how membranes began to develop. How do we even get from like primary amino structure to like tertiary and quaternary, and just like even like the proto-membranes where we have like the phospholipid bilayer, like, and we still need like all of these things that we need active transport or facilitated diffusion, and all of those require like functional proteins.
Yeah, they do.
Work.
Oh, you're speaking my language. I love it.
And I haven't seen like a great, I guess, answer on that so far. So that's, I guess, why I was like wanting to ask you guys that.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Yeah. Oh my God, those are some words that I haven't heard in a couple of years. I love that. Okay, so yeah, so a couple of things. Number one, I might be saying some things you already know, but like, wait, didn't throw up again. Fucking king and not throwing up today. Also, unapologetically Christy put in the chat, Forrest needs to learn some healthy boundaries. Unapologetically Christy needs to learn to mind their fucking business. So a couple things you need to know. Number one is that, as I'm sure you're aware, we find amino acids all the time in fucking space. They self-assemble all by themselves, and that's not too crazy. It's because an amino acid really isn't that complicated of a structure. Carbon has 4 bonding sites. An amino acid is a carbon with 4 things around it. 1 hydrogen, 1 amine group, 1 carboxylic acid, and then something else. The 4th thing can be whatever the fuck it wants to be, and any other thing that it is a different kind of amino acid. We found like over 500 different kinds of amino acids floating around out in nature and out in space, because if you have those 3 things on a carbon, the 4th thing can be whatever. We only need about 20. There are 20 or so amino acids that make life. And I say or so because, like, strictly speaking, there's like an extra 2 that do stuff sometimes, but nobody gives a fuck about them. So there's 20 amino acids that make up life. The tricky business is that amino acids are chiral molecules. And what that means is, what chirality is, when you have a central carbon, the order in which those 4 things are around the outside of it matter. And if they're 4 different things, it matters a lot. And so chiral molecules can form what we call left or right-handed configurations, aka enantiomers. And what that means is that these are superimposable. Or sorry, they are mirror images, but they are not superimposable. What I mean,
unless we have glycine,
right? Yes, with the exception of glycine, which has a second hydrogen, so it's not actually chiral. But all the chiral amino acids, all the other ones, you have, like, see my hands here on top of each other. My hands are a mirror image of each other, but I can't superimpose them on top of each other and get the same structure. See that? So if I have them facing the same direction, they don't superimpose, but if I flip it around, it is a mirror image. And that's what you have with different enantiomers of a chiral molecule, is that if it's, the structure is slightly differently, which means it's gonna do different shit. Great example of that is thalidomide, which was a drug that was used to treat morning sickness a little while ago. And it turns out one enantiomer of it treated morning sickness, the other enantiomer caused birth defects. Bad time. And so when we look at amino acids, all the amino acids that make life are left-handed. Means that they're in the left-handed configuration. The right-handed configuration of amino acids can't make life. And when we look out in nature, when we find them in space, we find both left and right-handed amino acids. But there's a lot of times where we find exclusively left-handed. So we call a homochiral mixture, where it's just left-handed. Now, in the lab here on Earth, we don't know of an abiotic way to make an enantiopure homochiral, only left-handed. I just said the same thing 3 times. Only left-handed amino acids. We don't know how to do that abiotically. We know plenty of ways to do it with life already involved. We don't know how to do it without life involved. But it's clearly happening, because up in space, a lot of times we find just the left-handed ones. So there's something going on that we don't know yet that's allowing that to happen, which would allow life to be formed the way that we have it today. Now, as far as where proteins come from, because proteins are made of amino acids, but amino acids aren't proteins. For a long time, we didn't know that was happening either. But there was a paper that was published, I think, 2 years ago, which demonstrated what we call peptide elongation. So a peptide is a short string of amino acids. And just a small section of like 10 to 12 of them. We had these little peptide elongations happening, amino acids stringing together and becoming a protein all by themselves due to the surface tension of microdroplets of water. The same kind of microdroplets that you would expect to find in like ocean spray, which is exactly what you'd expect to find around tide pools, which is the leading hypothesis of where life started, was in tide pools. And so you have like the stuff that the stuff that makes life, proteins, polypeptides. We have the stuff that makes that stuff, the amino acids, and we have the stuff that makes that stuff, which is the elements themselves. We know where all of those things come from now. As far as a phospholipid bilayer, when you look at fatty acids, which again are also self-assembling in nature, you put some fats in some water, they naturally form bilayer bubbles. They do it by themselves because that's just laws of chemistry. When you talk about the stuff that makes genetic information, nitrogenous bases, adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine, and uracil, we find all of those in space too. Those also self-assemble. And there was just a paper published recently, I think a year ago, about oligoribonucleotide sequences, so short sequences of RNA self-assembling under the presence of really common minerals and shit. So again, the stuff that makes the stuff that makes the stuff, we know where it comes from. The stuff that makes the stuff, we know where it comes from. And the stuff itself, we now know where it comes from. And also, RNA isn't just genetic material. It's also an enzyme, not an enzyme, pardon me, a catalyst for a wide variety of biochemical reactions. And it does a ton of stuff in your cells. There's coding and non-coding RNAs that do a wide variety of things. So what you have here are like, you have a cell, or the bubble of a cell, which the parts self-assemble and it forms this shape by itself. You have proteins which self-assemble, and proteins once they're assembled, they do stuff. Remember that the secondary, tertiary, and quaternary structures are all formed just by basic chemical laws. If you understand intermolecular forces, that's what they be doing. They're not doing anything crazy. They're just folding the way that they're supposed to based on like, a basic polarity and shit. These things are formed by themselves. They're doing the functions that they do by themselves. RNA forming by itself, self-replicating by itself. That's another thing that it can do. We know RNA can self-replicate. If these things bump into that fat bubble, they are now protected from their external environment and free to replicate and free to make more of themselves as they quote unquote please. So like, we don't have all the steps for abiogenesis yet, but we have a fucking lot of them. And what theists like to do, if we were to boil it down into like 10 rhetorical steps, we have steps like 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 10. And a lot of theists like to look at that and be like, well, you don't have step 4, and that means you don't know anything. And the fact of the matter is, we just got like 2 or 3 more of those steps over the past 20 years. And we're going to get 2 or 3 more over the next 20 years. And back when we didn't know anything about it, theists said, we don't know anything about this. It's all too complicated. It's magic. Clearly God did it. And when, not if, when we know everything about it, those same theists are going to say this whole thing is so monumentally complicated and detailed and intricate and perfectly aligned and designed that clearly God is in charge of it and God allowed it to happen. It's dishonest bullshit. And that's the final thing that I'll leave you with there, Brendan, is that even if we didn't know anything, there's no reason to say that it was magic. But it just so happens that we actually do know a lot of it, and that's pretty fucking cool. Does that answer the question you're here for?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, but Forrest already covered it.
Okay. No, that was great. Yeah, I've heard you say a lot of that stuff in your videos, and it's great. And I love how you can just like quickly just like list off all of the steps and the stuff. Would you mind if I ask like a follow-up question too? Like, it's still directly involved with it, but something that I'm not getting about it yet.
By all means, my man.
Obviously, we would have the self-assembling phospholipid bilayer.
Yeah.
Which you were saying, yes, we have that. So that's one thing. Then we also have RNA self-assembling. That's obviously something that's possible. And
self-replicating.
Then we also have protein. replicate. And then you have proteins, which can self-replicate. You said through peptide elongation.
They can
but my question was,
so it's the difference is there. So proteins can self-assemble, RNA can self-assemble and self-replicate. And RNA can also then code for more proteins and create more proteins. And remember, protein synthesis is when RNA reads RNA and uses RNA to make proteins. It's mRNA, messenger RNA, being read by ribosomal RNA, rRNA, to signal to transfer RNA, tRNA, to build the protein. So self-replicating and self-assembling RNA, self-assembling proteins being replicated by RNA.
What I wasn't understanding about it is because, like, for one thing, like RNA has not a half-life. That's the wrong terminology. It has a lifespan. I think it was like a few minutes to a few hours. I think like the average was like 20 minutes. So like let's say the RNA self-assembled in this early Earth, and then we also had phospholipids assembling in the early Earth, and then we also had proteins assembling in early Earth. The difference, I guess, the disconnect here is, like, for example, with evolution, it's like the example that the guy brought up probably a couple hours ago about like the Boeing 747 plane going through the tornado that's constantly brought up, people equivocating like single step selection versus cumulative selection. But that's like the benefit of like evolution. It's cumulative. It's not just by chance. But with something like this, we have something that really isn't like, it just can't be like there was nothing there to put it together. There's no like natural, I mean, obviously there's a natural selection process, but there's nothing that's like, yeah, we're going to have these three separate things, and now they're going to self-assemble. And maybe that's just the next step. Maybe that we don't understand yet, just like how do these things self-assemble, these three macromolecules, which have already self-assembled. Now they're coming together, joining forces. Like, how do we get to that point, or do we just not know yet?
We there's a lot that we don't know. And as far as like, you know, when exactly this happened, how exactly this happened, there's a lot of blanks to fill in there. You know, RNA, you're right, it is somewhat short-lived, especially when in the presence of other types of RNA. Like, for example, microRNA is really good at degrading mRNA. That's what it does in your body all the time. That's called post-transcriptional gene expression regulation, y'all. But the DNA is way more stable. And in order to make DNA, all you do is you switch out uracil for thymine, which again also is found all the time, and you take away one oxygen, deoxyribose nucleic acid. It's the same exact thing as ribose nucleic acid with one less oxygen attached. And you know what holds the two helices, the two strands of DNA together? It's fucking hydrogen bonds, y'all. That's what holds the two strands. And if you know anything about chemistry, you know how common and how simple hydrogen bonds are. It's literally magnets. And so you've got just basic ass chemical processes building a much more stable molecule that lasts longer. But even if these were things we didn't know, they're things that we're going to find out. And there's no reason to believe that, like, this natural process led to this natural process, led to this natural process, and then there was magic, and then there was this natural process, and then this natural, you know, it just doesn't mean to do that. As far as like the actual details about it, we need more astrobiologists. I'm friends with a couple, but like, Brendan, you could be the dude to go and figure this out. And I would love that. But yeah, there are gaps, and we need scientists like you, Brendan, to go out there and figure. I'm too dumb. I'm not good enough of a scientist to figure this shit out. I just ramble about the science that I know for a living. But there are actual fucking really good scientists out there that actually test this stuff. Lena Vincent, a friend of mine, is an astrobiologist who is studying exactly this stuff, trying to figure out where the fuck life comes from. So yeah, just if you want to learn more, I would recommend, if you haven't already, I would recommend checking out NASA's Astrobiology Primer. It tells pretty much everything that we know so far about where stars come from, where planets come from, where macromolecules come from, and where life comes from. It's really, really cool. And if you want to learn more beyond that, I think you got to go start studying, my friend, because I want to know, and I hope you figure it out.
Dude, that would be so cool. I'm actually a nursing student, though, so I can't
You're a you
Wait,
said
I
you're a
just
nursing
actually
student?
nursing school entrance exam, yeah. I just
That's
took a
awesome.
biochem class, which is just how I need to ask all this stuff about it, because it's
Yeah.
just like I wouldn't know how it all fits together. And I was actually considering switching to like biology or something similar to that. But I think what I'm going to do is at least finish the path that I'm already on, and maybe even just like go back and do that, because it's just all so complex and interesting, and I'd love to find out where science can take us.
You know what? If you're a good nurse and you're paying attention in school, you will probably learn more cell bio than I did, because there's a lot that goes into it. And I think I think it sets you up on a great path. Like, man, that's the cool thing about science. The amount of great scientists out there that started in one field and moved to the next. Darwin was a fucking geologist. So just like don't discredit yourself. You don't have to, but if you're interested in it, it's never too late to start learning it. And if you really just want to stick to nursing, that's fucking awesome. We need nurses too, because nurses are underappreciated and very, very needed. So no matter what you choose to do, I think you're going to be great with the kind of curiosity and questions that you're asking here. I think you're going to be great.
Me too.
It's been 4 hours, but it was definitely worth the wait.
I'm so sorry you had to wait so long, but I really appreciate you doing it. Brendan, I hope you have an awesome day and an awesome life, and feel free to call back with more questions sometime. I hope I can answer them.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to cut him off while he was talking. I'm sorry. Brendan's super nice. I appreciate Brendan being here. That's all the calls that we got today, y'all.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry it was a long chunk of me rambling there, but
it was good. I'm glad you were able to really facilitate that.
Abiogenesis is really cool, and I'm really excited about it. Before we move on to super chats, I want to remind everybody to go watch this fucking trailer that I just posted in the chat there, because it's pretty cool. It's the trailer to this series that these two fucking herbs produced, called Roll for Initiative, wherein I, and a bunch of other nerds played a game of Tales of the Valiant for like 36 solid hours over the course of 5 days. And then you spent hundreds of hours making amazing set pieces and story for it. And then I spent hundreds of hours editing the bitch. And now here we are raising money for Doctors Without Borders. And you, the audience, can participate in that just by like watching it. And you can check out that link to see the trailer. It's really cool. It's got KP11 Studios in it. It's got Jenny D in it. It's got Katie Soros in it. It's got Amelia Somm in it. It's got Kavatica in it. It's got the indomitable Jesse Jerdak in it. And it's got Forrest of the Lord of the Valkais in it. And you can watch all of them on my channel and support an amazing cause.
What is that?
The one, the only, the undefeated, the Doctors Without the Borders. Real life actual heroes. That's all. June 12th is when the first episode drops. And Doctors Without Borders, if you don't know who they are actual real live goddamn heroes. They are actual doctors who go out into the worst and most dangerous parts of the world to offer life-saving medical care to absolutely anybody who needs it, regardless of their race, their religion, their politics, their nationality, or anything else. They are the ones on the ground saving lives and risking their own lives right now in Gaza, in Yemen, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Congo. They are out there facing the genocides of the world with compassion and integrity and bravery and just fucking dedication. And they're getting killed for it in some places. Doctors Without Borders caravans have been bombed several times in Gaza, and they have consistently called for a ceasefire, and I love them for that. But they're amazing people, and you should support them, and you can do so while also watching nerds be nerds by tuning in to Roll for Initiative exclusively over on this channel called Forrest Valkai, starting June 12th, and premiering every new episode every Wednesday after that.
And that series is edited by our very own Forrest Valkai of Television's The Internet. And his wit and humor and talent are very apparent in the editing. It is far more entertaining than actually having been there. I watch Forrest's edit of these shows, and I'm like, oh my god, we are so charming. And it's all
We
him.
look
all
great.
We look so good.
It's very cool. And you know what's great? I am currently, like I said, I'm finishing exporting episode 4 right now, and I've been going back and checking. The reason why I'm currently exporting episode 4 is because I already exported the first 7 episodes and then deleted all of them because I noticed one tiny little mistake. The text didn't come on the screen exactly when I wanted it to, and I went back and backed it up literally 1 second, and then it looked better. And I really, really want to go back and re-export episode 1 because the graphic of our logo is a little pixely because I didn't use the 4K one, and I want to redo it. And I really want to export episode 2 again because there's like a kind of a noise at one part of it that I'd like to cut out, but like it's a lit. And there's one part in episode 2 where one of the characters moves and I show it close up, and if I had put it like 2 seconds later, it would have been a little bit more visually interesting to look at. And it's literally a 2-second part of the episode that's driving me crazy. And y'all, it takes me like 2 or 3 days to get through 1 2-hour episode because I just want it to be perfect, and it's not. And it's not going to be. And I noticed there's one part where like KP looks to his left and his beard scratches his mic and it makes a scratchy noise, and I should have cut that out. And I didn't, and I hate it, and I want to export it again and again, and it's never going to be perfect, and I can't let go of it. I hope you guys watch it, and I hope you guys love it. And I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you call me out on every fucking mistake that I made in the editing bay, and I hope you never let me live it down, and I hope I get canceled.
They'll be calling me out because it's always the DM. They're like, "Why'd you make that fucking call, you jackass?" So that's coming my way.
The worst part of the show for me is that I have now spent like easily 10 times longer looking at myself play the game than I spent playing the game. And I know everything I should have done differently. Every move I should have made differently. Every roll I should have done that I didn't do. It's terrible. But honestly, nothing that I'm saying is in any way different than anything else I do. If you guys knew, if you like my videos on my channel, which I don't recommend anyone check out my channel, but like if you enjoy my videos, I think you would be appalled by the actual legitimate hours that I spend on like a 3-second clip, just tweaking it over and over and over and over and over and getting it just fucking perfect. In my video about Gramps Goes to College, there's this segment where I do like pictured here, this is what biology teachers do to prepare their lesson plans, and it's like lightning strikes and the moon turns red and there's like this dark magic thing. That sequence took me days to produce because I had to get it just fucking perfect. Oh man,
you're a madman.
Anyway, Initiative genuinely is it is the best fucking and it is the best and biggest and most intense thing that I have ever worked on. I think you're going to love it.
Me too.
Hate myself, but I love what we have produced. And so I don't take anything that I say here as disparaging to the show. The show is fucking awesome. And the crew is fucking awesome. And our cast is fucking awesome. And the love that went into it is evident in the show. So I hope everybody goes and watches it. I think you're going to really enjoy it. I am terrible, but the show is great. With that, we will now get into Super Chats. Remember, Super Chats over $5 will be read by Jesse and I. Keep us here as long as you'd like by sending in your money to make us read a thing. We've got $5 from RC Deschenais. Royal Crabs Deschenais. I don't know. Jesse is so healthy masculine that even he chooses the bear. # men doing better.
It's true. I chose the bear today. I'm glad people noticed that. I wasn't sure if people would notice the bear, but my friend Cal, who plays D&D in my home game, one day he knows I like bears, and he just brought me this 8-foot bear cut out.
Nice. That's excellent. We on the trip that I was on just now, I polled people. I asked man or bear, and I am firmly team bear because I understand. You know what I mean? I wouldn't trust us either. But
No,
like we had some discussions. And the men who were firmly against Team Bear, that took a lot of time to explain to all the women around us why you should definitely choose the man. Beautifully exemplified why I and many alike are all about the bear. $10 from Watcher 235711. Those are all numbers. Christians, I strongly recommend learning some Hebrew or Greek to expand your understanding of the book. There are lots of online resources. Why not?
You can do that.
You can.
I didn't do that. I found that. I guess I learned a little bit of Greek, mainly from just like learning dinosaur names and what they meant.
Yeah. Most of my Greek and Latin come from my understanding of biology, and all of my Hebrew comes from studying under an Israeli woman for a couple of years. So like that's all I've got. But no, honestly, deconstruction, learning different languages and tearing the Bible apart down to the very roots, it's not necessary. But flip, dude, if you're gonna do it anyway, it's worth it. Like, learning more about the Bible and why it sucks is always a good thing. $10 from Julia Scala. PSA about fire safety: make sure the grill is extinguished before loading it back into your car, and buckle up all leftovers so when you smell the smoke, you hit the brake and the food stays put. I don't know what prompted that, but I appreciate it. It's, yes, very true. Make sure it is extinguished and cooled.
Do it.
$10 more
Do
from
thing.
Dominic Mancini. Hi, Forrest and Jesse. This is my first ever super chat online. Well, thank you very much. And I just wanted to tell Forrest how much my wife and I love everything you do. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Also, tomorrow is my birthday. Happy birthday, almost. You're old. P.S. Go Jimmy yourself. Love that.
Oh. Happy birthday, Dominic.
Happy birthday to you. Congratulations on not dying for yet another year. That is truly an achievement. $10, or really $9.99, because they couldn't fucking spare the penny. Cheap. From Tattooed Granny with no message. But thank you so much for sending in all of your $9.99. We enjoy them. We appreciate them. $19.99 from the Pineapple Gal. As an employee of Subway, I can confirm that Roll in the Closet Goblin TM has been stealing sandwiches from our walk-in cooler. He's wanted for his crimes in all Subways. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. And I love your stuff, Forrest. And hi, Jesse. Love that.
Hi, Pineapple Gal.
Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. $4.99 from the Wombologist. Study of wombology. We need more wombologists out there to teach us more about wombo. Does the axiom, when in doubt, assume it's your own fault, have merit, or is it harmful? I'm going to miss seeing you on the line for a while, Forrest. I'm going to miss being on for a while. When in doubt, assume it's your own fault. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. If you're talking about like explaining supernatural events and saying like, okay, well, there's I don't know what's going on here, so I'm going to assume that I am making a mistake. That's probably a good idea. I'm under a misapprehension or something. But I think it's fair to just say I don't know and not assume that you are wrong about a thing. If you're not making a claim, you're not wrong. If you're talking about anything else, then no, don't always assume you're at fault. Just acknowledge when you are. What do you think, Jesse? Did you read that a different way?
I think there's merit to maybe not necessarily assuming it's your own fault, but also not necessarily assuming it's somebody else's fault, right? I feel like a lot of my worst decisions were made when I just assumed the worst of the person that I was discussing something with, or even confronting. I don't know, man. Assuming it is your own fault can probably lead into some unhealthy spirals of self-critique. But maybe assuming the best of both parties is probably the best way to take a look at things.
Yeah. That works for me. $5 whole from Monkey at Typewriter. But is it even a free country if one rich asshole can't own half of it, I don't think we'll really be free until it's $1, one vote. I mean, I would disagree with $1, one vote in the literal sense. I don't know if you're being literal about it. One person, one vote for sure. And no dollars in politics for sure. And when the last king is strangled to death with the entrails of the last priest, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. But that's just me.
Yeah, no,
do
I
love
mean, I strongly disagree. I think the rich should just dictate everything because they're so smart. That's how they got rich, is their vast
Yes.
intellect and ethical
That's how it
qualities.
works. $6.66. They might have been joking as well. $6.66 from Lucifer Morningstar. Forrest for Senate. I'd be into it. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on how much good I really think that I could reliably do.
I think the world would be a better place. And 100% for Monkey at Typewriter was absolutely being facetious there.
Yes. For me, I don't know, man. I would love the idea of having the ability to make change. I am not confident in the ability of the Senate, even with some good intentioned people, to reliably make that change, just because of the way that it works. It's stupid. $6.66 more cents from Lucifer Morningstar. The freedom to obey, praise liberty, amen. Yeah, that whole call. We're so free, and we're all so much into liberty, and therefore we're atrocious, and we have more prisoners than anybody else, and we commit so many war crimes, and we fund so many war crimes, and we dismantle democratically elected governments, and we fund military coups and dictatorships around the world, and we establish corporatocracy wherever we see fit. Like, yes, that's what freedom means. What the hell?
That was a wild one because that individual was clearly. I think they said they were either an immigrant or children of immigrants, and sometimes you see that in people that have immigrated, that they buy in to the American ideal so hard that it becomes unassailable in their minds. I've got some family that are that's kind of a little bit that way, and it's tough to see.
My dad was that way. My dad was an Austrian immigrant. He came over here when he was in his mid-20s, and the dude listened to Rush Limbaugh like it was the gospel. And I'm like, he didn't pay taxes. He never naturalized, so he couldn't vote. He got paid under the table from every job that he did. He lived in an apartment the size of my office today, and slept on an air mattress because he couldn't afford a bed. And he died homeless and indigent without property because he was just a broke, poor immigrant who didn't pay into the system and enjoyed the freedoms of that this country offered. And he got away with it because he was white. And I'm like, dude, you are here supporting and preaching the virtues of the people that fucking hate people exactly like you and are trying like hell to take away exactly your freedoms. But his whole life, he died in 2012, and he fucking hated Obama. And all right, dude.
Wow, that's tough, man.
$5 more from Monkey at Typewriter. Max has been infected by a degenerate disease of empathy, of the empathy muscle known as patriot propaganda. With your help, we can find a cure. In the arms of the angel. Send in super chats. Because funding this platform is the only way to help poor people like Max suffering from nationalism and weirdness. $10 from R. Abu Sahan. R. Abu Sahan. Probably saying it wrong. I like it, though. It's got a cool bounce to it. I grew up in Beirut at the start of sectarian conflict. Some fundy Muslims used the greeting, Assalam. I'm going to say it wrong. My accent's going to be bad. Assalamu alaikum, as a shibboleth to tell us apart who's of their group and who's of the opposite offering of peace. I'm sorry. As a shibboleth to tell apart who's of their group, the opposite of an offering of peace. So they're saying, peace be with you, as a way of knowing who actually deserves peace. I'm sorry I had such a hard time reading the end of that sentence. I apparently had a stroke. Yeah, it's weird when you look at these religions of peace, and how not peaceful they are as soon as they know they can get away with it. A lot of people talk about, Christianity is this, beautiful thing that's gonna. We've had several calls the past few shows I'm on, like Christianity is like better for society, except for when they're in charge. Then all of a sudden you get inquisitions, and yeah.
That's the thing. Like a lot of times people try and like write a blank check for these religions based off of like their most upstanding members. Like, oh, what about this person? They never tried to subjugate an entire country. Well, yeah, but that's like one guy. But also, like, religious dogma led us to doing so many horrible things, and you can't whitewash that because you got one good guy.
Yeah, it's a bad time. It's a real bad time. And like, honestly, like, we get a lot of calls from Muslims who will try to differentiate themselves from Christians, say, oh, Christians do this and this thing, and Christians believe these things. And I find it interesting, by and large, in my experience, if you tell a Muslim that Islam is just like Christianity, they'll generally be cool with it. If you tell a Christian that Christianity is just like Islam, they fucking throw a fit. But at the end of the day, they're the same. They're pretty much the same story and the same book and the same belief system. One's got a magic carpenter from Bethlehem, the other's got a magic pedophile from Mecca, and that's pretty much the biggest and only difference. The arguments for the religions, the atrocities committed by the religions, the shitty mental gymnastics purported and proposed and what's the word I'm looking for here? Propagated by their believers. They're all the fucking same, and I just don't. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan. I say all that just because very often Christians will fall back into their victim mentality when I criticize Christianity and say, you would never say these things about Islam, and it's only cool and appropriate and socially acceptable to attack us poor Christians. Fucking nah. $10 from Silent fucking goddamn Silent Tetrapod. Silent Tetrapod, spelled with a P. Silent Tetrapod. I can't read today. Awesome. Do we have an evolutionary pathway, fossil or genetic, for how metamorphosis evolved in insects? Thanks, and you two are awesome. I know we have an evolutionary framework for insects. And I know that we have evolutionary histories of a lot of metamorphic creatures. Metamorphosis itself, I'm not super educated on. I'm not an entomologist. I know a little bit about it. I know what imaginal discs are, but it's just not my area of expertise, and it has to do with more complicated hormone signaling than I'm prepared to talk about. As far as evolutionary pathways, I don't know off the top of my head of any. But I can do a cool thing. I can go to scholar.google.com and I can type in metamorphosis evolution. Blurp. And here immediately is a paper from 2019 published in Current Biology, available on cell.com. And I click here and I get the PDF. And here is a paper on the evolution of insect metamorphosis. And there it is in the chat. So if you want to read that, go for it. Yeah, scholar.google.com. And actually, let me go ahead and just show what I've done here so that everybody understands. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Oh, fuck. And that's my screen. So here here's the chat. Here's you all. You all live here. And here's Google Scholar. And metamorphosis, evolution, like that, and I spelled it wrong, and there it is, and here's the paper right there. And what you can do is you can look over here, you can click on this, and it might not take you where you want to go. It might take you to a page that, like, it gives you a paywall or something like that, or it only gives you some of the text and you can't read the whole thing. Usually you can at least read the abstract. Or you can go over here. Sometimes they'll say PDF. You can click on that, and that pulls that up. or full view, we'll also pull it up. If it's an HTML thing like this guy here, usually that'll give you the whole text as well. Or let's say we pick one that doesn't have that, just whatever. Like this, say this one didn't have that. You can go down here. If you click on this and it takes you to a paywall or something, go down here on the side. It'll say all however many versions. Click on that, and here you've got some of them, like this one here, looks like it's behind a paywall. This takes you to this, and yep, I can't read the whole thing. I only get the abstract, and I get some figures, but I can't actually read it. That's pretty common. But you can find one that has a PDF on there by going to all however many versions. That's a great way to do your searching. Doesn't always work, but it works a lot of the time. Anyway, that's all that. And I hear a knock at my door.
Fun fact,
my treasure, my
for those of you that are, oh no, who is it? I bet you it's Forrest's lovely bride. When you back up in the video a little bit, you can see in Forrest's browser tabs a window that is open to my own OnlyFans. So we're on to you, Valkai.
My wife brought me a platter of catfish, y'all.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking jealous. My wife is bringing me
so
0
hungry.
catfish.
Oh my glob, I'm so snackish, you guys. I'm not going to eat it right now, but I am desperately hungry to eat that, and she's hoping it'll hurry me along. $5 from Paulogia. Priests see a lot of things, but not child abuse from some reason. Weird, huh? Right? Very strange, very strange. Oh, thank you, my love. I love you so much, you sweet bear. I love your face, and I love your butt. $20 from Coach Frankie. Hey, Forrest, can you answer when humans discovered evolution and how? Evolution's not a crazy new idea, so especially over the past couple hundred years with Darwin and whatnot, that's when the actual understanding of evolution came about. But like cultures like all over the world have had a pretty good understanding of evolution. Like people have been noticing that like different animals seem really well suited for life in their environments, and that like there's lots of different kinds of birds, and they have different types of birds, and they have different styles of beaks and feet and wings and blah 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 that allows them to do different things. And so like all the way back to Aristotle, we have writings of things that like sound an awful lot like evolution. And even when Darwin published his work, he wasn't the only one doing it. The only reason he published on the origin of species when he did is because somebody let him know that Wallace was about to publish the exact same fucking book, pretty much. And so like that, the history of evolution has just been a history of people paying attention. And with Darwin, like I said, he was a geologist who just happened to go out there and take a bunch of samples because that's what naturalism was all about at the time. And he didn't even really start developing his theory until he brought those samples of finches and bugs and stuff and beetles back to the museum in England. And then the British Museum was like cataloging them, was like, hey, did you notice how remarkably similar and also somehow different these are? And he was like, huh, yeah, they kind of are, neat. And then we got into what we now know of as adaptive radiation, which led him to his understanding of evolution. But if you want to know a little bit more about the history of evolution, especially the history of fossils and how they shook up our world and what we know, you can head over to my channel and watch episode 2 of The Light of Evolution, which is called Facts and Fossils, where we cover that. I don't know if anybody else saw that fucking gnat. It just flew right there in the camera, but it was wild. $5 more from Mahalia. Who was it that proposed either filling space because they thought it was necessary and what? Ether, not either. Bleh. Who was it that first proposed ether filling space because they thought it was necessary? And how is that not the same feel as a deity? So yeah, I don't know who it was that first proposed it, but yeah, for a long time we used to think that space was full of stuff called ether. We didn't have a real good concept of what empty space was or how empty space would work. And so we believed in this stuff called ether, which was like the soup within which all planets and stars and everything were suspended. And that was disproven when we went and looked. It wasn't there. I don't know how it was that way, but yeah, it is kind of the same thing as like when people talk about a deity being something that encompasses all things and makes up all things and allows for the existence of all things. It's not the same. It's somewhat similar, although I would not draw an exact comparison. I haven't thought about ether in a long time. Thank you for that.
It's Thor 2.
$9 more and 99 more cents from Tattooed Granny Forest, safe and delightful Galapagos trip. Don't tell me what to do. If you get a chance to climb Alcedo Volcano, go for it. The tortoises on the rim are magnificent. Do you like rims? Please explain ALX1 and Darwin's finch. What's ALX1? That sounds really familiar, but I don't remember what it is. ALX1 is a gene that it's for a homeobox protein. Okay, I'm not going to explain it too much. I'll just explain what a Hawk's gene is, because this is molecular biology, which I don't.
No, not hawks, finches.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You making your own laugh track right now? Calm down. Yeah. Darwin's finch beaks, simply speaking, that was one of the first things we noticed about adaptive radiation. They're all finches, and they're all very, very morphologically similar, except for they have different sizes of beaks and different styles of beaks to allow them to eat different types of food. So, like, you have a really big one for, like, cracking open seeds. You have little tiny ones for eating little tiny seeds, or just, like, different styles of beaks for different things. And what that demonstrates is something called resource or niche partitioning, where you have this kind of broad way of being a bird eating seeds, but there's lots of little tiny ways to do that thing. And so you have a partitioning of that niche. Great example of that. You got some arboreal lizards. You got a tree, you got some trees, and you got some lizards up in them trees. And you look at their feet, and you notice that the lizards on the ground have big, broad feet for walking on the ground, and the lizards that are up and down the sides of the tree have sticky little pad feet for climbing up and down the side of the tree, and the lizards that are really high up in the canopy have really long claw toes for gripping onto branches. That's resource partitioning, aka niche partitioning. Niche partitioning is one of my favorite fucking things. They have this one niche of being a tree lizard, and they're partitioning it down into smaller niches in order to be better adapted to a very specific part of that environment, and therefore live a more specialized type of lifestyle. The other thing you're talking about there, that's all to do with Hawk's genes, and how that's what homeobox stands for, or it's Hawk's. Those are the genes that tell your body, like, how to be arranged. So, for example, you look at, like, a fly. You've got, like, different Hawk's genes, like homothorax and distalis. And I'm going to get this wrong. Like, you have one turned on and one turned off in the head. I'm not going to say which one because I'm going to get it wrong. And that's what produces antenna. In the thorax, you have a different one turned on and a different one turned off, or both of them turned on, or something like that in the thorax, and that's what produces legs. And in the abdomen, they're both turned off, and so you don't produce anything. And so, like, that's what Hawk's genes are all about. It's just the genes that, like, establish your body plan, more or less. That all gets in developmental biology, and especially Evo Devo, how evolution and development go hand in hand. And that's a thing. That's 20 minutes. That's 20 minutes worth of me talking. I'm not going to do that right now. We got to move on. This catfish smells amazing. $10 from Justin Mayo at Forrest, at yourself. If evolution is real, why didn't the monkeys evolve into humans in the Planet of the Apes movies? Checkmate! You're absolutely right. I am now a creationist.
You realize how much better those movies would have been if it was Planet of the Monkeys?
Miss you over the summer. Thank you. I'm going to miss this place. I'm looking forward to the TTRPG session between you two. That TTRPG session, again, is called Roll for Initiative, and you can see the first episode on June 12th over on my channel, and then every Wednesday after that. I hope your trips are tons of fun. Now I feel like I'm signing your yearbook. I'm into that. Thank you very much.
You won't miss him. You'll see a lot of him because you're going to watch Roll for Initiative, and you'll be just sick of both of us.
Precisely. Watch Roll for Initiative, y'all. 2-hour-ish episode every single week. 20 fake dollars from Static Mass. Greetings from proper Canada to South Canada. Jesse, what are your thoughts on Delta Green? It's TTRPG focused on modern era centered around cosmic horror and conspiracies. You answer that. I'm going to eat some catfish.
Eat your catfish, buddy. Yeah, I looked into it a little bit because I saw that pop up earlier. I'm an okay multitasker, so I didn't do a deep dive on it. This is, if I'm being honest, the first I've heard of Delta Green. but it does look like it's kind of Cthulhu adjacent. I don't know if it's like a D100 system or a double D12 or a D20 system, but it looks like a good storyteller system. I don't know. I have their webpage open in the background here, and it's got some really neat art. I didn't want to buy the PDF for it because I got to tell you, I've got a lot of systems that I've not played yet, and I don't know if somebody invites me to a Delta Green game and I like them and I have time, then I will learn the system. But I like modern narratives. Oh man, listen to him go! He just deep throated that entire catfish team, and we owe him for that. There's a rule 34 of Forrest just eating catfish out there. I promise it's that somebody is just watching this silently, almost silently. You want me to read the next one while you eat, buddy?
Please don't make that.
Okay.
I don't want to think about somebody out there rubbing themselves silly to the thought of me eating a fucking fish. Don't produce that world. We don't need it. We don't need that on the internet.
Don't rub yourself silly ever. $9.99 from Captain Zero. I adore everyone on the line. Thank you all for what you do. What do you think is the evolutionary purpose of dreams? Well, first and foremost, evolution not real. So mark that down. Now, I am not I'm not a neurologist, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I bet you that they do serve a purpose. And you can see species that don't have as developed a brain as ours dreaming. So I would think that it goes back pretty far. You can see, what's cuter than puppy dreams? Nothing. That's a scientific fact. Puppies dreaming, cutest thing in the world.
Jumping spiders also dream. That was discovered a little while ago.
That's amazing.
There was a scientist. She caught a bunch of jumping spiders and put them in like these clear plastic boxes and put them behind a light. And when they were asleep, they had rapid eye movement. Their little eyes moved around and they had little twitches and stuff. And it was just all indicators of dreams. Isn't that great?
Amazing.
It's so sweet. Yeah, I don't know about, like, as far as evolutionary purpose is concerned, I think it's just that your brain doesn't know how to not do stuff. But I do know that like sleep and dreams are like really important for your mental and neurological health. So again, I'm not a neuroscientist; it's not my job. But like, I do know that it's really important for your body. So keep on dreaming, y'all.
Don't let your dreams just be dreams. That's what I say. That's relevant. $4.99 from Rosina Cold Bones Keller. There is too much handsome here. I agree, and it is all in the upper left-hand quadrant of our catfish eating screen. My God, not only is his hair a crimson red, which is demonstrable on this screen, but he is overwhelmingly yeah, you're handsome. And
even now on the screen, at this moment, it still looks at best chestnut. It's not crimson.
I'm being gaslit right now, and I don't care for it.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words and the kind donation. $10 from Sapphic Bibliophile. That's an interesting. All right. Yeah, no, I get that.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
That's one of my things.
You guys are so nice. I would choose both of you over the bear. That's incredibly kind. That's incredibly kind.
That is. I hope to earn or never have to earn that. $5 from Empress Lizard. Jesse, I don't mean to alarm you, but there appears to be a bear behind you. What's it guarding back there? Forrest, have a fun and safe trip. I can actually tell you that bear is guarding a collection of Funko Pop figures, some of my own 3D models of nerdy D&D bullshit. There's a dice tower that looks like a beholder right about here, and that's a thing I 3D modeled. And you can look at the process of that on my YouTube channel, and you can download the STL file for free for your 3D printing joy and have your own beholder-shaped dice tower. And what else is it guarding back there? It's guarding a DM screen that Wizards of the Coast sent me. That was pretty cool. It says my name on it. I haven't used it because I don't use the DM screen. I just use my laptop.
Thank you for the donation. Don't tell me what to do.
$9.99 from Rosina Cold Bones Keller again. Master not throwing up. Master Othello. Yeah, Forrest successfully not threw up several times tonight, and we're we're poorer for it. I think it would have made for some more interesting viewing, and I think he owes us at least one good on-air Ralph.
As someone who finds vomit very funny, I do think that it would be great to be sitting here talking about religion and then just spew off camera and then just without missing a beat continue talking about it. That would be fucking hysterical. I'm very happy I'm not doing that, but it would be very funny. I fucking love watching it. Have you ever seen the LA Beast?
No.
So the LA Beast is an old YouTube legend. He's been around for a very long time. His channel is called like Skippy2Able or something like that. And he's just this just super nice dude, like this bodybuilder type guy. And he does like all these weird food challenges. Like I'm going to drink like a gallon of hot sauce, or I'm going to eat like all these canned hamburgers, or I'm going to eat the most sour things in the world or whatever. And his videos almost always involve him puking at the end of them. And I watch his channel all the time because it's like his editing is so good because it's just him. It's funny bad edits where like every time he vomits, he puts in like this hero music. And it's like there's one in particular, and anybody can find it, where he's doing like shots of eggnog. It's like for a Christmas thing. And at one time he pukes and he's got like these like gift bags and he tries to catch it in a gift bag and he like blows the bag out of his hand with his puke stream. And it's really funny. And it's the dumbest shit that I watch. And so like, if anybody wants to know something really stupid about me, it's that I find vomit very, very funny. And I love the LA Beast channel because his pukins are great. The episode of him eating a bunch of sugar-free gummy bears. It's a warm place in my heart. I'm so sorry to anybody who looks that up. $10, sorry, $5. You didn't give me $10. Damn you. Half of the credit goes to Mario Marufo. One thing I forgot to say is that when people are that existentially afraid, they won't even listen to you. They need to take a step back first. Yeah, that's a thing that we deal with a lot on this channel is people trying to grapple with their religion and being terrified of actually doing that because they're afraid they'll be punished or even thinking about it. And that's a fucking difficult thing to overcome.
That's huge. I think probably a lot of what we run into is that exact thing. It's because we're challenging their entire worldview and they're afraid.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and put this back in the chat because I just saw someone asked, where is the link to your game trailer? Y'all, it's right there.
Oh, look at that.
$4.99 from Rosina Coldbones Keller. I thought race mix slops would become homo slops in many cases. So there, like I said, there are so a race mixture, otherwise known as a ricemic mixture, if you're in the UK or weird or both. It's a mixture of different enantiomers or diastereomers together, and you resolve a race mixture when you make it homochiral or enantiopure. Yeah, they do become homochiral in nature. We don't know how that happens. We do have like ways. There are ways to resolve a race mixture in a laboratory. There's enzymatic reactions. There's precipitation. There's like just sorting. But it's tricky and it takes a person to do it. And so like it just there's no way to do that abiotically that we know of. But there is a way to do it abiotically that nature knows of. And that's pretty fucking cool. A mukbang collab. We actually have discussed a mukbang collab.
Yeah, we
talked
have.
about eating some really disgusting things that I'm not going to repeat here, but I hate how true that is that you put that in there and we actually have discussed it. $5 from Mario Marufo. My creation myth is that Mother Earth didn't have anything better to do 4 billion years ago, so she played dice with her bath toys, and now here we are. That's as reasonable as anything else.
Rule 30 for that. All right.
Ugh.
$5 from Mahalia Yaga. Pardon me, Jesse, what would you say is the most underrated creature in tabletop gaming, and what would you say is the best player class for it? It depends on which system, of course. I'm going to default to the largest one because that's got the largest audience. So let's say good old-fashioned D&D 5th edition, most underrated creature. Ooh, tricky. I think that I really like bugbears. I love bugbears. I think they're so much fun. They're just they're a tall, sleepy goblin with long arms and hairy mutton chops. Love bugbears, and I like that they are sometimes available as a player ancestry. So, love a bugbear, and what would you say is the best player class for it? If we're discussing 5th edition, mathematically, it is wizards. They can just do the most things in the game, but I don't like that answer. My favorite is probably the Gloomstalker Ranger subclass from, I believe that came out in either Tasha's or just beforehand. Anyway, and if you play a Bugbear Gloomstalker Ranger, there is wonderful synchronicity between the two.
Jesse and I were talking about a cool idea that I have for a bugbear character that I'm really excited to explore, hopefully in a future season of Roll for Initiative. I have like 8 or 9 really, really good character ideas at this point, and we have filmed 1 season. And I'm just like, yeah, but on season 7, I'm going to play this guy, and it's great.
This man calls me a lot about this, and you know what? It's nice every time. His passion is infectious.
I do. I call him a lot about cool ideas for campaigns and cool ideas for characters and a bunch of other shit that I will probably never get to do, but I'm really excited about it. I had another one. Hit me up later. I have a fun thing that I'm thinking about. Although I'll have to remember what it is. $5 from One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you, Forrest, for exposing me to more of the magnificence that is nature. Never have a bad day. I love that. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much for going on the journey of curiosity and community and compassion that I am trying to bring to this platform and many others.
$10 from Winter Mute.
you're doing.
Oh no!
Yeah,
you shut up, Forrest. God damn it! You take a bite of catfish. $10 from Wintermute 740. Thanks, Jesse and Forrest and everyone else. Love everyone involved with the line. I do too. They don't know about me, but I watch a lot of the line while I'm painting miniatures and arguing with people online. And I also love everyone on here. I really like the chewed gum. You guys watch the chewed gum? My wife and I watched an episode of that the other day, and it's illuminating and it's compelling, and they deal with the wildest colors with grace, civility, patience, intellect, and it's a heck of a watch. I suggest you watch the chewed gum.
Hell yeah. You do this one. You read this one.
Okay, I got
you.
$9.99 from Jamie Gallier. I'm going to say Gallier. Great show as always. A pleasure having Jesse on again. Oh, thank you very much, Jamie. Cheers to production and the mods. Cheers to Amargan for putting up with Forrest and I for this long. Love you, buddy.
Seriously. 5 theoretical dollars from Chaotic Kitten. Forrest would love to talk to you about the senses in the brain and how sometimes they're missing, like aphantasia or no inner monologue. You game? Yeah, I'm down to talk about all sorts of shit. I like how they get mixed up sometimes. How you get that synesthesia going on. I think that's really cool. The idea that you could like smell a color or hear a sound. Hear a sound. Fuck me. Hear a taste. Most people hear sounds, and that's pretty neat too. But like the idea that you could feel a flavor is interesting to me. Or a word is just like, it's really cool. But yeah, I'm always down for things. Call in sometime, and if you have something interesting, tell me. And it won't be a terribly long call because we always prioritize theists. But like, yeah, I'm always down to learn new stuff about new stuff. And
during the filming is on next Tuesday or Wednesday, probably. So that'd be a good call for her.
Say what?
Shannon Q is on next Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably.
Oh, yeah, no, she probably is. Yeah, that would be great. Shannon is all about those things.
I was going to say, in regards to aphantasia and things like that, during the filming of our upcoming mukbang, you will be able to taste a sound.
Yeah, you will.
You know, Forrest will be sitting next to him. He's gonna breathe my farts, Forrest. Let's read this. $4.99 from Rosita Cold Bone Cellar. Cold fried fish.
It's only a little cold now, and it's all right. It's fine.
Sorry, Morgan.
Love it. $5 from Alyssa Shana.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure I'm saying that. Alyssa Shana Silverbow. Cool name. Do I have enough money to keep Forrest here indefinitely? Let's find out. Alyssa Shana, empty your wallet to let us do this thing forever.
Oh, she's back.
$5 more from son of a bitch from Alyssa Shana Silverbow. Can you steel man the best argument against evolution and explain how to refute that argument? I guess I think there are no good arguments against evolution, but I think the strongest that there could be is the trying to contradict like mechanisms and saying that the mechanisms themselves aren't sufficient. So like when people say that mutation selection obviously is true, however, it's not enough to generate the kind of diversity that we see in the time that we see it. That is a strong... That's not true. That is not a strong argument against evolution. That is the strongest possible argument. That is that out of all the not strong arguments, that's the one that would actually take somebody some training to be able to talk about. Science teacher challenge level, like 4 out of 10 on that one. And the way to refute it is just to point out that, number one, there's clearly a lot of diversity that comes from basic mutations. And also, mutation selection isn't the only mechanism for evolution. You also have genetic drift. You also have gene flow. You also have epigenetics. You also have behavioral evolution. There's lots of things going on. And then also, you don't need to just tweak a gene to get a new phenotype. You have phenotypic plasticity. And like there's a lot more to do with this. And so just like that's learning more biology is the way to refute that argument. And that's why it, like all creationist arguments, is a big old pile of butts. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. $5 from Kim. Great show, y'all. Forrest, safe travels. I read that backwards. P.S. Everyone go watch Furiosa. It fucking rules. I have not seen Furiosa, but I would like to take it to go see it someday. It looks interesting.
I was in a Mad Max fan film.
All right. Where can we watch that?
Nope. $10 from Raven Luna. No, fuck you. You eat more catfish.
Those aren't dollars. Those aren't dollars. They're ass dollars. Say it right.
I was going to say they're ass dollars. God damn it. See, we're like an old married couple at this point. I understand aggression and dislike as biological processes, but when and why did humans develop hate? It was around the time that we developed the It's a Small World song. Hate was born into the collective human consciousness. After all.
Yeah, man. After all. Yeah, dude. It's just advanced disliking. It's disliking something mixed in with prejudice and bigotry.
Fear.
These are all normal human functions. Fear, yeah. These are all normal human functions, and hate is just an emergent property of those things. Does anybody remember the time when it was fashionable to not use the word hate and to only use the word strong dislike? I remember that time. It was a weird time, y'all. You would get in trouble. You would get canceled for saying the word hate. Very strange.
That's weird.
Next. $10. You're not going to keep me here forever if you throw money around that liberally. You need to break it up. From Alyssa Shana Silverbow. I'm not rich enough, so this is my last one. I once wondered why humans enjoyed talking to each other, but now I suspect it has to do with the benefit of speech to the success of our species. Thoughts? Yeah. So a huge part of our success as a species is generational knowledge and is the sharing of ideas. Humans of our species, Homo sapiens, are probably not the first ones to speak. Almost Homo erectus almost certainly spoke. But it does allow for like rapid success, because it's a lot easier for me to say to you, go pick up that rock over there and smash it with this other rock over here, than it is for me to try to demonstrate it to you. The fact that I'm able to sit here and explain really complex biological things in simple layman's terms for anybody to understand is way fucking cooler than me pointing to some gel electrophoresis slides and trying to get you to understand what DNA is, you know? So just, definitely speech is a major part of our evolutionary history. And you can learn a little bit more about that on my video called What is a Human is a Surprisingly Hard Question, where Erika and I made a thing all about human classification, taxonomy, and evolution. It's pretty cool. We talked about speech. Check it out. Check it out. $9 from Rosina Coldbones Keller. Forrest Rule 34 vomit alert. Go to bed. Go to bed, Rosina.
I'll send you a video. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Gosh. That's up there with shitting dick nipples. $9.99 from Captain Zero. Favorite book off the top of your heads?
Forrest, you want to start us off with this one?
I mean, like, as far as favorites concerned, I really like A Brief History of Time because it has a special place in my heart. It's something that really got me into science when I was younger, and it gave me the confidence to pursue education in science because I was realizing that I was actually like really comprehending what was in the book. And it's very old, and some of the stuff's kind of dated, but like, dude, it's still such a fun read by such a brilliant guy. So yeah, Brief History of Time. If I just had to pick one, that's probably one of my favorites. As far as not science concerned, Don Quixote. Don Quixote has been my hero my whole life. And I want to be like him when I grow up.
Nice. I think Liminal States by Zach Parsons is probably my favorite book that I've read. It started off as like a series of like fictitious articles on somethingawful.com, but the articles picked up enough interest that he actually finished the series out partially with a novel. And I love the evolution from like shit posts on a website to a pretty compelling sci-fi novel. That's probably my favorite book, at least currently.
Nice. Very nice. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. My 3-year-old is obsessed with sharks. The other day he declared, Daddy, sharks don't have bones. They only have cartilage. Any good shark facts for a 3-year-old? Yeah. So that is true. Sharks are what we call chondrichthyan fishes, which means they are not osteoichthyans. They don't have bones. They have cartilaginous skeletons. Also, there's different types of scales on fishes. There's cycloid scales and leptoid scales and all sorts of other different kinds of scales, and they have different shapes and they're made of different stuff. But sharks have what are called placoid scales. And what's really interesting about that, if you ever notice that sharks are very rough when you rub them in one direction, their skin's like sandpaper, it's because of those placoid scales. It's because of what they're made of. Placoid scales are made of a chemical called dentin. And dentin is what makes your teeth. The inside of your teeth is made of dentin. The outside is made of what's called enamel. So sharks are literally covered in tooth stuff. They're lined tip to tail with teeth. And also, they have these really cool things called ampullae. And ampullae are special sensory organs, kind of like eyes and ears and noses and stuff, these sensory organs. Ampullae detect electricity. Whenever you move your muscles, there's an electrical signal that goes down your nerves, and those ampullae can detect that electrical signal, so they can almost smell muscles moving in a way. It's like they can smell fish moving. And that's not Lorenzo, it's Lorenzini, if I remember correctly. It's an ampullae of Lorenzini. I could be wrong. But the ampullae of Lorenzini, these special weird like electric noses that allow them to detect muscle movements in fish. So, that's, I think, to me, the coolest things about shark is that they are completely covered in teeth, and they can like detect electricity in the bodies of things that they're trying to eat. And that is radically cool. I tried to explain that a little bit more thoroughly for a 3-year-old to understand. So $4.99 from Rosina Cold Bones Keller. Forrest getting food in his belly really slows him down. I just want to sit still. I am very tired, but I also I'm really excited to be here. And so I'm just trying to snack slowly on some fishes and just vibe here on the line. You know what I mean? I hope I'm not too sleepy.
No, you could never be too sleepy, Forrest. I heard somewhere that a lot of fake crab is shark. I don't know if that's true or not. That's not a shark fact. That's a shark hypothesis.
Monkfish.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, fake crab is a different kind of fish. I think they use just common munchin fishes like halibut. I don't know about being shark. Monkfish. I don't know about being shark. I don't know. I would look that up. 10 ass dollars from Philip Leach. I feel tastes. I often feel sour, and talking to dishonest people makes me feel salty. I was thinking about that when I said feeling tastes. I'm like, is that the spicy count in that? I don't know.
My wife feels spicy frequently.
Nice. $4.99 from Rosina Coldbone Keller. This person is funding this entire channel at this moment. Today I learned Forrest is the type of person to search YouTube for vomit alert, and I feel better knowing that we have that in common. Yeah, dude, when I'm needing a laugh and I'm just feeling stupid, especially back when I used to smoke weed, if I just wanted to goof about for a little while, just putting on videos of people puking and having a hard time gets me every time. That was it.
Did we do it?
That was the last one. We did it. We did the show. Everybody who tuned into this show, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for spending this evening with us. I'm moving this thing over here so I don't have to see my stupid face. There we go. I really appreciate everybody tuning into this show and watching this show and hanging out with us we've been on for 5 hours now. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to our mods in the chat for making the chat reasonable and functional. At least one of the mods who's been in chat today is also a mod on my channel. Thank you so much, Dylan. Thank you so much to our call screeners. The main one that we had for a long time was, hold on a second, I had it here on the thing.
Stephanie.
I saw it. Stephanie! Thank you so much, Stephanie. And then also we got another call screener for a little bit of time. And then Morgan was also checking the call screens for today. Just thank you to all of you for doing what you do. And thank you to Morgan especially for being our producer today and making this show happen and helping run this.
Oh yeah, buddy. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you to Jesse. Thank you, sir, for hanging out with me today and being here. I really appreciate you.
You're my friend. I like hanging out with you.
Yeah. There's the credits. Credits are running now, so you can't get away from that. Everybody who likes this show, keep on watching it because more stuff's coming. We got a lot of other shows on this channel. Don't forget to join our Patreon. Don't forget to go to channel member. Have an awesome rest of your day.